But he has, as I mentioned, won an Ironman. He's won 4 Ironman 70.3s. He had, as you said, a kind of short course career that got cut short. Nonetheless, this talent, and he's a likable guy, real good sense of humor, real enjoyable to follow on the social platforms. So jump on over and check out Daniel Bakegaard. Get him on your follow list, find some inspiration, and check out his videos.
He's another athlete that has done very, very well on super challenging courses. If we look back to his 2021 results, he won at 70.3 Dubai. He was 3rd at Tulsa. But then we look at his bronze medal performance at the Ironman 70.3 World Championship, and then followed that up with a win at Ironman 70.3 Lanzarote. Again, a lot of athletes making comparisons from Lanzarote to this course. Climate, topography, the difficulty of the bike course. I will say the one difference, the run course here, way harder, way harder, but similarities in the bike course.
Yes, we're right back here with our German contingent here. I like to just call him Florian because, you know, we're friends that way. No, we're not. But look at him go. This is another athlete that you kind of have as someone that stays off your initial radar, but for no good reason. Also an Ironman winner. He won in Barcelona, a very fast course. But he's a guy, I mean, look, when you have done it at the front of any race, when you've won an Ironman, it gives you a confidence, it gives you a know-how, it gives you some tools to work with, and those are always applicable. So he's at the front of the race, maybe a so-called dark horse, but certainly someone that could finish in the top 10 of this event.
And back to our professional women's leader, has overtaken our swim leader, Haley Chura. This is Lisa Norden out of Sweden, as we've said, Olympic silver medalist. That very, very close race. She said pre-race she actually was more known for how close that race was than if she had won outright. She said the fact that race was so close and she came up, it meant more to Sweden, the fact that she was in it and battled that way, that it was really an inspiration to her, to all of her countrymen back home and at the Olympic Games. Meant a lot to her, obviously. No one likes to be known for coming up that close and not walking away with a gold medal, but certainly a defining career moment for Lisa Norden. Made her move up to the 70.3. Says she hasn't mastered the 70.3 distance yet, but she's come to Ironman. And she said, hey, for as dominant as she was at the draft legal format, Ironman just makes a lot of sense to her. She's had a lot of success here. She feels very comfortable with the distance, which is unusual for an athlete in their first couple of times around an Ironman race course. So I think she's got a bright future ahead across the Ironman distance.
Well, that's for sure. We'll say this, Lake Placid, that was a fun race to watch when she came in here and lit that one up. And it's sort of like, oh, learning curve, pretty short. Back here, though, look at that road surface, folks. This is another reason we call this the land of endurance, the land of Ironman. I'll go ahead and say it because these roads, perfect. That scenery, amazing.
Yep.
The challenge, because when it comes down to it, look where we are on that arrow, on that topography. We're early. We haven't seen any of the elevation, so to speak.
This is the flat section of St. George, no doubt. I did a training camp out here just a few weeks ago with my training squad, and any of our sort of time trial-based intervals we did on this stretch of road because it is as flat as it gets in St. George. Where we are right now on the course, the athletes did an out and back along the opposite side of Sand Hollow State Park. Now they've come back. Sand Hollow now, as they're riding, is to the left of them. So they're basically making the turn all the way around Sand Hollow. So they've essentially gone nowhere, is what I'm saying. They did an out, came out of Sand Hollow, went to the right, did an out and back. Now they're headed in the left direction. They'll make their way all the way around Sand Hollow and make their way towards the town of St. George. So early miles here in the flat section, giving the athletes an opportunity to find their cycling legs, and as we've said, just settle in.
There's this beautiful moment in time when neither foot is touching the ground. We are free of gravity and weight, moving above the doubts, past limits. When we are light, transformed and hopeful. And if we were to collect all these moments, join them together, well, this is when anything becomes possible. This is when we fly.
Throughout my career, people have doubted my ability, and I've had it even more so when I've come into triathlon. I think this year will be very different. There will be bigger expectations on me. I love the way that I race. With my swim background, I'm almost in the driving seat from the gun. I'm the person that everyone is chasing. I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
And they're just getting underway. The pavement's great. They're running high on adrenaline. Then they'll make their way into town where they'll get a huge boost from the fans that are gathering around Snow Canyon Boulevard there at the hot corner where our Greg Welch is stationed. Lots of enthusiasm. They're going to get a lot of shouts, a lot of love there, and then they're going to head towards the Veo Loop where it will be desolate, quiet, not a lot of fans out there.
Windy.
The road's going to take a bit of a turn for the less pristine. That's where the wind, again, is going to play a factor. The wind is going to kick up starting at about that time. Again, I don't think the wind's going to get dreadful until at least a lot of the professionals are off the bike. They're going to be looking at 10-mile-an-hour winds out of the southwest with gusts up to 15 miles. So that's going to be a point, and that's when fatigue is going to start setting in, right? That's going to be around that 70-mile marker where it's not new anymore, it's not fun anymore, and it's going to be tough. But it's a world championship course. That's why we're here.
And that's the crux of it here. These guys all love a challenge. Every person on the course, and I mentioned from the first place finisher to the last place finisher, everybody here signed up for some reason or other because they enjoy challenge, they enjoy the difficulty of this, and St. George delivers in full force. Let's talk about this lead pack a little bit as we get in there. And people are saying, what have we got going on here? Kyle, because one of the guys is Kyle Smith from New Zealand, and he was having those couple words with Braden Curry, also from New Zealand. Kyle Smith, 24 years old. He's young. He's finished one Ironman as a pro, and he's not someone that you knew immediately was going to be in the game from the outset. But he absolutely is. He is at the front of the pack right now, doing some work, and it's exciting to see because we continue to see talent throughout. So his run, by the way, at Ironman New Zealand in his first Ironman, 2:51, so he can do it. All three.
No, absolutely, and he's gaining valuable experience here. Again, no one's picking him to be on the podium here, but leading an Ironman World Championship, he's going to take that with him into future races. Know he belongs at the front of this race. How long he can stay there today, we'll have to wait and see. Whether he can be there until the bitter end, but great experience for the young man out of New Zealand.
Yep, why not? And P.S. that Ironman was an 8:08 finish time, so great accolades there in that one small, short resume.
Sure.
But here we are back with Lisa Norden, and out of the saddle, we'll let you know that there is some still on this, quote, flat section. She's still getting a little up and down and coming out. Serves two purposes.
This might be the cut here where she's coming back. It does pitch up quite a bit there, so she may be in that section, of course. Again, you can see the red rock. The winds can gust here. Again, winds not picking up quite yet, but up out of the saddle. One of the benefits of this course, I mean, you ask the athletes, would you rather race a pancake flat time trial course? Everyone tends to think those are easier, but they tend to be quite difficult. You're locked into that position the whole time. This course, the anti-that. They're getting the opportunity to assume pretty much every position on their bike, from a time trial position to sitting up to sitting straight up, as we see here Daniella Ryf doing, a bit more vertical in her position, driving into those glutes, opening up that hip angle to drive more power up this climb.
A four-time winner in Kona, Daniella Ryf had an undefeated time in the sport, 70.3 Ironman. She could beat anyone and everyone. She debuted at the distance in 2014, second place to Marinda Carfrae, and really someone that is kind of laughable to not have her be our key player here. I think that she on a bad day, we've seen her perform on the come on the podium in the top 10 on a bad day. So let's remember, she's still that same athlete, and I realistically expect top 5 at the worst, but I've still got her in my top 3. This is a tenacious competitor, and she thrives at Ironman.
And again, she laughs about it. Her godson introduced her in company as, this is my godmother, Daniella. She used to be good at triathlon, which again, it's been, kids say the craziest things, I tell you, but it's been a while since we've seen Daniella at her best. She left her long-term coach, Brett Sutton, a couple of years ago, went out on her own, finished her education, did some other things, had a different focus, now self-coached. Again, we look at her resume from last year. She won a ridiculous number of races, but she wasn't as dominant as we're used to seeing her in the past. And so we sort of cut her down. We're like, is the era of Daniella over? I think today's going to be a defining moment in that.
Yeah, and realistically, a lot of athletes at the top, many people turn this upside down, but when you're looking at elite, top of the top, sometimes 8 to 10 years is really a generous amount of time to spend there. You can clearly see folks like Jan Frodeno pushing that boundary out even further, but not everybody can do that. And so I would say, well, even if there's a little breather in the pandemic where she has a couple years or a year and a half of not being at that pointy end, it helps. We only have so many years in us, right? And this is, of course, coming off of talking about Andy Potts, who's going to be a pro at 65. And if anyone can do it, he's going to do it with a team of age groupers behind him. Here's the story. We've got some great updates from the course, have done all the time, but there is one thing that we're excited to see. Some of our dynamic players in the men's race. We're out with Matt Lieto, and we're going to get to catch up and see who he's following along. I recognize that man. Matt, who you with?
Thanks so much, Michael. Right now on screen, you've got Sam Long. He's in the front, actually a bridging group. I'm actually sitting next to Cam Worf, who is one athlete behind Sam Long. But both of these athletes are now working together to move forward. But I will tell you what, Cam Worf is blowing through this field. He's been the one that I've noticed when we've been around, really pushing the gas. And he looks comfortable now, very comfortable in his position. And we have Sam is looking very good as well, and they're catching the two athletes in front. This group had Arnaud Guillot in there as well. Andy Potts was trying to hang on as well as he could, and these athletes are absolutely pushing these hills, but where Sam is making his moves was really on these downhills. So Sam is now bridged up to that athlete that we were talking about, and that was earlier, and that was Peter Hemrick that had a great swim as Sam looks around, repositions himself a little bit. So right in front of Sam, we had Peter Hemrick looking very comfortable, and David McNamee, who's kind of been looking over his shoulder the last little bit. He knew when he got dropped from that front group that things were going to start coming up to him, but he's maintained his composure and still putting good power on the pedals, but letting the race come to him. But guys, I'll tell you what, Cam Worf destroying the field. Sebastian Kienle was leading a small chase group trying to chase, and honestly, Lionel Sanders was in the back of a group behind Cam Worf, and maybe a good sign to show that Cam Worf was pushing so much, and Lionel actually sat back and kind of let, quote unquote, Cam go. But right now Cam moving to the front of this group pretty quickly. Not a huge surprise, guys, that he's moving up on this climb coming out of town. Right now we're on a big climb, so I think a lot is gonna happen to this group on this climb. But I'll tell you what, Cam is on the move.
He's on the move, Matt, and he looks incredible. So we're just talking about his form, where he's not the flattest, lowest, most aero, but he looks like what you should look like on a bike.
Right. I mean, I was just commenting, you could be more aero, right? Yeah. You wouldn't look at him. He's not super aggressive, but man, he's strong and he looks comfortable, and he's in a position that's generating that power that's enabling him to move his way up the men's field.
And we are back with Haley Chura. That was a great update from the men's chase there. You saw some Sam Long. You saw some Cam Worf. You saw some mouths agape as they watched both of those two characters roll through. Some good action, and we're going to continue to follow it. I'll remind everyone that if you don't have the Ironman tracker downloaded, or if you aren't on a desktop, you should pick that up because you can get splits, and they do roll through, and you'll get data that we're not sharing at the exact second. So keep informed as we come back to this this charge. What do you think about this charge?
It looks, the camera angle, they're getting, the camera angles can be so deceiving. It's so hard. They do look like they're spaced out. They're not quite as bunchy as they were. Maybe they're just settling into their paces and being content to have somebody else at the lead and just like maintain their position. Or the pace at the front is so strong that they're getting spaced out just a little bit, but it does look like the men's race is spreading out just a little bit here at the front.
There you go. Kyle Smith from New Zealand, 24 years old, cornering around that left turn. We're going to make another sweeping turn to the right. You'll recognize this footage.
Coming down to Washington Parkway here, yep.
Yeah, we do cover this in the Ironman 70.3, some segments that we utilize twice. Of course, a completely brand new course for this event, and a deserving course for the World Championship title. But Kyle Smith up front, Florian Anger from Germany here rolling through a part of that group. And then as you kind of continue to look, we've got Bakegaard and we've also got Braden Curry. We've got some exciting stuff. Each one has had a turn at the front for the most part, and I think they're just trying to stay away. You know what? There's some devastating run talent behind.
We're going to go down to our friend Matt, who is on a moto alongside. He's not riding alongside, but he's riding on a moto alongside one of our race favorites, Christian Blummenfelt. What are you seeing, Matt?
Thanks so much, Didi. Well, right now I'm seeing where you don't like to be is no man's land. Is Christian Blummenfelt. He looks strong, he looks good, but I'll tell you what. As I look behind, I could see that group of Cam Wurf and everybody he's pulling along with him, as well as Sam Long doing the work. They're gonna catch Christian here pretty soon, and I think Christian is gonna feel good about getting caught at this point, right? Like there's no sense to continue to push on your own. But he looks comfortable and smooth, and looks like he realizes tactically that this group is going to catch him.
That's great.
Yeah, good to know, Matt. So you're happy with what you see here from a standpoint of this is one of our favorites. You think he's in a good spot?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think he is. Obviously you'd rather be in the front, right, if you can. But I think where his run is his strength. And I think he was talking about, before Gustav pulled out, like he needed to stay in front of Gustav as long as possible. This man backs his run, and I think he knows he's a strong cyclist. But if he gets in this group and stays with who he thinks are the people he's going to have to run with, I think tactically he's going to feel like he's in a very good spot. I think we never know the athlete, but I think he'll let someone like Cam Wurf or Sam Long go. But it just kind of depends on how long that whole group is together and how much pain Sam Long and Cam Wurf decide to inflict on the athletes in that group.
Great point, Matt. Hey, Didi, what about this? We always say these things like, you let them go, but people don't let Cam Wurf go. Cam Wurf goes, and then you get left behind. But great stuff, Matt. We appreciate you as always. Can't wait to see the next update.
We're speculating on Christian Blummenfelt, right? Mark Allen had said he was a little bit surprised that he was 2 minutes and 15 seconds back out of the swim. You don't win an Olympic gold medal being a bad swimmer, to Mark's point. So a little bit back. We're speculating, is he still a little bit under the weather? We know he was a bit ill for a while. I think we'll know when the likes of Cam Wurf, Sam Long, when that group goes by him, if they blow through him and he doesn't take the bait and go with them, I think we'll maybe start to speculate that maybe he is a little bit off his game.
We'll see right now, front of the race again, and continue to look at Sam Laidlow in white with the black and red helmet. He's from France, and he is 23 years old. He's crushing it. Daniel Bakegaard are right behind him, 25-year-old Florian Anger there, and then Kyle Smith. This is a great group of riders pushing to the front of the race. But now I'm going to take a quick break and head on down to my good friend, Greg Welch, who's at the hot corner, and he's with the senior principal scientist. Greg, introduce us to your fine guest, please.
Thank you very much, Michael. You and Didi are killing it back there in the studio there, and Matt and I, we're actually enjoying a nice sunny day down here in southern Utah. This is Matt Pankey. He is the senior principal at the Gatorade Institute down there in Chicago. So, Matt, great to have you with us today. How is it to be here in southern Utah?
How can you not love it? I mean, the race course is amazing. We have all these amazing athletes. I love being here.
Yeah, me too. And so we'll get stuck into it straight away. And I just wanted to, ask you, I mean, the $1 million question is, we're around all of these athletes, they just want to know what the secret is and how do they stay hydrated, how do they stay on their game plan, and how do they have a great race out of that?
The most important thing is having a plan. So really understanding, what's the environment like, what are their individual needs. We know there's a lot of variability in the sports nutrition needs of these athletes. So understanding what are they going to be losing, what do they need to hydrate with to make sure that they really improve their performance.
You know, this race, as a world championship race, the humidity levels are right down there. I know the Gatorade endurance formula was formulated, around, high humidity, heat, and, salt replacement, sodium replacement, extra electrolytes. That was the science that went into Gatorade endurance formula. But for an athlete here competing with the low humidity levels, it's going to be a little bit warmer coming up at the end of the day, like for the age group or athlete, actually. So, do they need to start preparing for that beforehand, because sometimes it is too late?
Yeah, sure. You don't realize how much you're actually losing in this dry environment. So thinking about, once again, doing your testing before, understanding what you're actually losing, so you're not guessing. It's not guesswork. You can go into it having that plan. You mentioned how the Gatorade Endurance Formula was developed. It's developed to help replace what the athletes are losing. So it doesn't matter necessarily if it's dry or humid. It's what are you losing, so that you know what you should take to have your performance on race day.
Okay, so I know that you were a big part of, the sweat patch and how that was developed as well. So why don't you give us an idea, a little bit of insight on how you got to that point and why?
Lots of tests, lots of athletes over the years, right? We spend a lot of time in the lab.
A lot of brainstorming sessions.
Yeah, for sure. But, we've tested athletes in Kona for years. Last decade, we're testing athletes and understanding that there is that individual need. And we test the athletes, we do the analysis, give the data back to them. But the trick is, how can athletes, everyday athletes, professional athletes, everybody do it on their own and know that? So with the sweat patch, what you're able to do is, put it on, do the training session. It's going to give you your sweat rate and sweat sodium loss. And that all that information that you're going to get, you'll be able to help you in your training sessions, planning your race day. So that's really the key.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Gatorade Endurance Formula has been, with Ironman for a very, very long time here. So let's just take a look down at the screen right now here. And, Matt, as we go through it, we're seeing that Cam Worth right now. He's coming up on another athlete here and doing what Cam Worth does, and that is, overtaking people too. And Daniella Ryf, like in our women's race. Daniella, finding the form, mid-year, it's coming up into the middle of May right now. Didn't start off the best way that she wanted to in 2022. This is the 2021 Intermountain Healthcare Ironman World Championship, but Daniella Ryf now finding her feet and getting stuck into it. And then Kat Matthews right there as well. So Kat Matthews, one of our favourites out there today. We want to thank you very much for being on the show with us today on behalf of Ironman. Thank you to Gatorade Endurance Formula, and to you, Matt Pankey.
Always
you have
a pleasure.
great day.
Thank you.
All right, back to you guys.
Well, some exciting updates in our women's race as we take a look at our women's lead. This is Lisa Norden at the front, but she's got some unwelcome company this early. I'm sure that is Daniella Ryf. This is the Danny of old. We're not waiting for her to make her move. She has made her move and made her way to the front of this race. She carries with her Kat Matthews just a couple of seconds back, and Sky Munch another couple seconds back of there. So Danny leading the charge here, about to pass our race leader and go into the lead for the first time today. Daniella Ryf back on top at the Ironman World Championship.
Almost there and taking a little breather before she comes around. Ever the optimist, I'm going to say this. I'd be saying that's welcome company if I'm Lisa Norden, because dangling all by yourself out in front can be a dangerous position. Now she at least feels or senses the company of a four-time Ironman world champ. That's help. Kat Matthews coming behind, Sky Munch behind, and all of these women can really still try and get away from Annie Haug, from Heather Jackson, from women that can light up the run. So let's just wait and see if they make use of this.
Whether it's on the road or in the pool, your activity has high demands. Rooted in sweat and grounded in science, we understand your unique fueling needs. That is why we created formulas just for you, endurance athletes, helping you replace what you're losing and keeping you fueled. And there's nowhere we'd rather be than with you along this journey, because together we are formulated for farther. From the creators of Gatorade, Gatorade Endurance. Formulated for you. Formulated for farther.
Yeah, she's got the ability, but what's the decision going to be?
Well, we'll see. And as we also see, this is some great footage of this beautiful St. George, Utah, USA, and the race weather here brought to you by Roca. They're calling it 69 degrees now, 20 Celsius. Water temperature is irrelevant at this point. It was a little lower. But here's my story. 70 degrees or 75 degrees in a 15% humidity environment. These athletes are just now starting to realize that they're sweating. They're just right there because I think what happens.
They're just now starting to feel their feet.
Perhaps, but as you get out there, and this is something that I brought up early, and I want to continue to highlight it as we get through. In an arid climate, the big difference to this to a race in a humid environment is that you are sweating, but the evaporation and the cooling effect are working. So sweat is on your skin, it evaporates, you cool off. That's great. Look, Matt Pankey just came on, and here I'm talking science. The bottom line is when you're not realizing that you're sweating because of that dry climate, you fall behind on your Gatorade. You fall behind on the fluid intake, and you don't realize. You kind of get lulled into this false sense of security. You see that in races where there's a dry climate, especially if you're not used to it, if you come from any level of humidity. So, Didi, let's just touch base on that here in another hour, 2 and 4 hours, because that's when we're going to actually see some of these athletes start to melt down.
Our athletes, our pro lead men, have made their way up Washington Parkway, making that turn, heading towards the town of St. George, and our man Matt Lieto is with them. Matt, what are you seeing as they make their way into town?
Yeah, thanks so much, Didi. Well, what I see about this front group is absolutely, they're moving, and they are putting a lot of space. They're trying to put space in between each other, but right now, I'll tell you what, last time I saw you, I was with Cam and that chase group, and you could see the helicopter, and it was so far away. I mean, guys, it took me almost this entire time since that last chat on a motorcycle to catch this front group. So that's going to be a little bit disheartening to that group chasing, because this is a large group with a big gap. Sam Smith pushing the pace. Obviously, Daniel Backegard looks very comfortable in the middle. Braden Curry has had to push a few times to get back, but I will say it's real hard to think that the podium, a couple podium spaces, and possibly the win is in the driver's seat of this group. It's just they've got such a big gap. And all those athletes behind, guys, I was on a motorcycle. I'm just burning gas to get up here. Those athletes from behind want to get up to this group. They're burning a lot of matches, and these guys do not have to burn those matches to be here. But guys, there's a lot happening in this front group, a lot of good pace, but we're going to let you guys take it from here.
Thank you, Matt. Good stuff as always. And I guess what I'm curious about too is we come back and have a look at some of these athletes. When now we're looking at, that was just a quick shot of Annie Haug. So great to see her on camera. Annie Haug, ultimately our defending Ironman world champion, having won in Kona in 2019. So she's the last one to take the crown. Got a quick shot of her before we come back here to Sky Mensch in the purple. Thank you, Sky, for wearing this easily identifiable color. Same to Ben Hoffman. We enjoy this. They stand out, Didi.
They absolutely do, and they're one of a kind. That's the thing. We appreciate the team environments, the BMCs. They're great, but the individuality and those athletes that stand out certainly make our job a bit easier.
That's right. That's right. And so here, and that's exactly it. So we're looking at this up the road. You can see Daniella Ryf in pink, Kat Matthews in red, and then we've got Lisa Norden in white, and then here's Sky sitting well back. And this is interesting. Two totally different dynamics. Matt was talking about how being up front, you don't have to burn matches. You're in a good spot. My question as well is, as you look back in that men's race, 5 minutes back is Lionel Sanders, Chris Leiferman, and then up the road. So you've already had that break where we talked about Werf and Long and those guys all together. It's interesting the way that part to me is really dynamic this early.
It is dynamic. What it says to me is by the time they hit the Veo climb, those groups will not converge. I mean, there's just not enough real estate for that chase group, the Werf train, so to speak, to catch our leaders. I think if that were to happen, that would be monstrous. I don't think they have the real estate, but here we have Kat Matthews taking her turn at the front. Kat Matthews with the pass. Again, we know she is with Daniella, Skye Monch, and Lisa Norden now in that lead group of 4 women who have come together. It's another minute and 6 seconds to Fenella Langridge, who is has gone past Haley Chura. And so then we enter into no man's land where the women are really spread out, and some of the cyclists are moving up, some of the stronger swimmers are moving back, but aside from this lead group, it really is one-offs throughout the entire women's field.
Yeah, and always one to correct myself when I make a gross error, but when I saw the number 1, that's actually number 7, and that's Kat Matthews. So if I erroneously referred to that as Annie Haug earlier, I apologize profusely, and will only make 74 mistakes for the rest of the day. But I will talk about this. It's so cool to see someone like Kat Matthews who has good and great results, but she also still is going to get aggressive. It's like, hey, you don't have experience at the Ironman World Championship, but does it matter? Maybe this is a benefit, the push.
She doesn't care.
She doesn't.
Like, I've watched her pre-race, and she knows there's a spotlight on her. She knows she's been mentioned as a favorite, mentioned as a possibility for the podium. And she just looks at them as just that. Those are predictions. And she has been looking forward to this opportunity to show what is possible out on the race course. And she is not afraid. She's prepared to take the win. So here, what a great shot. We have the rookie and the veteran, right? We've got Kat Matthews and Daniella Ryf. Daniella with a world of experience, and Kat Matthews here in her first Ironman World Championship. So it's a great storyline throughout our race here today, particularly in the women's field where we have so many Ironman World Championship rookies. One of them right here, Kat Matthews, looking to make her mark, and she is absolutely not afraid. She is unfussed by the fact that she is racing in her first Ironman World Championship.
I don't know if you're allowed to say that word on the air, but anyway, I
Unfussed?
applaud you for saying. Just kidding. So as we come back to the athlete representing Great Britain, sitting at the front of the race, something that's notable to me: no visor, no glasses,
Yes.
no problem. Some athletes really cringe at this. Some prefer it.
In the dry climate, to me, it's unusual.
And I kind of
my
wonder.
eyes are dry. My eyes are watering.
Your eyes are watering right now. I just wonder if it was an accident. You know, we did see some visors hit the dirt in transition. Was it intentional accident? Does it matter? It might. It's one of those things where ultimately there is sort of some of these performance eyewears like Roka. The reason they cover your whole face is because of the extra added energy that it takes for your eye to focus, and the extra added wear and tear from like you said, watering. It's just wear and tear, and all of this adds up. So ultimately, we have to watch that throughout. Coming back here, we've got Kat Matthews, and I want to remind you that she is a rookie, but she is taking the bull by the horns, cutting back to the men's race. But I'm telling you, here's the story. These guys are well into the bike ride. The run is far, far off. But I will tell you, once they're racing, this finish line does not come soon enough for some of these athletes, especially on a day like this where it's super hot and the course like this, which is super challenging. And so when they get to the finish line, what they're going to see is the hyper-ice recovery zone. And I tell you what, earlier this week, Matt Lieto caught up with one of today's pro athletes to talk a little bit about what you can expect at the hyper-ice finish line.
Well, I'm down here in the expo area, down here in the merch tent, specifically with one of our global partners, Hyperice, and do you recognize this guy? It's Andy Potts.
I've been around. Maybe you've seen me.
Maybe. And you've been with Hyperice a little bit, yeah?
Yes, yeah. I started working with Hyperice a couple years ago. You know, the older that you get, you gotta find different ways to recover.
Oh, I know.
And this is like the fourth, some people say, maybe this is the fifth discipline?
Yeah.
So it goes swimming, biking, running, recovery, nutrition, or is it nutrition, recovery?
Does that order change the older you get?
Yes, for sure.
Well, we like to keep it casual here at Ironman, and nothing more casual than sitting in the Normatec recovery boots. How integral is this to your recovery and your training?
You know, this is weekly. I used to be able to do more work in a smaller time frame, but as I get older, I need just more time to complete the same amount of work.
Okay.
But the workload has not changed, and so that's why I'm still like relatively competitive.
Oh, right. Yeah. And another new thing this year from Hyperice, they're going to be at all of the events with the Hyperice Recovery Zone, right?
Yeah, so recovery zone at the finish line. This is a really important element to get the most out of your day, to get the most out of your prep for the race. Swim, bike, run, and you got to recover. Because if you can't be your best the next day, then you put in all this work and it's really hard to get it out. So that's where, like, I've got a few of these toys at home, not all as many as the Hyper Tank holds. But this is actually what we see when we watch NFL games or NBA games. On the sideline, what the pros are doing. It'll be available to everybody.
Thanks so much for kind of walking us through your routine and what keeps you going at advanced age.
Thanks for having me, Matt.
Well, Didi, we are looking at a little leaderboard here as you look at Daniel Bakegaard from Denmark here charging at the front of this race. Off and on, we're going back and forth between Kyle Smith from New Zealand, Sam Lalo from France, Daniel Bakegaard, as I said, from Denmark, Florian Anger from Germany, and what about Brayton Curry from New Zealand? Those five have been sharing the lead for quite a while now. And then the chase group, Christian Blummenfelt in pretty well no man's land, 3 minutes, 20 seconds back. And then, of course, the charge coming from Cam Werf, trying to kind of reel him in and then perhaps drag him along. One thing's for sure is these guys love it. Seeing each other out there, there's a head game that goes on. There's a little bit of fun that's had. The competitive side that we don't get to see here from the cameras.
And as I scroll down through the men's race at our last timing mat, which was at mile 38.9, so a few miles ago now, one thing that is of note, Lionel Sanders losing time as well, not making a charge here on the bike. Is that patience? Is that him having an off day? Not seeing him make the moves we thought we would as we look at our professional women here going through an aid station. They are in the town, I believe, of Washington right now, or approaching there quite quickly. Aid, always important. So you miss a grab, you really need to make sure you slow down. We saw Daniella there miss. She got the last one there. Missed a couple of bottles. Again, you're in a rush to get there. You don't want to lose your spot in line. You don't want the leader to get away from you, but nutrition, hydration, so important, particularly this early in the race. You can't be neglecting that as we look at Kat Matthews up out of the saddle, charging up this little uphill section here.
It makes me really happy to see Daniella Ryf in this group.
Yes.
Just because it is, for me, it is more fun to see a dynamic race of all the players, the new, the older, the veterans, the rookies, all ages, all nationalities. It really makes it exciting. And I have to admit, just watching Daniella, and we always go through this, is she having a good day, a bad day? Her last Kona was not a good day.
Yes.
And so you always kind of say, where are her legs? It's early still to say, but she's there. A great swim, and she's in the top 4. She's battling it out, and we know Kat Matthews' legs are good. Check them out.
Yeah, no, absolutely. As we look down our women's top 10, again, this is back at mile 25.2, so it's a little dated, but we have the likes of Kat Matthews, Daniella Ryf, Skye Munch, Lisa Norden. Then they string out. We've got Fenella Langridge sitting alone in 5th place. She's about 15 seconds ahead of Haley Chura, having gone past Haley, going backwards through the field. Jocelyn McCauley then, a big drop off. She's 2 minutes, 22 seconds back. Annie Haug at 3:37 back. Maja Stage, who was in that group with these women in the swim, Maja Stage now 4:59 back, and then it drops down to 8 minutes and 36 seconds back with Ruth Astle moving up into the top 10 for the first time today.
There you go. And we know, looking at her speed, Ruth Astle's speed, 21.78 miles an hour, it's above many of the people in front of her. We also know that 8 minutes in an Ironman is a tiny drop in the bucket, amounts to about 20 seconds per mile on the run.
Right.
If we extrapolate all the way down the road. But yeah, it's a tight race, and it's going to continue to be.
And dynamic as well, because again, as we've said, this is the, quote, easy part of this bike course. Many challenges still ahead of these athletes. We've got the temperature rising, we've got the wind picking up, and we have the amplitude of this bike course just getting ready to show itself to the athletes as their men make their way towards town. And only a few miles after that, they will start that storied Veo Loop climb.
How about this too? We haven't really talked about it, but Laura Siddle. I mean,
Yeah.
this is another athlete that has taken out 4 Ironman titles, extremely competitive, representing Great Britain, and realistically, we know Great Britain. They do extremely well at the women's Ironman game. Always have.
They've got an entire inventory of athletes, any number of whom could win this race. And Sid's just another one with the potential. I think on a great day, we could very easily see her in the top 5. She's another one of those strength athletes that we talk about.
Yep, good all-arounder and moving up with a great bike average right now. So here we have a nice little ripping downhill here, getting a little bit aero. Kat Matthews, front of the race. And we're cruising along, just enjoying these images right now. As we talked about, this race is so cool. It goes in and out of town, in and out of incredible scenery, in and out of isolation. We happen to be in a spot where you're getting a little love. Some people enjoy that. Others like the solitude, but just a very unique and diverse kind of ever-changing course here in St. George.
And again, the Scenics will say it time and time again, what a beautiful course, although these athletes not really realizing it at the time. We are here at I believe this is the Snow Canyon Parkway, as the athletes making their way towards town, through town, and eventually to that Veo Loop climb.
Yep, and this is the lead group. Bakegaard there at the front, and then coming right to the back. Remember, we've got Braden Curry, and that looks to be his Red Bull helmet. And then bouncing right back up to the women, Daniella Ryf sitting second wheel, a solid 20 meters back, really comfortably pushing her. I should never say comfortable. It looks comfortable to me. I should say adeptly pushing forward. Daniella Ryf, a 4-time Ironman world champ. Great to see the Swiss athlete here pushing true to form, the Daniella Ryf that we've watched for a better part of the last decade.
Absolutely good to see Danny back at the front of the race. A lot of people cheering for her that she will stay there all the way to the finish line. I think a lot of people discounted her because of the last couple of years of performances. At big events, hasn't shined the way we've used to seeing her shine in the past. But now she's back, and the women making the other women around her take notice.
2 hours, 25 minutes.
Intermountain Healthcare, the official health partner of the 2021 Intermountain Healthcare Ironman World Championship, presented by Utah Sports Commission.
The pursuit of excellence may look different for everyone, but the demands are the same. Dedication, hard work, and striving for greater health. It's something we understand at Intermountain Healthcare because we share your commitment to it.
And that second place, just briefly, these two are exchanging that lead, but powering it up. You can notice the signature low cadence of Daniella Ryf seated and making her way up that little pitch, with Kat Matthews taking that second seat for a little while. And then we're right back down the road for Sky. Our American, she together with, I would say, Heather Jackson, our true top American hopefuls here, with Lindsay Corbin clearly being someone you would never rule out. We have to wait and see when she comes into the fold, because she always does. But really kind of an interesting international flair here at the front, where we have Sweden, Switzerland, Great Britain, and USA, the front four, 2 hours and 22 minutes into the race. And still 102 miles to go to the finish line. That means we've knocked off about 38 miles total. So when you say it that way, it's kind of, I don't know, it's kind of disheartening.
I mean, you talked about it. We
inspiring.
look at these gaps that are growing now, and we look at our defending women's champion Ann Haug, 3 minutes and 37 seconds back. That gap is growing, right? So you start to raise an eyebrow. Is this getting, too big? No, because the leads are going to change in this race 1,000 times between now and the finish line. There's going to be back and forth. Again, this is still at this caliber of performance, anyone in this field can ride a bike really, really well for 70 to 80 miles. It's then that things are going to start to split apart. We're going to start to see cracks, errors in decisions made earlier in the race that are going to start to show themselves, but not certainly at this stage. It's far too early.
Daniella Ryf, a little bit of a poker face due to that mirrored shield on her helmet, but you see that there's work being done. How did we get here? Wow, it is late in the game. It is early in the game here of this bike ride. You can see it right there. If you see that graphic at the top, the finish line, the checkered flag is how far we are away from that. But we got to this by way of the Roca Swim early this morning, 6:15 a.m. to be precise. And these World Championship presented by Utah Sports Commission. And we are off and running, Didi. Sand Hollow Reservoir, and it was arms of flailing, Didi. These men making quick work of each other, trying to get right after it, and this was exciting. We didn't have really any surprise when we saw Daniel Bakegaard get to the front. I think some of the surprises happened later when there were breaks, and Christian Blummenfelt was dropped from the group, brought back to the group by way of David McNamee, and then spit right back out.
And in our women's race, almost as scripted, I would have called it that way, and I would not have been wrong. It was Haley Chura alone at the front of our women's race. She was chased by Lisa Norden and Fenella Langridge, and then it was a larger pack of 6 women that included some of our race favorites, Daniella Ryf, Skye Munch, Kat Matthews, all in that group of female chasers.
Bakegaard from Denmark started to get away a little bit even, but ultimately couldn't shake the likes of his fellow swimmers. One thing is for sure, we knew that Haley Chura would get away. What we didn't know was whether or not she would have anyone tickling her toes for a while. She was all alone.
Again, if anyone was going to do it, it was going to be these 2 women. It was Fenella Langridge with Lisa Norden sitting on her feet. The 2 stayed together, were able to hold off the chase group of 6 that were the third group, but Haley Chura, no match for those other women.
And out of the water, Bakegaard laid low from France. And, of course, we also had Kyle Smith, New Zealand, Braden Curry, New Zealand, these Florian Anger from Germany. All of those men got in and on solid ground and made it through transition pretty seamlessly.
And then it was Haley Chura all on her own for the women as we made our way into transition. We saw that cold water taking its toll on the athletes, some difficulty getting out of wetsuits, some cold hands, some dropped visors, a couple of errors, but well underway here on the bike.
A lot of fumbling at the end of that Roca swim course, to be sure, especially for pros. We're used to seeing them pretty flawless, but now we are here in the meat of this bike race. You can see that there's still a good dose of riding to go. The men still have just about 64 miles to go. The women have about 72 miles to go. Approximate estimations here of where they are on the road, and pretty accurate though. We factor in their speed and run the math, but check that out, Didi. Bakegaard's managed to put a little bit of a break because he's got space between rider number 3, 4, and 5.
Yeah, this section of the road, it's obviously a heavily commercialized road. There's some rollers along this road and a couple of sweeping turns along this road. Clearly, Bakegaard trying to utilize some of this stretch to establish some separation. And again, this could be strategic. They're maybe 10 miles, if that, away from the start of the climb towards Vejo. So maybe he's looking to establish a little bit of separation, doesn't want to attack that climb with quite so big a group at the front. So maybe strategically putting in a bit of a surge now, seeing if he can shake 1 or 2 competitors in the process.
And here we've got a nice little look down on Sam Laidlow. Led Ironman Texas 2 weeks ago for most of the race. Did get caught up, but he had a good run at the front. He actually lost his visor there as well, if I remember correctly, now that we're talking about it. Braden Curry up out of the saddle and making a little move here past the German. So Braden Curry, a 4-time Ironman winner, tough as nails, came from Xterra, came from Adventure Racing, and has just really made himself a well-known name brand in the Ironman world, has done top 10 in Kona. But this is our lead group, Didi, rolling.
See that thing John Morant has? That's a hypervolt. That thing he uses to warm up and stay loose before he throws it down. That thing Tony Finau uses on course between shots. Ooh, that's money. That thing Robin and I use before and after we're on the bike so we can ride harder tomorrow. That thing Erlen Haaland uses before smashing it into the back of the net. That thing that's for everyone. The Hypervolt from Hyper Ice. Give your body the daily relief it's been asking for.
What a great little gift here. Have a 4-time Ironman world champ show me the ropes a little bit. Not that she needs explaining, but still, this is a great escort, if you will. I'd love to be in that company.
I would say these two together on the bike could be a dangerous combination, although Sky Munch and Lisa Norden, I mean, really, really strong cyclists. Again, we have to get inside the minds of these competitors. Are they trying to be smart? Are they trying to be patient? But I don't think you let an athlete like Daniella Ryf, who's won a gazillion world titles in her career, and an athlete like Kat Matthews, who obviously these women know her potential. You don't want to give them too much leeway because both of those women capable of running really, really well. So surprised to see that separation at this point on the bike. To be determined, is it the pace that Daniella and Kat are setting, or is it a little bit of poise and patience on the part of Sky Munch and Lisa Norden?
I thought you said poison, but poise and
Poise
patience
and
is
patience.
good too. As we come back, want to acknowledge again, a lot of the folks are watching us on all these different platforms. It's always fun to see your comments, so keep them coming. We enjoy interacting with you, of course, on Facebook and Peacock. You guys are out there as well. We love it. This is what I'm looking at here. Daniella Ryf get into a little rhythm. This is what we know. She gets her head down and pushes. Remember, she's got, what is her course record at Kona? 8:26, if I don't remember wrong. That is incredibly fast. That year, I think she outbiked on the second half nearly everyone, right? What's the stat?
Including all of the men. I think she outbiked all but about 3 or 4 men on the way back from Hawaii.
All the women, of course, but nearly everyone in the race. Daniella Ryf in her form, pushing quite well, and that's exciting to see because she's also got a wicked run to her credit. So some exciting racing going on that side.
And our men will have made their way through town now, making their way out towards the start of the climbing. Again, this is where we expect fireworks to happen, so to speak. You can see the elevation gain they've made even since. You can see the town behind them came there from Sand Hollow Park, the reservoir there. And they have been climbing, although we called out the flat part of the course. Most of the climbing is still ahead of them.
That's a beautiful shot again overhead there with that red rock and that beautiful pavement down the middle. Some great stuff as we look back to what Kat Matthews has been able to achieve as a professional. The 31-year-old has already won 2 Ironmans, Florida in 2020, which was smoking fast. She cranked that one in a total time of 8:40. And then she also won the Ironman UK 2021, and that's a brutal course. That course took her an hour longer. So she won 2 Ironmans, one at 8:40, one at 9:40. But I mention that because if you can win in Bolton and Ironman UK, I mean, Didi, you know, that is serious climbing. That is serious leg-burning exercise that then you have to run off. So I have a lot of faith in her ability. And check out that climb right there. That shows you how steep it is.
Absolutely. I mean, this is starting to get serious, and this isn't even the serious part yet. I mean, this course, again, we've talked about it, and we knew it was coming, and it's starting to get serious. This is where we're going to see some sparks fly.
I guess kind of what I would wonder, too, when we talked about Lionel Sanders, and he said his big nerve point was, am I going to make the right decisions with regard to pacing and nutrition? Well, to be honest, pacing and nutrition, those are the reasons that he has 23 Ironman 70.3 wins.
Right.
And only 2 Ironman wins.
Yep.
He is so good. But anyway, I bring him up because right now, he could be making the smartest call ever to what you just said. We're in some crazy hills.
Yes.
And we haven't even gotten to the hard part. Let's roll over to the course with the women. I know Matt Lieto is on kind of on the mission with our 3rd and 4th place women. So Matt, what have you got? We're gonna check it out with you.
Yeah, thanks, Michael. Yeah, as you guys know, the women's field is pretty spread out, and we have some breeze on the course, and I think this is where we're going to start seeing kind of the strength come to the front. Obviously, Daniella and Kat really pushing that pace, but right now we're here with two great cyclists in Lisa Norden and Skye Moench. And, as we've seen this duo go by where we've been at a few times, Skye's been the one pushing the pace, and Lisa's been pretty good at staying that legal distance, but she having Skye push that pace. Both of these athletes, talking to them, especially Lisa, she's been really focused on the second half of this run. So, and she's a cyclist. She's has national championships, and when asked if she's going to use that to really destroy the bike leg, and she's like, I hope to be patient enough to not use it because I'll hurt myself if I do. So she's just trying to save as much energy as possible till she gets to this run. Now Skye is one on a mission, right? Like, she's an athlete that is, here, and she's able to draw on kind of her hometown community that's coming on and cheering her on in this race as she pushes this third place. So she's really pushing the pace here, but again, that gap to Daniella and Skye is still pretty decent, and we're gonna go try and catch these first and second athletes. But right now, these two women are really separating themselves from the rest of the chasers, and they both look calm and it's not stressed at all. She just gave me a little smile, but Skye is.
And there you go. Good stuff. Didi, let me get your observation on that. You've got Skye Moench and Lisa Norden saying she wants to save it for the back half of the run. That's great strategy. What do you think?
I think if Skye is going to want to do the work, then Lisa is absolutely being the smarter player there to just let her do the work. But it speaks to me that neither Skye nor Lisa, and Lisa is perhaps being the more patient one, but if Skye is really the one attacking, that she wasn't attacking enough to stay with Kat Matthews and Daniella when they were together. Obviously, at some point that break was made, and the fact that Skye didn't answer it yet is still being super aggressive. I think once Daniella and Kat broke away, Skye would be better off taking turns with Lisa and working together, because right now she's burning in a match that she doesn't need to, and Lisa's being the smarter athlete, letting Skye do the work.
There you go. I think, it's a good time to remember that these two women up front, Daniella Ryf and Kat Matthews, we often say these things like the two let them ride away, and what happened was these two women rode away. So at the moment they put down a little bit of a surge. Skye might have been looking at her power at that point, just said, hey, I know what I'm capable of. This is a little too much. Maybe she did let him go. Maybe she did actually say, I'm going to push the pace at the front of my little train, but I don't need to do that, even if I'm capable of it.
And looking back beyond the lead four, back through at mile 38.9, where the women went through not long ago, Fenella Langridge at 3 minutes back, Jocelyn McCauley 3:53, Annie Haug now 4:44 back. She's gone past Haley Chura as well, who now sits in 8th place, and it's Maja Stage, who's 7 minutes and 33 seconds back. That's through mile 38.9 in the women's race. So the women considerably well spread out.
Yes, indeed. And we've got our men through 51.7 miles or 83.2 kilometers. Check it. They're rolling through at a nice high 26.5, 26.7 miles per hour. Sam Laidlow went through that marker first. Daniel Bakegaard second. Braden Curry, Kyle Smith, and Florian Angert. Those five have gone through 51.7 miles, not even halfway, okay? And as we've seen on that graphic, and if you look at the course profile, the real meat of it starts at about mile 60. There's going to be a 20-mile climb up to Gunlock State Park. When you see them start to do that, that's just really where the pain starts to settle in, and you have to really pay attention to output and intake as well as you go through that second. Nutrition, it means a lot at that point. if I'm not doing bad math, 14 minutes down is going to be a little over 30 seconds a mile that she's going to need to make up. And again, I'm doing math from Daniella to Annie Haug. This is something that if I bet on anyone to be able to run 30 seconds a mile into anyone, it's Annie Haug. But it starts to get a little uncomfortable where you say, I don't really want to see much more than 10 or 12 minutes. 14, 15, too much.
But then if we look at what's happening behind the top 9, rounding out the top 10, we've got Laura Siddle making her way into the top 10 for the first time, but it's the trio of Brits, Siddle, Astle, Nikki Bartlett. Those 3 women can ride bikes. Those 3 women, I think once we see the climb, we're going to see them. Those are strength athletes. I think we may see them overtake the likes of Maya Stage, certainly go by Haley Chura. There's a lot of potential for them in the miles to come on this bike course. Those are 3 women that can ride bikes, and the 3 of them together, they're separated by mere seconds with Renee Kiley just off the back of that group. They could do some damage.
That's exciting. That is really exciting. Great reference there. 10th, 11th, and 12th position, but in 60 miles, we're probably talking 3rd, 4th, and 5th, 5th, 6th, and 7th, something.
Exactly. Yeah. Those are the things that can happen with what's left on this bike course.
Yes, indeed. And now you're watching again this train of athletes roll through, and it's a small train and it's a legal train. Everyone likes to say it looks so close from this angle, and as soon as our cameras go to the side, you'll realize. But what we're seeing here, Kyle Smith, of course, Braden Curry, Daniel Bakegaard, Florian Angard, these athletes really charging, and of course Sam Laidlow from France. These youngsters, and I'll say all youngsters except Braden. You know, he's in his 37, right? So we say Braden Curry, he's an old guy at 37 years old. I'm joking, Braden. You're very young and vibrant, but it is interesting to see. Gosh, how many young or mid-20s, early 20s people are really making an impact at this distance?
I mean, we're not only saying they're Ironman World Championship rookies. But yes, their age. Typically, we think of the Ironman athletes, the successful ones, being in their 30s, having a little bit more experience across this distance. We know Ironman is a distance that favors the experience, the decisions that you have to make, the tactics that are played across such a long distance. But right now, we're seeing a bunch of youngsters just rip up this course.
And I have to also correct, Braden, I gave you 2 years. You're 35, so you're older.
He's an old man compared to the guys he's riding with.
Yeah, I called him 37, but either way, that's it. Didi, here's the thing. Our sport has made a nice big evolution over the last, we'll even say 4 years, where you're seeing more people that excel and decide to come to Ironman as the focal point at a young age with serious speed, serious desire. The experience isn't there, but they make up for it with the gusto. So great stuff as we look in on Daniella Ryf.
We look in on Daniella Ryf, but another exciting update. We've got our friend Greg Welch, who is down at the hot corner with our good friend Nick Chase. Nick knows this course inside and out because he's based right here in St. George. Nick, welcome to the show. Thanks for being with us.
Yeah, well, thank you very much, Didi and Mike. Thank you for that great commentary as you are bringing us right through this race, painting an incredible canvas on southern Utah right now at the Intermountain Healthcare Ironman World Championship presented by Utah Sports Commission. Yes, I do have Nick Chase, but look at the grace, the grit, and determination of Daniella Ryf, the 4-time Ironman World Champion, as she makes her way back into the form that we know that she's capable of. And Nick, this course, you've got to explain the beauty of this course. You're from this area. Have a look at this.
I cannot say enough about how much I appreciate Ironman coming here and putting on such a remarkable event for all the athletes. As beautiful as it is, as we all have seen in the past, it can be one of the most challenging courses as well. So beauty can also be trumped by just pure grit out there.
Well, you know, the pure grit's going to be there all day. Like you said, it's a very undulating course, 7,400 feet of vertical climbing here today. Elevation gain, you know, they start at 3,000 feet. They finish off at about 2,800 feet before they get onto the run. We've got great conditions right now. We're going to approach about 90-plus degrees Fahrenheit today, which is in the 30s in Celsius, but the humidity is really low. You're from this area. Tell us a little bit about how you attack those conditions in training.
Well, I can be very honest and say that when we transition from winter to the hotter months, you forget. And oftentimes I'll still go out with only a bottle for a 3-hour ride because that's what you need in the early season. And then you're having to pick up tons of gas station stops because the evaporation effect is just unreal. And right now, they're probably starting to feel the heat, and it's going to get even worse as they start to head through what I would consider the guts of this course from Gunlock towards Veyo. And I always have to take a lot of extra sodium, spray myself down with cold water to try to stay cool. But the good news is, once you climb up to Veyo, you're at a higher altitude, and it's a little cooler up there, but you do descend back into the heat.
Yeah, it looks like the athletes right now are going through Red Hills Parkway down onto Snow Canyon Parkway as well. This is going to be the guts of the race where you said that's actually where they're going to be at 50 miles and also 80 miles before they go back out around Snow Canyon for the second loop. After they go up there, they'll be coming screaming back down the 18. But after Gunlock, mate, they got the wall. Explain that for us.
So the wall is fantastic to just go downwards because you're looking at this open cliff. You could just fly it off at any time. Originally, the course,
maybe in your wingsuit.
Yeah, I mean, I always take a little vest and open it up and make sure I have a good time. But I would say for sure the wall is more dominating over the scale of what you look at. You're like, I've got to go all the way up to where that house is. My goodness. But they don't have an easy ride to get to the wall. There's about 3 kickers on that reach out there that'll just remind you that this is a tough, hilly course.
Give us an idea. I mean, the conditions here today right now are absolutely perfect. People were calling for not so fast times, but I actually disagree. I think they're actually going to go pretty fast here. They've already had a 46.5 swim, and they're looking like they're going to do well under that, the 420 mark on the bike, which is incredibly hard to do on this course. But the wind is going to kick in a little bit later on, and I was mentioning before that the southwest winds that are going to be kicking in at about 10 to 15 miles an hour, that's going to be about 1 o'clock, but that's when all the pros are said and done. The age groupers then will get help up the hills, but it is going to gust in around about 20 to 25 miles an hour out of the southwest as well. Will that have any determining factor on our race today?
Absolutely. You can never count the weather out in St. George from taking it from a tough race to an extreme race. And we've seen last year, even at World Championship 70.3, mid-race on the run course for us pro athletes, we just got hit by hail, crazy rains, and when age group athletes were just early stages of the bike course, and we're just getting pummeled. Not that that's looking to happen today, but it can happen anytime in St. George. Earlier this week on Monday and Tuesday, they even had to cancel some of the swim practices because the wind was just kicking up so quick. So the wind conditions here in St. George can be different from Hurricane and can be different from what they're going to experience in Gunlock. And the age groupers, I mean, I feel terrible sometimes as a pro athlete because we're finished and they're out there for 5-6 more hours. So we've got a good chance to start early and get rid of all those terrible conditions.
Exactly. Well, the mercury is definitely rising. We started off in the 60-degree area this morning. It's up into the high 70s. We're going to search for about a 90-degree day here, but right now the heat is being turned up right now by Daniella Ryf, finding a form again in 2022, but she is chasing down Kat Matthews. Now, Kat Matthews and Daniella Ryf, absolutely two of the fastest bikers on circuit, and Sky Munch from the USA. This is fantastic to see these 3 women, in a battle right now. Now, I know that a lot of athletes came out and trained on this course as well. Very important to do that, get the lay of the land, get the altitude thing down. It's a little bit of, the allergies are sort of kicking up. You've got the desert wind and the desert sand that's kicking up. And just explain to us, you saw a bunch of athletes, coming out. I know that the Julie Dibbins group from Boulder, Colorado came out and did a 2-week block.
Oh, yeah, and I was feeling for them. We've had some non-traditional wind patterns come through the past 5 to 6 weeks. Probably every day, midday, we're seeing 20, 30-mile-an-hour gusts here and there. But I saw Matt Hansen, Justin Metzler, the rest of the Dibbins crew out there, some of those getting ready for Ironman Texas as well, throwing themselves into the environment, making sure that they were going to be a product of this tough environment and be more prepared than race day. And as you can see, it's just vast beauty with the red rocks, but again, don't let that beauty deceive you. There's a lot of pain to be had out there if you're working your butt off.
There really is. As you look over the beautiful sights of Utah, this is southwestern Utah, right on the Arizona border here. Snow Canyon State Park is what you're looking at here at the 2021 Intermountain Ironman World Championship presented by Utah Sports Commission. What a Chamber of Commerce day it really is, Nick, as we get back to the race right now. In our men's race, give us an idea what you think right now. Backer guards up there, Braden Curry. You got Cam Worth. He's a couple of minutes back, chasing up to Christian Blummenfelt. What do you think?
This is kind of how I think we mostly predicted this to happen. These gentlemen on the bike, what they do is phenomenal. I've raced with them year after year, and sometimes we'll come out of the water a little bit ahead of them, but they go by us like we're standing still at times, especially Mallorca last year, watching Cam Worth, Florian, and then I think Leon Chevalier, all of those gentlemen crushing the bike field. So I would say I've heard a lot of notions of patience within this, but when you're out there and the fire's up and you've got to make moves, you don't decide to be patient until it's almost too late. So these gentlemen are riding like they want to get a big gap from those runners, because this run course also is going to stick it to you if you're not careful.
Exactly, and we're talking with Nick Chase, a 10-year professional in the sport of Ironman triathlon, as we go across to our women's race. In second place, you can see in the foreground, that is Kat Matthews. She's trying to chase down the 4-time Ironman world champion. These are two of our favourites in the race today, with Sky Munch and Annie Haug. So make sure that you don't go anywhere further than the Ironman tracker. Now, if you don't have the Ironman tracker, go to the App Store and load it onto your device. You can go down there, put your favorite person's name in or their number, hit enter. That's where you'll get their information. As we cross back to our men's race right now, an incredible race developing as they're now heading on their way out of St. George toward Gunlock.
Old Highway 91 is what they're about to hit. They're going to take a hard right turn, and then this beautiful, pristine road that they've been riding on for the previous miles is going to change to what we love to call the best chip seal you'll ever ride. This first bit can be a little bit bumpy as we pass Kayenta Art Village on the right-hand side. You're going to get a little bit of a sweeping downhill, but eventually you're going to have a long, steady grade up as you turn right towards Gunlock. So the bike course right now is really going to start to get meaty.
Yep, just gone through Ivans and now making their way toward Gunlock. And as you say, the best chip seal in the world. Well, you'd have to argue that with Australia and New Zealand.
Absolutely.
There, Nick, because that's what we've been calling it down under. And Braden Curry is one of those guys that knows how to ride on the chip seal very well. So we'll go, from a flat, smooth, silky surface over to that low rolling resistance, and they'll get used to that. This is where also nutrition plays an important factor here, I would say, Nick. You've got 2 more laps of the bike. You've got a large loop, and then you've got a small loop out here. What do you think the odds are of somebody breaking away, going up through the wall here, coming up in a few miles?
Well, the climbs here are certainly something to be noted, and I think that Braden he's a very powerful athlete. Daniel also. Daniel obviously is very hungry for this race, is how he's dominated everything he can to be up front. I was on a team with him a couple years ago, saw him come up and when he was just a young fella. Well, he still is a young fella. And I am just thrilled to see the type of racing he's putting out there today. And nutritionally, if they're not on top of that right now, come Snow Canyon at mile 100, man, they're going to be going backwards.
Well, they're pounding the Gatorade Endurance. We're going to thank Nick Chase for joining us here, local out of St. George, a 10-year pro. Thank you, Nick, for your time.
Thanks, Greg.
And we will see you a little bit later on. We are going to throw it back to the studio right now with Didi and Michael. What do you have for us, guys?
Oh, Greg, Nick, thank you guys so much. Always a pleasure to hear you guys' commentary and share that insight with us. Obviously, the local knowledge goes a long way.
Sure.
What we have for you is a little bit of the same at the front of the race. I know everybody's probably anxious to see a lot of great action, as are we, of some of these other players, if you will. But right now, I'm looking at some rougher road surfaces. We talked about they're heading their way up towards Gunlock State Park. They're heading their way up, and up. And still, Kyle Smith, Daniel Bakegaard. We've got Braden Curry. We've also got Sam Laidlow, and what about Florian Angard? These guys rolling through this meaty section, challenging, but they're doing great. I can't wait to see more of this action throughout the day.
There's this beautiful moment in time when neither foot is touching the ground. We are free of gravity and weight, moving above the doubts, past limits. When we are light, transformed, and hopeful. And if we were to collect all these moments, join them together, well, this is when anything becomes possible. This is when we fly.
Throughout my career, people have doubted my ability, and I've had it even more so when I've come into triathlon. I think this year will be very different. There will be bigger expectations on me. I love the way that I race. With my swim background, I'm almost in the driving seat from the gun. I'm the person that everyone is chasing. I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
But what it sounds like is that Andy Dreitz has had a little bit of a crash down there on Bluff Street. And so we may have to come back to that, but understanding is that he may have crashed. And so just some folks that are Andy Dreitz fans, we'll get word there, but our spotter network who goes by the name of McKeely Jones, she actually shared that in, so she's on site on that exact spot.
Hopefully
so
not a bad crash.
Hopefully not.
He can get up and dust himself off and get back underway.
That's what we hope for sure. But just keeping that in mind, because a lot of folks watching him, he's a stellar athlete, obviously one of Germany's best. And you kind of look at this as well. We haven't had an Ironman world champion not from Germany since 2013.
Right.
14 through 19, all Germans. And then 2013, I believe, we had a Belgian. And then before that, it was all Australia.
Well, and everybody thought this was going to be the year of the Norwegians. Everybody, if you asked anybody the last couple of weeks who's going to win, they would answer Norway. But right now, Norway not factoring in at all as we come back here. Is that Chris Leiferman?
That's exactly right. That is Chris Leiferman from USA, and we talked about him early on. We saw him give that knuckle bump to Matt, and obviously this is a man that I would say all along I would anticipate a top 5 for him. And people say, well, that's a lot in this field. He hasn't had the resume, perhaps. Well, he has won 4 Ironmans. He has gone top 10, 10th place, in fact, in Kona, and he has the ability. He's done a sub 240 run. And he has the ability to ride with anyone. So this man, I think, is a definite threat to go top 5.
And what we're doing right now, we've gone back again. Chris Leiferman sitting in 17th place. So we're getting some of the action from some of our chasers. Chris Leiferman all the way back at mile 51.7. So this is quite old. But he was in 17th place, sitting 6:43 back. But trying to get some of the action from some of our chasers there, as some more splits come through at miles 64.5. Obviously, our leaders through there. But when we take a look away from our top 5, the Werf train with Werf at the front of it, 5 minutes down, towing Matt Troutman, Leon Chevalier, Blummenfelt in that group, Sam Long in that group, Hogan Hogg in that group as well. They are all 5 minutes and change down. Max Newman in that group, and then it falls off Andy Potts at 5:49 back. Old man Potts still riding in the top 15. He currently sits in 14th place. And then Leiferman, who we just saw on camera, is going to be just behind Potts.
Potts, 45 years old, and a guy that's been able to win already 10 Ironmans. Remarkable 10 or 8. I'm going to have to check myself, but by
Two-time
memory,
Olympian, 2 different sports, swimming and triathlon.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, a great guy, father, and obviously coach now as well, and leads a team and trains out at Colorado Springs. 8 Ironmans, 1070.3s. That's the stat I was looking for. I knew he had 10 of something, 8 of the other. But phenomenal to see him just still having fun. And the battle, although Cam Brown, 5 years older, so if you put them in that same category, right? Cam Brown's 51.
Nope.
50. About to be 50.
About to be 50.
Yeah.
I've got him by about 18 months.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
We have
well,
a little battle going on.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
So taking a look here at this race, we have, as we've always mentioned, veterans and rookies, but as you kind of look, Sam Laidlow, 23, Andy Potts, 45, so a 22-year span. I mean, an entire child could be born and grown in that amount of time.
Exactly.
As we come back to Bakegaard.
When you're out on the field with someone who's old enough to be your child, I tell you, it's eye-opening.
Yeah, and this is a great look here where you start to see that elevation change.
Yep.
The big mountains and big climbs. So big mountains off to the left in the background, but a lot of elevation change. We are in that spot where we still have, for the men, 78 miles to go. So if you look at that next to your finish line, 78 miles to the finish line, and that's total miles. That counts the run. So on the bike, we have 51.2 miles. I know this graphic, you can kind of understand that. Bike closes out in 51.9 miles. The whole race closes out in 78.1 miles. And the total time right now, 3 hours and 2 minutes, and that's the men across the top. Just 5 minutes and a handful of miles behind are the women. But
well, and we've got, I was going to say, looking back at our men's field, some great overhead shots here, but going back to some of the athletes here, we've got bib number 34. Again, this is the group that contained Chris Leiferman. So again, when we look back at this group, it's Lionel Sanders, Sebastian Kienle. We're looking at Arnaud Guillot, the Frenchman here on camera. He's with Chris Leiferman, and all of these athletes, Ben Hoffman in that group too, as well as David McNamee. So again, the men's race split up into some pretty decently sized packs of men. So we've got 5 or 6 to a pack, all spread out, 5 minutes between lead pack, chase pack, and another minute and a half to the second chase pack, almost 2 minutes to second chase pack. So a lot of bunchy riding here for our men, but I think we're going to see that fall apart as they get to these tougher sections of the course. Gosh,
as we come back again, a gorgeous shot here. The background here behind our American athlete, Chris Leiferman, you kind of look and you say, well, he's riding with Kienle, and he's riding with Sanders, and he's probably thinking, man, I'm having a great race. These are some serious players, a world champ over here, and
we're 6.5 minutes down.
But do you wonder? You have no idea if you get an accurate split, but you have no idea that some of the talent is up the road 6.5 minutes. I don't worry about that if I'm in that position. I'm still comfortable. You always have to have that confidence in what your overall result will be, but certainly it is unique. We have big gaps here.
We've got Daniella Ryf going by, I believe that's Matt Russell in our men's race. So Daniella Ryf making her way into the professional men's race. And we're going to go down to our friend Matt, who is with our women's leader, Daniella Ryf. Matt, what have you got?
Yes, Dee Dee, I am. And I'll tell you what, it has happened. If we get a shot from behind, you will not see anything but open road and Matt Russell behind Daniella Ryf on Red Hills Parkway. She put on the gas, and Kat is big gap behind. I cannot see her. I'm on a long straightaway right now. In the last 3 miles, she's put herself out of sight of Kat Matthews, and that is saying something. And you know, Daniella, some people overlooked her a little bit. I even asked Kat Matthews, why do you think people are overlooking Daniella? And she said, Daniella hasn't done anything recently. Well, she's doing it right now, guys.
Oh, Matt, well said. Doing it right now, and you know what? Ironman only counts about right now. It doesn't care about your resume. She's got a good one, but the last couple months doesn't matter. She's putting time into Kat Matthews. Amazing stuff. Thank you so much. Can't wait to hear more. We're going to come back to you in a minute. And wow, exciting. So Kat Matthews, we're just talking about this. Like, you've got the escort, so to speak. You want Daniella Ryf, but guess what? Daniella Ryf doesn't want you. See you later. So at least for now. And this is the unique thing too, Dee Dee. You can speak to this as well. There are ups and downs individually. So you'll feel highs and lows that are tied to just the time of day, your fueling, the heat, the output, the terrain, all that stuff. And rarely does that line up with athlete to athlete. So something to focus on, and we'll come back here with some of these players.
The pursuit of excellence may look different for everyone, but the demands are the same. Dedication, hard work, and striving for greater health. It's something we understand at Intermountain Healthcare because we share your commitment to it.
Places where we've seen Daniella struggle in the past, I go back to Ironman Tulsa perhaps last year, not running quite the way, again, always dominant, not always dominant. I mean, to Kat Matthews' point, she hasn't done much lately, but she was dominant on the bike there, was a little bit more fragile on the run. So the fact that her biking is where it is now, if you had rewound to Oceanside just 6, 7, whatever it was, weeks ago, Daniella wasn't holding a candle to the women she was riding with, and now she's riding away from the best in the world across the Ironman distance. So clearly some strategy on Daniella's part, that she may have taken that Oceanside race as a training day in the middle of a big block, but she is so far showing she is 100% the Daniella of old and on her game for today's race.
Let's see what Matt has to say, who's riding with second place Kat Matthews. And by riding, I mean riding along, taking it easy. Matt, what have you got?
Yeah, it's a lot easier in this seat, Michael. Guys, Kat Matthews is still rolling, but I'll tell you what, I just got a split, and from my eyes, it was 45 seconds, and guys, that's in like 3 miles. So that's on awesome. That up and over Red Hills, if anybody's raced this 70.3, we know that's a difficult road, and Daniella just rolled it. You could see the open road ahead. That's Matt Russell, Daniella far in front. So Kat can see Daniella, but that gap is just going to continue to grow. I don't know if I've ever seen at this point in an Ironman somebody to decide they were going to put on the gas and get that big of a gap on a pre-race contender. Remarkable.
Remarkable is right, Matt. And I tell you what's cool too is that we have always sort of, on the days where Daniella really does her thing, it happens in the second half. It happens strategically. Are we at a point where you think that is playing in and it's going to continue? She's going to keep putting that surge in?
Oh yeah, we've seen this. We know, and the business people ask who you gonna pick. Well, it's Daniella. The last few years, it's like she's either gonna win by 10 minutes or she's gonna be a respectable 8th to 14th place because she always finishes. But right now, this feels like one of those days where it's 10 minutes. I mean, you're right. Remember, I want to say it's 2016 in Kona. Hoffman back. She was the 3rd fastest bike split behind Matt Russell, who she just passed, and Joe Skipper. And that was in the last, 50, 40 miles of the race. And she has so much hard climbing and so much hard wind descending left. She is going to put a massive gap on this field. Massive.
Well, you heard it here first. Matt's got the stats, and he's got the real live action. Thank you so much. We'll come back to you again for more exciting on-course action. Here we are with Sam Laidlow. This young man, a triathlon family, his dad on the national team back in the day, his family coaching, his family and living and breathing triathlon is now Sam Laidlow from France, really cruising. What have you got, Didi?
Well, I'm just looking at the screen and I'm seeing 2 cyclists. Again, there were a group of 5, and it looks like, again, as we get into some of these bigger elevations, that there is some separation. We saw that was Sam Laidlow. We can assume maybe Kyle Smith still at the front, but there is a gap that has grown between those 2 riders and the other 3, Bakkegaard, Braden Curry, and Florian Angert. So again, the climbs establishing some separation as we anticipated they might.
There you go. Got it. Yeah, at least, if nothing else, those small separations now could become big separations, because this, again, is the part, Didi, isn't it, where naturally you get a little tired, and also the terrain here just gets worse and worse for your legs. This is a section, if they have a tailwind, which would help them up the hills, it also feels hot because tailwind's behind you. You don't get that breeze in your face. So let's just continue to watch this. And some of you might be asking, how did we get here? Well, here's how we got here. We got into transition with Christian Blummenfelt, who did one of his probably not best transitions ever because he's an Olympic champion, but he did an adequate transition. Leaving T1 and onto the road, Bakkegaard was chasing the likes of Kyle Smith, and he ultimately formed a group of 4 or 5. One of those was Braden Curry from New Zealand. These guys, Didi, they got into a nice rhythm, and they've been together for a while.
And it was Haley Chura all by herself at the front of the women's race as she took to the bike. She was followed by Fenella Langridge, who had one devil of a time getting herself out of that wetsuit, gave up a bit of time, allowed Lisa Norden to get out ahead of her. And it wasn't long before Norden made her way up and passed Haley Chura and took to the front of the race.
David McNamee from Great Britain got in there and chased hard, but keeping up with and staying with Sam Laidlow and company was a difficult task. This race early on in the full gas bike course seemed to be anyone's game, but Daniella Ryf, the 4-time Ironman champ, she got up to the front with Kat Matthews and dusted some of the other contenders.
Again, the women, there was a group of 4 for a period of time. Daniella Ryf, Kat Matthews, Lisa Norden, Skye Munch, but Daniella and Kat Matthews rode away from the likes of Norden and Munch, and now they're down to just one. Daniella putting in a massive surge through town, separating herself by more than 45 seconds, according to our Matt Lieto from Kat Matthews, making a move as she makes her way towards the climb.
And so we'll talk about it again. You're on some of these smooth surfaces. It's an early point. Often we've seen Daniella go in the second half, but look, we're 3 hours into the race. Therefore, we're over 2 hours of riding. Now is when you start to really have your rhythm, I would say. You've got the fueling is on point. Everything is settled. I think this is a great time to really get up and go, and that's what we're seeing here. And gosh, we keep bringing it up, but she hasn't even gotten to the hard part yet.
Yeah.
So when she gets to the hard part, will these gaps even explode? Will Kat Matthews come on strong? Exciting stuff. And hey, let me ask you this. Did Daniella Ryf get a little bee in her bonnet because she heard people talking about, hey, she hadn't done much lately?
Yeah.
Because that could get me fired up.
I tell you, I think it was her godson that lit a fire under her, saying, this is my godmother who used to be good at triathlon. She's like, hey, wait a minute. I don't know how old the godson is, 4-year-old. I'm still good at triathlon. You just wait and see. So, again, I think Daniella would have embraced the fact that she was kind of overlooked. I think a lot of people, especially after that performance in Oceanside, which was terrible by Daniella Ryf standards and then ultimately disqualified, I think people looked at her and they said, no, she's done. You know, she left her coach. The magic is gone. She's moved on. She doesn't have it anymore. Well, I think she's laughing her way towards the Veil climb right now, saying, you guys got it wrong.
Ha ha. Here's Ben Hoffman, a recent Ironman Texas champion and an 8-time Ironman winner. 38 years old. He calls Tucson home. And this guy in the bright kit, he's changed up his rig. He was on a different rig in Texas, but I can't blame him. He's probably got it well dialed based on the course. Texas was flat.
This was a little different.
Flat to slightly rolling, i.e. bridges. And this one is totally different. So Ben Hoffman, we talked a little bit about, would he feel the pain of the Ironman or would he feel the energy of the Ironman? Time still will have to tell, because it is very early on in the race, relatively speaking, less than half. But he looks great, and you know what? It's fun. That race in Texas was fun to watch, and he in general is fun to watch because he does always put his best foot forward. He doesn't go into a race thinking, he doesn't make an excuse. Hey, I did this. Hey, I did that. He's always in, and that's admirable.
Well, and I think the type of training he does a tremendous amount of volume. And considering the years that Ben Hoffman has been in the sport, I mean, the miles he's put in are enormous. So he is prepared to back up Ironman races like this. He has that durability. He has that strength. And again, he was pretty quiet through the pandemic. He didn't do a lot of racing, and I think he's got a little pent up race frustration.
Some race rage.
Yeah, exactly. He's ready to attack some race courses. Gave him the win a couple of weeks ago at Ironman Texas, and looks to factor in today.
I would say, people talk about these training weeks. I mean, Ben easily put in 20 hours.
Oh, more than that.
A day.
So,
I mean, if you really – sorry, I had to try.
You got me. You got me. I'm like, no, Michael, wait. You're well off the mark there.
You don't know what you're talking about. But it is kind of cool when you see that he found his rhythm. He found what worked for him. If we're going to dwell on Ben Hoffman, he figured out that big volume works for him.
Yes.
And you know what? When you see him punching along, running a 2:38, sort of 6-minute miles breezy in Texas in the heat, that's because he's got that mileage. Let's talk about something else. Let's talk about what Greg Welch has in store for us. Always something good, and I bet this is our best yet. Greg, what have you got for us?
Well, thank you very much, Michael and Dee Dee. Welcome back to the 2021 Intermountain Healthcare Ironman World Championship presented by Utah Sports Commission. As you can see behind us, absolutely gorgeous sculpture right here at the hot corner, but talking about something else that's gorgeous, it's Sarah True right here, Ironman second place in Frankfurt and also fourth place in Ironman World Championships and a 2-time Olympian. Sarah, welcome.
Thank you so much, Greg.
So great to see you.
Yeah, it's a bit strange being on this side, on the spectator side, but it's going to be an exciting day here.
Well, there's a reason behind that. You've got a 9-month-old baby, Hoffman, at home right now, so that's great. But I want to ask you this because I know that you and I were doing a whole bunch of stuff when you were pregnant. It was the same thing, and that's riding on our Wahoo kickers.
Oh, absolutely. Right? Especially as the belly gets bigger,
right.
At least for me, you can adjust the position, but I was spending a lot of time inside. It's so good to be able to sneak in little times here and there, whether the baby was napping or, prepartum, postpartum. I've always been a huge fan of my kicker, but definitely during pregnancy it was huge for me.
I know, it's so awesome, and being able to sync our new Wahoo watches with that as well. But let's get back to the women's race here. We've got Kat Matthews and Daniella Ryf in a pretty good battle right here. We're talking off air, about who's going to have to do what and who's going to have this amount of time on Annie Haug or Kat Matthews or vice versa. But Sky Munch having a very good bike ride as well, but she's about 2.5 minutes down at the moment. Annie Haug is losing a little bit of time as we expected. She's at 6 and a bit down right now, probably 8 to 10 minutes at the end of the race. How do you see the women's race playing out?
Oh, well, definitely I think we're going to see what Daniella does. This is a 4-time world champion. She knows how to pace herself. She knows when to open up gaps. She definitely has peaks for this race. I realize people were discounting her before the race, but come on, people. She knows how to be a world champion. So she has her sights set. She is aware that she needs probably a pretty good time buffer to Kat Matthews. So they had a battle back at Ironman Texas a couple years ago, and that was a nail biter. Kat has only gotten stronger from there. What I see is a battle between a rookie and a world champ vet. And if you're not excited to see what's going to happen in this second half of the race, see Kat try to run her down. I don't think she's going to want her to get up the road, Danielle to get her up the road too much, though, because, Daniella, super strong, it's good runner, but you can't give up too much time to her.
Well, I see someone's very excited about that, and that is you and myself as well. I think that we've got an incredible race unfolding right now. The canvas of southwestern Utah couldn't be more beautiful with the red rocks behind us. The iron ore that came out of the earth there those years and years ago is just presenting a beautiful backdrop to this incredible world championship. On the men's race, having a good men's race as well, but the top 5, it's incredible because Cam Worth made his move. He was coming toward the front. He got within 3 minutes there, but he's back out of 5 minutes on our top 5.
Daniel Backegard. You heard it here. I am putting some money behind him. I think we're going to see some runners move up into the podium. You could see somebody like a Matt Hansen. I hear he's in great form right now. This is the kind of course that suits him well. He might be able to run up into the podium. The men are riding aggressively. Is it going to cost them on the run? This is not an easy run course. I know we keep on talking about the bike, but it's a very hot, very hilly, exposed course, and if you cook it a little too hard in Snow Canyon, you're going to pay for it.
You certainly are. That was going to be my next question. Okay, they've gone through 50 miles at the corner of Red Hills Parkway, Snow Canyon Parkway. At 50 miles, they do the 30-mile loop via Gunlock, coming back down from Vail. Then they do the Snow Canyon Loop. At the Snow Canyon Loop, that's the start at 80 miles or 130 kilometers, Sarah. That's really where the race starts. That's where you have to be careful. The nutrition has to be in the tank, and you have to pace yourself. Is that correct?
Absolutely. No, I think this course is going to be a hard day from start to finish, but it's really who has paced it well going to Snow Canyon, because that's going to set you up for a fast marathon potentially or a very hard day.
Sure is. So Sarah True joining us right now. She's a 2-time Olympian and also a top 4 in the Ironman World Championship. I think she knows what she's talking about. All right, let's take a look at our men's race right now. That's Braden Curry still leading our race as they are heading up Snow Canyon right now. They're going to head toward the wall up to Vail before they descend back into town. They come down so fast. It's a great time to get that nutrition back in, and then for the final push, they're going to go back up.
No, I can't wait to see what happens as we get to the really hilly part of the course. There have been hills all along, but you get those big long climbs, you get the punchy bit at the end of Snow Canyon. There are going to be some exciting times ahead, the second half of the bike course for sure.
Well, the second half of the bike course has started for us right now. We're not too far away from seeing our leaders coming in off the bike and heading out onto the 42-kilometre marathon run or the 26.2-mile marathon run right here in St. George. Don't go away. We are in for a cracker race. Back to you guys.
Greg, Sarah, you guys are fantastic. I have to say thank you very much. Sarah, an absolute pleasure to hear your thoughts, see your great energy and your beautiful face. Thank you. Sarah, you know what you're talking about. I'm fired up too. She picked Daniel. I mean, let's do this. Now I'm excited.
You're picking Danielle Beckergaard as
I'm
well?
with her.
She put money on it. I want to know where that betting is taking place.
Okay,
like,
I'm not
is
sure,
that,
but
like-
I'm with her on Daniela for sure. Let's do this. But we are here, and it is a head-to-head battle. I'm in all seriousness. That was fantastic. She does bring a great perspective, and I do love what she said there. And now we're looking at Kat Matthews. She is the rookie. We talked about her. What do you do when you have the company of Daniella Ryf? Daniella Ryf sets the Daniella Ryf tone. I also have to agree. Like, man, she had a bad Oceanside, but someone like her that has won the big races. Who cares? If you win Oceanside, that typically means you're not going to win the World Championship 2 months later. So we look at this, and we've seen that historically. So ultimately, this to me is a great sign. And now here we are with Sam Long. How much fun is this? This character who is racing extremely well over the last 18 months or more is here kind of representing USA, representing all the colors. And the cool thing for us is that we got to catch up with Sam earlier this week. A ton of fun, great personality, and it comes out. Have a look here about Sam Long.
Two hours, 31 minutes. Did the Veo loop and had a horrific headwind, so it was hard work out there. And then I actually went and I checked out the run course at the end. So that run course is a little different than I had thought. It's way different than the 70.3 course, which I knew, but I kind of thought it was a little flatter than it was, I guess, looking at the course profile. And there's a lot of turns, there's a lot of, it's going to keep us on our feet all the time, thinking and changing pace, changing slopes, cornering. It's going to be a pretty fun course. And today, to be honest, I'm just happy to be out here. I guess where I'm at, I got hit by a car turned right into me a week ago today. Slammed my bike into the back of her car and rolled over the back of her car. And you can see on the left side, that's kind of how I landed and absorbed the impact. Today I have hope, which makes me happy and makes me excited, and it's telling me that anything is possible. I feel like I am at a new beginning of my career. Getting second here at the 70.3 World Champs last year really sort of set off a different stage of my career, and it's my first time racing the Ironman World Champs, and obviously new location, and so it's a new beginnings in so many ways. And we all, I think all of us had hardship and struggles during the last 2 years with COVID and lacks of racing, and we all had issues, and so it's kind of, hopefully those issues are over, and yeah, to new beginnings. I'm probably swimming better than Cam since I don't think he's swimming, but I actually think he's showing up. I think he can't resist the big races, the big showdown, the big fun, so I'm definitely looking forward to that. He adds a huge fun dynamic, huge personality as well, so hope to see you on the start list, Cam, and I hope me, Lionel, and Cam can all swim together, and Sevi. And then that's the race we want.
And that's exactly what happened. They did swim together, but then once they hit that solid ground of this full gas bike course, things changed a little bit. Cam Wurf didn't have any time to stick around with Sanders or with Long, but here's the fun stuff, and we mentioned this before. I think it's really important to just reference now. Didi, you and I were talking during that piece a bit. This race is exciting, and there's a lot going on, but realistically, we're going to see a big change 100 miles into this race, a big change. Then we're going to see another change probably halfway through, because guess what? It's heating up. The course is getting a little bit sticky, and stuff is going to shake up. We know that much. It's Ironman, for crying out loud. And we love it. We keep loving it, and we're going to keep loving it all day long.
Whether it's on the road or in the pool, your activity has high demands. Rooted in sweat and grounded in science, we understand your unique fueling needs. That is why we created formulas just for you, endurance athletes, helping you replace what you're losing and keeping you fueled. And there's nowhere we'd rather be than with you along this journey, because together we are formulated for farther. From the creators of Gatorade, Gatorade Endurance, formulated for you, formulated for farther.
A little bit about his pacing, but a lot about his nutrition. And I think that Lionel, I'm not picking on him. I'm using him as an example. When things go wrong, they go really wrong.
Yeah.
When you add heat, and this will apply to every professional that's pushing the limit here today, when you add the kind of heat and the conditions, the wind and the heat that we're going to have in St. George, even if it's a light wind, even if we're only talking 15 miles an hour, right? So that's not killing us. But if we talk about that, it starts to play havoc on the fueling. And when the fueling goes south, things go bad. And it can be, hey, I was on pace for this, I took in something, and the next thing you know, I'm out and I lost my group.
Well, and again, we see going through an aid station here, Florian miss a couple of bottles, right? Those misses can wreak havoc on later on in the race. Are his bottles empty? Is he going to have to go another? Typically, aid stations are about 10 miles apart. Is he going to have to go another 10 miles, another 20-ish minutes if they're climbing, maybe even longer than that, without proper hydration? Is it getting hot? Does he need to cool down? Was he trying to grab that water to squirt all over himself to bring that core body temperature down? And errors like that are going to add up more and more. So these time gaps now, we see them growing. We look at, again, I just bring her up because she's somewhat of a fan favorite, but we look at Heather Jackson, who's 15 minutes back through 51 miles, but fear not, that there's so many race dynamics yet to take place on this course. The names that we're talking about now, we spent so much time talking about the bike leaders throughout the bike course, but things change, particularly on this course. We're going to see things change. And
as you look at that shot, Dee, here we talk about how beautiful it is in St. George, but what that picture gives me right there, that tells me unforgiving.
Yes.
Difficult. That gives me just desolate. It's beauty, but the beauty will bite you in the buns. And here's what happens. You're out there. You just said it. You pass an aid station when you wanted something, and you look down and you didn't realize that that bottle was either empty or hot that you have on your frame. The other one bounced out. You didn't realize it. And if you are 20 minutes, 15 minutes, even 10 minutes where you're not having the fuel that you wanted or needed or planned on, that really hurts, and it leaves sometimes a lasting mark.
Absolutely, no doubt about it. I mean, this is an unforgiving climate. You can see that not an awful lot lives there, and to try to be racing an Ironman at full capacity, no easy task.
Well, so as we look at that desolate landscape, I want to let you guys know how we got here. The Full Gas bike course. This is 112 miles, and this is going to give you a real big picture. Dee, you talked about how they went nowhere at first. That was that section we just saw. Then as they wrap around a little bit more out and back, and here is where we are starting to see the athletes now as they rip through town. They're going to hang a hard right and start heading up this canyon. This is the part that takes them to Gunlock State Park. This is the toughest part. You hit that quick right turn at the top after the Vail wall, and you zip it, rip it down. You're not done. Let's throw in this brutal climb, 100 miles in, Snow Canyon State Park. That's what you do to finish the Full Gas bike course. I'm talking about Full Gas. I'm already depleted just talking about it. That is a brutal bike course. I love it.
Again, we look at the topography here and where the athletes are now in the course. You see that big bump there. That is where the athletes are now. If the men already climbing it, the women rapidly approaching it, that Vail climb, they're going to have a crosswind as they descend back into town before they tackle Snow Canyon. And I think that's going to be another strategic point. As the wind picks up, those crosswinds going to wreak havoc on some of our athletes as well. Those that are astute descenders. It's not a technical descent. There aren't turns and switchbacks, what have you. But with the winds, it is going to be a bit tricky.
Well, I'll tell you what, we're looking at these front guys. Sam Laidlow, Florian Garrett. We have France and Germany at the front. Then we've also got Denmark, Daniel Bakegaard. But two Kiwis, two men from New Zealand, proud Kiwis racing today as hard as they can and have been in the top 5 all day long. Kiwis. Such a rich tradition. Ironman New Zealand, one of the most beautiful areas. Ironman Australia also. If you're looking for something to do, check it out.
Experience a whole new world of racing in New Zealand and Australia. Toe the line in Topor at the Kellogg's Nutrigrain Ironman New Zealand. Soak up 35 years of history in the National Storage Ironman Australia. Race in paradise at the Cairns Airport Ironman Cairns, or chase a Kona slot at the GWM Ironman Western Australia. So when you're planning your season, why not head down under and race Oceania style?
And here we are, a nice forgiving stretch of road here where you've obviously got back again to some flatter ground, a slight downhill coming up, and the road surface has improved. I only mention that because you as an athlete, when you're in a race, you notice every bit of texture, every crack, every bump when you're later into the game. It also can be a great indicator that you maybe need a fuel. You maybe need to take on a Morton. You maybe need another bottle of Gatorade. This may happen because as you start to, at least, I would say, as you start to bonk a little bit, blood sugar dips a bit, you don't have the tolerance of bumpy roads or kind of annoying surfaces.
Well, yeah, the little things start to get to you, that chafing around your ankle from the timing band, perhaps a little chafing around the neck from the wetsuit, perhaps. You start to notice it more and more, and when those distractions creep into your mind, could, to your point, Michael, be an indication that you need to top up on that nutrition when the focus starts to drift to how bumpy the road surface is or how much the wind is blowing. When the focus is not on propelling yourself forward, you've got to stay on top of those calories to keep the focus where it needs to be.
As soon as you said the chafing around, I started to get nervous, but that is true. We do understand chafing in this sport, which is why there are several different lubricants that we can apply. Now that I've gone left when I should have gone right, I want to call your attention again, not just to the results. We're going to scroll down the right side here, but that footage, that overhead shot again of the beautiful Utah landscape. Here it is, Daniella Ryf. 50 seconds almost on that last time split. That could be more now. Kat Matthews from Great Britain, second place. And then we're jumping through. You've got Lisa Norden, Sky Monch, and then you've got Fenella Langridge from Great Britain. Annie Howe, you know what? Really hanging, I think, tough. We talked about bigger gaps than that. Jocelyn McCauley, she won Ironman Texas a week ago. She could run into the contention. And here's that trio we talked about. Astle, Siddle, Bartlett, so exciting. 12 minutes back, and they're rolling, like we said, into that top 10.
All now into the top 10. They've gone past the likes of Haley Chura. They've gone past the likes of Maja Stage. They picked up Renee Kiley briefly. She's sort of hanging on to the back of that group, and I think they're biking through Maya Stage right now. And there we see Heather Jackson making her way up as well. 14th place right now for the American. So, yeah, that group of three Brits making their way. Again, they're losing time to the front, but they're hanging in there. Being a little bit more cautious and saying they're going to be conservative. But with our youngsters, they seem to be throwing caution to the wind. And speaking of a youngster, we're going to take it down to Matt Lieto, who is roadside right now, waiting for some bikes to come through. Matt, what have you got?
I appreciate that. You guys really are making me feel good here today. But Dee, I'm in one of the decisive parts of this race course. We're on the Gunlock climb. You can see behind me here a nice long climb, very, very steep. It's pretty warm on the base of this climb, but I'll tell you what, we just rode the motos up on the top by Veo, and it's a little cooler up there, so they're going to have a little bit of a respite from the heat once they get up there. But guys, this climb is brutal, and we're going to have a front stage seat.
So, Matt, tell us what makes it brutal. I mean, obviously it's steep, dumb question, but does this one get you in other ways that we don't see, heat, anything like that? What are you feeling out there?
Yeah, thanks, Michael. Yeah, I mean, there's some ramps in front or before this climb that will kind of sting the legs a little bit. Some just short ones, not sustained, but they're steep. And I think if your legs are tired, and guys, this is like why I think the designers of this course are brilliant, or masochists, whatever you want to say. This is like about when you start getting tired if it's a flat bike course. And it hasn't been a flat bike course to this point. And then this is a steep climb. And I'll say the wind can determine a lot of what makes this climb hard or not. If it's a tailwind, it goes by shorter, but it's hot. If it's a headwind, it feels like it's 2 or 3% steeper. But right now it feels pretty calm. The other thing about this climb, guys, is you can see, I mean, it's pretty far down there. So the athletes that are chasing, if they're within 4 or 5 minutes, or even at this switchback, they can be looking, as they're in the flat section of this canyon, looking up and seeing the athletes. So it's motivation. And I guarantee you that the athletes coming up are going to be looking down to see how far that gap is, because it's been a long time since they had a split or an out and back. And we can hear the helicopter, so they're coming. But yeah, I think this is decisive, and it's a mental spot. We can see the lead moto coming right now, Michael.
Matt, I was going to say, we had talked about the wind being a factor here. It looks absolutely dead calm. Those bushes and trees are not moving at all. Is it as calm as it appears on camera?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's a little bit, but negligible for sure. And I think it'll feel warm. And excuse us, you can see the helicopter right over us. But it's not going to be a factor. I don't think at all in how this climb feels. And above, honestly, I think we're used to, like, what makes this climb hard is where it is on the course, distance-wise, steep gradient, but also where it is on the course with what's left to come in the course. And we were expecting Javi-like headwinds, fast descent that's difficult. And right now, the wind's not bad on the top of Vejo, so it could be really, really quick as they get back into town to then go up. Don't forget, they have to go up Snow Canyon, too. Oh, man, brutal. This climb followed by Snow Canyon, and we can see the lead group coming around the bend right now, guys.
Well, I'll tell you what, no big deal for a Lieto, but certainly a big deal for a lot of these guys and gals that are coming at you, Matt. Here's the thing. Who do you think is going to be at the top, and does it matter? Will someone try and make a move? Will Curry try and get away here?
Yeah, I don't know if Curry specifically will, or the athlete that is going to do that, but I think this is a launch pad. But guys, don't forget, like, this group has been together for a long time. And when you're in a group for that long, you can size each other up and you know who's strong and who's not. So there might be somebody who's like, man, this feels easy to me. And I could tell that these guys are pretty tired. And, I think that you can, if you're comfortable and you don't feel like you need to go away, hey, man, I'm going to outrun these guys. They're not going to make any sort of move. But if they feel like they need to get some time on the bike, I think you might see it go. But I'm going to be surprised. I thought we'd see somebody go for it. I don't know if it's a Backegard or who it's going to be to try to go for it. But I think they're going to stay on the gas. I feel like there's got to be somebody in here that wants to get away. But again, this course is so hard that I think they have to think that Snow Canyon is coming. And if they don't think about that, it's going to be difficult, because you could really damage your legs on this climb.
Gotcha. Great stuff. And let me just mention this to you, because you probably don't have the tracker open. They're coming right now. So Florian, Braden, Sam, Kyle, and Daniel. Yep. And guess who's 5 minutes back? You'll see him soon. Cam Werf. So I'm excited to see what you think when you see him roll through. He's that next guy, position number 6 right now. So I'll let you take it from here when they come through, but I just wanted you to know what's behind them.
Yeah, thank you so much, Michael. Yeah, we had to take a little bit of a shortcut to get here in time for this climb, so I didn't get to see it. But, yes, I think Cam, and I might see somebody coming behind. Motos are coming that were chasing Cam, so he is going to absolutely eat time up on this. He's an athlete that racing the races he can absorb a hard effort. He can go 5 minutes at 400, 450 watts and be okay. So he could make up a minute if he wants. But right now these guys are looking at each other. It looks like Braden Curry is coming around Kyle Smith at the top, and you can see by their cadence that it's tough, and you can see they're working hard. Braden comes around. Kyle's going to have to drop back, and you see that. Oh, he did the horsey mouth that I say. We get those lips going. It's a challenge. They are pushing the pace. Braden looks very comfortable. Kyle looks comfortable. Looks like he had a cut on his lip. Sam Laidlaw looks comfortable, and Backegaard looks very, very, very good. I would say the two athletes in there that look the calmest and the most composed are Braden Curry and Daniel Backegaard.
Great stuff, as always. I appreciate that. Didi, what did you see?
Well, interesting. I just noticed Laidlaw was the only one seated. He sort of looked the smoothest. The other guys up out of the saddle. Also questioning Braden Curry's decision to make an attack on that climb because it didn't get him anything. He went from third wheel up to first wheel at the steepest portion of that climb, but didn't get away. Again, I feel like that was a match burn that maybe didn't get him any benefit. What do you think, Matt?
I don't know if you saw something that I didn't, but it looked more like a position move. And don't forget that when it's this steep of a climb and you're at that distance, you still only have 25 seconds to get past the athlete in front of you and then the other athlete. So there's a move that has to be made, and it could have been a forced tactic because things came together, right? Like you have to move forward. And I think it's a good for position on this. There's a long drag after this before the descent. So being in position in case you're waiting for somebody else to make that move, he can then respond. And we're still waiting. No sight, actually, at this point of Cam Worth. So still some work to do. And I will say, Didi, yes, Laidlaw was seated, but I could see further down that they pretty much most of them were kind of in and out. But this is one of the steeper sections for sure.
Great stuff, and we're gonna come to you when we do know that Cam Worth and company come through there. But we want to tie you up, so you enjoy that weather. You let us know if it warms up, Matt. Thanks so much. And we are back to the front of the group here, and we're watching Braden Curry head down, pulling the likes of Kyle Smith, Florian Angert in the blue, and then the next two, Laidlaw with the black helmet, easy to spot, and then we've got Backegaard just sitting back, and that's a good, smart place to be right now. He probably figured, I'm not getting away. I'll stay here.
And that was my point about Braden Curry. If it's a positional change, why make it there at that particular point? I mean, maybe he felt like he snuck in, and so he had to move out. But to me, it was a curious place to stand to move to the front of that group. But that's just me.
Correct. I mean,
See that thing John Morant has? That's a hypervolt. That thing he uses to warm up and stay loose before he throws it down. That thing Tony Finau uses on course between shots. Ooh, that's money. That thing Robin and I use before and after we're on the bike so we can ride harder tomorrow. That thing Erlen Haaland uses before smashing it into the back of the net. That thing that's for everyone. The Hypervolt from Hyper Ice. Give your body the daily relief it's been asking for.
Is this good position?
There we go, Matt. We are coming right to you, and we know it is time, and you look great. Don't worry about it. You got that super cool Ironman polo. You're ready to go. Take it away.
Throw it to me. There's stuff happening. Yeah, Michael, you're right. And, watching those other athletes come through, I was waiting for Cam Worth to come around this bend where the hillside kind of obstructs the view, and he came through here at a rate of speed that the other athletes just simply did not. So he is moving. He's got Sam Long with him as well. They're stretching things out just a little bit, but he looks very, very smooth. And I think the dangerous thing, he could probably get away from these athletes if he wanted. I think the scarier thing is if people see Cam having a smart race and riding well, but not annihilating the field. This guy can run a 240, 242 marathon, and he's still dominating this ride, but I think he could be doing more. I think he's showing a little bit of patience, but look at this. He looks amazing. He is moving, but he is not putting in that much effort to do what he's doing right now. That looks so smooth and so comfortable. And here we go. Third place. I'm sorry. I thought that was Sam Long. That is Christian Blummenfelt hanging in quite well. And if he can hang on those wheels, he's in for a very, very good rest of this race. And more athletes coming. We have this athlete here moving through here. Sorry, that's Chevalier. And I do think, guys, I see Sam Long, and it's possible it's Lionel Sanders with him, and they're all in sight. And kind of what I was saying before, guys, it's like you've been chasing, and you have these big distances with these time gaps, but now it feels like you can just reach up and grab the athlete in front. And that athlete, if that's Lionel, which I think it is, standing out of the saddle, absolutely attacking this climb. He seems at this point more aggressive than the other athletes that I've seen. Now as you see him on his elbow pads of his tri-bars, looks like he's actually making Sam Long work a little bit harder maybe than he wants to. Sam was the instigator at 70.3 Worlds here on Snow Canyon, so the fact that Lionel Sanders is in front and the one pushing the pace, but other big happening behind him, man, this is just the uber cyclists are coming through here, and I'll tell you what, Lionel Sanders looks calm, he looks comfortable. He's just said, I wouldn't say I'm comfortable. So he's joking, but he looks comfortable. I wouldn't say I'm comfortable. Hilarious. But he looks very, very good. And here we go. Sebastian Kienle about to bridge up, and he looks very smooth. He's got Hemrick behind him. Sebi looks comfortable. Sebi is attacking. He feels comfortable. The opposite of what Lionel said. He feels comfortable. Chris giving us, Chris Leiferman saying hello, having time to say hello. So he looks comfortable as well. He said hi to me, so I knew he wasn't working hard either. So Sebi and Chris are both in good spots, but a lot there. They are not, there's a lot left in the tank for these athletes. I think we're going to see fireworks on Snow Canyon because they rode this hard, but the ones making the moves were comfortable. And I'd say all of the guys chasing look more comfortable than all the guys in the first group.
Great insight, Matt. Excellent insight. And here's the
awesome stuff. I can't wait to
go ahead. Here's the takeaway from that. I'll say, and Didi, correct me if you disagree with this, when you look at what you saw, the athletes that are talking. So if you say, I don't, like Lionel responded, a joke. Kienle also responded, a bit of a joke. Leiferman saying hi. The thing that I see in there is that although we feel like they're riding really hard up that hill, they're doing it appropriately. They've saved up. They know also that this is a 60-mile climb versus the mile climb at 100 miles. So they've done it correctly. These guys, they're running away. I'm not saying they're doing it wrong, but I do feel good about those chasers and their effort that they can put out.
Absolutely, and to notice some separation there with Cameron Worf leading the charge and establishing a little separation to Sam Long once together. So a little bit of a gap between those two groups. Do they come back together on the descent, and then it all comes together at Snow Canyon? Matt, you have something to say?
Yeah, guys. And I think, to point out, Michael, I think, yes, joking, people comfortable, all great points, and I think you're totally right. I think Snow Canyon is going to be brutal. But one correction, I don't think Sebi was joking. Sebi wanted me to know and everybody watching to know that he's comfortable and he's ready. And I think he means business. He's won a world championship before. This course suits him very well. A smart man's course is going to be very hard. The back half, one of the best runners off of hard bike rides there is in this sport. So I think he was sending everybody a message with that statement. Ben Hoffman coming up right behind him. Right behind me, looks comfortable. That guy can run a 235. Fireworks to come, guys. And Greg, let's see what you got with Craig Alexander down at Hot Corner.
All right, well, thank you very much there, Matt, and gives me great pleasure to welcome to our live area here. This is Mr. Craig Alexander, a 3-time Ironman world champion, 2-time Ironman 70.3 world champion, also ITU long distance world champion, and the latest inductee into the Australian Ironman Hall of Fame last week in Port Macquarie, Australia. Welcome, Craig. Crowie Alexander. How are you, buddy?
I'm good, Greg. How are you?
One of my favourite people in the whole wide world. I could sit next to him all day long. And I think that Michael and Dee Dee would really appreciate that at about this time. But, Craig, we've been witnessing a fantastic race as we see this beautiful Southwest Utah unbelievable landscape here for this World Championship, the Intermountain Healthcare World Championship Ironman, brought to you by Utah Sports Commission. What do you think about the landscape?
This whole place is amazing. It's beautiful. We've talked about it at length this week. It's a worthy World Championships course. It's got everything. I think this is a great spot to be coming in to commentate because we're seeing what we thought we would see at about 120 kilometres into the race. That the real race within the race is just starting. So, the 5 off the front look good, but this is by far a long way from a done deal. I think Lionel still looks good in that second group. Christian Blummenfelt looks good, and we know what he's capable of on the run. I'm sure he's racing to a schedule. Sebi looks really good, and on the women's side, we're seeing Daniella Ryf, the great champion that we know she is. I think she needs a lead. I think at the moment it's still game on in the women's race because we have Kat Matthews hovering around that 50 seconds or a minute mark, and Annie Haug not too far behind either, around 5 or 6 minutes, and we know what Anne's capable of on the run. So there is a long way left for this race. I mean, we're going to see a lot play out in the next hour or two, but this is where the action starts, I think. The race really starts now, and then we've got a whole marathon to run.
Yeah, it really is, Craig. So I'm going to put you to the test right now, and, I really want to hear from you. You did notice what I noticed too. Lionel looked great. He didn't get out of the saddle. He was very, very patient, and he is waiting for that final 30 miles on the bike. I think he's going to have a great run today. Then you saw Sebi. He's looking good as well. Bloomy, I think that he's doing just fine. Now, for the people that didn't know at home, Bloomy's been a little bit sick over the last couple of weeks. So, Gustav Eden, the other Norwegian, our 2-time Ironman 70.3 champion, had to pull out. He announced that yesterday, as did Alistair Brownlee. So it sort of threw it open a little bit as we just, go through our top athletes here. Braden Curry, Cameron Worth, he's followed up by 4:49. So that's good, Craig. He's taken a little bit of time down. Hogan Howe, Blummenfelt, Chevalier, and Lionel Sanders. Sam Long was dropping back a little bit. So please comment on the first 5 athletes, and then we'll go through the rest of the field here on the men's side, because we know right now if they can hold on to about a 4 and a 4.5 minute lead coming in off the bike, which I seriously doubt that's going to happen, Bakkegaard's going to have to, and Curry's going to have to defend that lead.
Yeah, well, I think those two boys are in the box seat. That lead group of 5 has done an amazing job. Very strong. Obviously, we know Kyle Smith. He burst onto the scene 2 years ago now.
Jan Frodeno's training partner.
He's Jan's training partner. He was undefeated in a New Zealand summer. He raced at the Collins Cup. So he's strong. Sam Laidlow is also a noted biker. I think the 2 runners in that front group are obviously, as you mentioned, Daniel Bakkegaard and Braden Curry. So they'd be very comfortable with their position. But they would also know that hovering not far behind. Obviously, Cam Worth was always at some point gonna make a run at the lead group, and we saw that up this climb.
And we can also see going up the climb right now, this is the 2020, the Olympic champion there. That is Christian Blummenfelt from Norway, and also setting a very fast 7:21 time in Ironman Cozumel last year for his first Ironman, distance race. And look at this. Braden Curry, Craig, has been at the front of this, pack for quite some time, setting the pace. And as you were noticing here, he's been there. Look at Bakkegaard. He's back in 4th place, just saving it all up and, just waiting.
Yeah, he's certainly keeping his cards close to his chest, Daniela, and I like what he's doing. He knows that this race is far from over. Braden's doing what he always does. He's a very courageous racer. He goes to the front. I think he feels confident that he can run well off a hard bike. We haven't seen a lot of Braden in the last 2 years, obviously, with everything that's been going on in the world, but we know his pedigree.
Well, especially with New Zealand and Australia being in such a lockdown, you
Yeah.
know, those two countries having the hardest of hard, you know, lockdowns
Yeah.
and laws about, you know, COVID-19 protocols going in and out of countries and just keeping their countries safe. So he's almost like a caged lion, you know, just trying to get out of the cage and just like let loose. But Braden has been the one that has been forcing that pace. But Braden's also the guy, Craig, as you noticed, rises to the occasion in the big events.
Yeah, he loves it. He loves some athletes. Some athletes don't mind the spotlight, and I think we see that with the great champions in our sport, like Fredino and Ryf, and we also see it with certain other athletes. You know, like Braden, he has always been a big time racer. He doesn't mind the spotlight. He doesn't seem to be affected by the pressure. He seems to be immune to the pressure and the expectation, and he just always delivers a really great, consistent performance as he's doing. But he would know that, as you mentioned, it was great to see that snapshot back to Matt Lieto and that second group coming up the climb, because we knew Cam Wurf would make a run at it. And he took a couple of Christian Hogenhaag and Christian Blummenfelt, and Christian Blummenfelt looked comfortable to me. I mean, I think he's still right in the mix here, as are some of the names you mentioned, Sam Long, Lionel and Sebi. Lionel in particular looked super comfortable going up that climb.
And as we look at the topography right now in southwestern Utah, absolutely gorgeous. The red hills of St. George, the backdrop, race weather right now, the Roca update, 74 degrees at the early part of the day. We're well into our 80s right now, 28 degrees as we speak right down here at Hot Corner. 15% humidity, really low in humidity levels here. And the wind speed is only at 4.6 kilometers out of the southwest. It is destined to pick up coming up later in the day. And I just wanted to, make mention also when we saw the mountains there, I saw Matt Lieto standing on top, giving that great report that he did. And Lovato, did make mention of his beautiful Ironman top and long sleeve. I think that Matt Lieto's still on that weight loss program or something, don't you think?
He's a very handsome man, Matt Lieto.
He's a strapping young man.
I could listen to his voice all day. But, his insights have been amazing.
Okay.
As have Michael and Didi's. And, to me, that weather, we couldn't have asked for better. Given what the forecast was in terms of wind and heat, I think the athletes have had, the forecast is for the wind to pick up mid-afternoon, and as is usually the case, the age group has normally copped the worst of the conditions. I think that very light breeze has led to a pretty ripping bike course so far. And on the women's side, I'm very intrigued with this race, because I think, I know I, for one, after seeing Danny's race in Dubai and Oceanside, I certainly didn't write her off, but I know when you are a great champion like that, even if it's a tune-up race, it's normally second, third or fifth, or not a 12th or at 11th like we saw at Oceanside. So she's kept her head, as we would expect, with all her experience, and I think she's executing her strategy perfectly here. I think she knows she needs some time on Kat and definitely on Anne. So this women's race is shaping up as an absolute cracker.
We'll talk about that as we see the road there just winding through the valley of Snow Canyon and St. George. We do apologise for our picture breakup right now. We are at the mercy of our internet gods out there, so we do apologise for that. But that is the road that our athletes will be on at the moment. So our men are now approaching, the 90-mile mark, and they're not too far away from that transition area, Craig. So now they're going to, start to think about the nutrition, start to think about how much do I really have in the tank here and how much is it going to take away from the run which lies ahead. But at that same time, you cannot take your foot off the gas, because you don't want anything coming from behind there, such as a Cam Wurf and towing the rest of the guys like Christian Blummenfelt, who's running a 2:35.
Yeah.
Sebi Kinley, who's a notoriously fast runner. He's had those Achilles injuries over the years, but he's injury-free right now. And then you got Cam Wurf coming off an incredible classic season. I'm talking about bike racing. Yes, you might think I'm crazy, but yeah, he did ride the Paris-Roubaix, race a couple of weeks ago, over 200, plus kilometers on the cobblestones, through Belgium, through France, and it was just absolutely amazing. He brings that cycling ability to the race right now, and you can see that he did go from just under 2 minutes at the early part of 25 miles into it. Craig, he then went out to 5 minutes at the 65-mile marker, but now it's coming back.
Yeah.
How much farther do you think it can come down?
Well, I think he could almost bridge across. He's that good. And you're right. What he's doing is sort of unheard of. Racing World Tour races, Spring Classics in cycling, and then jumping over to race the Ironman World Champs. He's a phenomenal athlete. I wish he had been a touch closer out of the water, because I think he could have really thrown the cat amongst the pigeons in this race had he been able to launch an attack a little earlier. You're right, though. The major contenders always get that balance right between keeping the pressure on to keep the chasers at bay, but still getting their nutrition in because, I mean, regardless of where you're sitting on this bike right now, if you haven't got your pacing and nutrition right, this last 20 miles could feel like an eternity, and then you have 26 miles to run in the heat. So it's not only a matter of where you're positioned on the course, but it's how you've managed your day so far. And you know the guys like Sebi and Lionel, they will get that right. So I'm looking at those time gaps thinking 5 minutes in this marathon on this course, I don't think it's a lot. I think they're right where they need to be. So this race it's unfolding nicely.
Yeah, I'm right with you. I'm right with you what you say about Werf. I'm right there with Kinley, Sanders, and also Blummenfelt. I do like the likes of those four catching up, to the leaders there. Maybe not at the end of the bike ride, but certainly in the first 10 miles of the run. But on the women's side, I'm most impressed right now by Annie Haug. Yep. She's a very small-framed athlete when you've got the strength of someone like a Kat Matthews, and then you've got Daniella Ryf, and they are just incredible cyclists with Sky Munch. But the way that Annie Haug is going about her business right now is absolutely incredible because she was on her own for quite some time in the early part of the bike ride there and just, figuring it out for herself and riding a lonely race, but sticking to the plan. This race in particular has to be planned out because it just is not one of those races dead flat like Ironman Florida. Flat out the whole way, no hills, over a little causeway or something. But here you have to plan that race out because these hills can certainly hit you. When you go back to the course preview or the profile of the bike race, 80 miles, bang, bang.
Yep.
Just at about 95 miles, bang, bang, all the way down to the finish line. So you've got two really hard hills to combat on the way home.
Yeah, I'm super impressed with Anne's race. And look, we know her pedigree and we also know her support crew. Dan Lorang's her coach, and they would have had a strategy. I mean, he's one of the best coaches in our sport. So what's impressive is the first part of this course suits a bigger athlete. So Anne, to be minimising the time gaps in that early part is impressive because really you would expect she's going to come into her own up those climbs, being the smaller, having a higher power to weight. So I think she's exactly where she needs to be. There's no doubt they've planned a race strategy around this course profile, and I think you mentioned previously that she was only losing, a handful of seconds every 5 or 10 miles, and I think at this point of the race, particularly coming to this critical section where the climbs are, she's right in the box seat, knowing her run abilities and the times, the run splits that she can lay down.
She's fleet-footed. She has an incredible turnover, and a stride length is about 4 inches shorter, or I should say, 100. 10 centimeters. I'm trying to be bilingual
metric
here.
And
metric and imperial, but it is 4 inches or 10 centimeters shorter than the rest of her competition. So in essence, she's got to run more steps. So that's
higher
running
leg
more
turnover.
distance. No, that's not true. But anyway, higher leg turnover. But she's good at that. It's like Marinda Carfrae running. When you see Rinny running, she's just absolutely beautiful. Her biomechanics are stellar. She is one to watch. But you watch Annie Haug run as she gets out onto the run course here today. All right, back over to our race at the moment. You can see that our athletes are making their way through Snow Canyon. They're going to hit Veo, very famous pie shop. I know you got a slice of pie up there the other day.
You know it.
I wish I did. Well, I'm glad I did not because I'm carrying a few pounds. And anyway, getting a good look at this overhead shot right now of this incredible view from southern Utah right now. We're in St. George. This is a 2021 Intermountain Healthcare Ironman World Championship brought to you by Utah Sports Commission. Our top 5, led by Braden Curry from New Zealand, is out in the lead. Daniel Bakkegaard from Denmark is right in there, and so too is Kyle Smith, having a great ride today, but they've got the chasers trying to mow them down.
Yeah, this group has held strong together the whole ride, and I think Kyle Smith has done a large amount of work on the front, as has Sam Laidlow and also Braden. So, they'd be riding to their strategy and their race plan, you would hope. But, I always like to think too how the races would unfold differently given a Patrick Lunger in the race or a Jan Frodeno. If Jan and Patrick were in this race, it is speculation, but they would be up the front. It changes the whole dynamic. So I think there's a huge opportunity for these other men, particularly with the race the way it's playing out. When Jan's in the race, there's always pressure on. So I think these guys are in the box seat. And, we're going to crown a new Ironman World Champion today. So, these guys would know the enormity of that. And they would also be getting regular splits out on course as to, Cam Worth, how he had the 2 Christians in tow and they're coming across, but they would also be getting splits to where Sam Long is, Lionel, Sebi, and those big names, those pre-race favourites who have just been hovering around that 4 to 5 minute mark. And we all know, I mean, Lionel has great pedigree on this course. He's laid down some incredible races. I know it was only the 70.3 distance, but it still gives you confidence when you've raced well at a certain race venue. And we just know Seb's pedigree. The harder it is, the better he races. So those boys I would think, would be very comfortable with the way this race is unfolding right now.
Sebastian Kinley, the only Ironman world champion in the field today in the men's race here, is now we've got Braden Curry going downhill, trying to get into that tuck position. We got Kyle Smith making a move there. We've got Florian Engert sitting in 3rd place, Bakkegaard in 4th. Oh, sorry, Sam Laidlow in 4th place and Bakkegaard in 5th place. But look at it right now. We got Sam Sam Laidlow just coming to the front there, trying to do a bit of work and overtaking, going down that hill at a rate of knots. And look at that. Snow Canyon in all of its glory right here in Utah, putting on a show for us here today at the Intermountain Healthcare Ironman World Championship for 2021. And look at that, a nice long line of 5 leading athletes in our peloton there. That is our media peloton following our lead men in the professional race here. And I tell you what, Craig, things are about to heat up as they hit the wall, and they will be going uphill, a very important part of the course.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think this last 30 miles, and we're hitting about 25 miles to go, so they've got about an hour, a little under an hour to go. Pacing still crucial. Hydration, obviously. The temperature, it's going to get up into the 90s by the time they hit this run course. So these 5 are having a great race. I mean, they seem to be sharing the work a little bit. And they're coming down the climb now before they hit Snow Canyon. But I'm just so impressed with this whole venue, Greg. Utah it's so beautiful. It's incredible. The people here are so friendly. They've embraced this race. And this is a tough championship course, So obviously everyone was talking about the wind this week, race week. The wind hasn't eventuated, but you've still got a lot of altitude gain and loss on this course. You've got the heat, the dry heat here. So yeah, these are tough conditions. This is a worthy championship race. And these races are both unfolding in a really exciting way. Because we've just got so much race left in front of us.
Very much so there, Craig. Thank you very much for joining us today, the 3-time Ironman World Champion, Craig Alexander, and the newest inductee into the Australian Sports Hall of Fame. Now we're going to transition back over to Michael and Didi because they've been in transition area way too long, drinking down their Gatorade Endurance, and I think they're ready for the final push of the bike. Back to you guys.
Greg, thank you so much. Craig, thank you so much. Always a pleasure to hear the insights of you at any point. So, Greg, thank you so much. Craig and Greg, we are back here, and this is the story. We have this same 5, Didi, that have been pushing. The order changes. Kyle Smith's in front now, Curry, Laidlow, and then you can see Bakkegaard in the yellow. We do still have Engert in there. But here is the other picture I just want to reference before we get too far away. Daniella Ryf has 1 minute and 25 seconds lead on Kat Matthews. Lisa Norden 4 minutes back. And when they brought up Annie Haug, this is the notable thing for me. At 70 miles, 7 minutes and 30 seconds. So even if she loses another 2.5 minutes, she's still at a point where I say 10 minutes can fly away in a blink of an eye with the caliber of runner that she is.
The caliber of runner, her frame size, I think, is going to be a huge advantage for her when she gets to the run. She's a tiny little thing, and so she will fly over these hills. Again, she knows how to win a world championship event. But again, Daniella Ryf showing some great form out there. So it's going to be a tremendous battle out there.
Okay, and here we are on the climb. We're going to go over to Matt, who's going to watch these women climb the wall approaching Vejo. So, Matt, without further ado, we're going to jump on down to you.
Great rhyme, Michael. And yes, you're right. Daniella is right here, and she is pushing this climb. But yes, she's not swaying back and forth. She looks very comfortable. Looking forward to seeing what her demeanor is, but she is stomping on the pedals at a level, at a rate of speed that seems very, very similar to what we saw some of our front men. Oh, wow. Her, guys, she is, it's easy. It's easy. it's easy. She looks, I don't mean that it's actually easy, but she looks so comfortable. Much more comfortable than most of the men looked coming up here, and at a same rate of speed. So very, very dangerous. Kat Matthews is on this climb as well, and I'm getting a split on her right now. It's been 45 seconds since Daniella passed a mark down here, and Kat still is not within sight. But guys, I think we know, if you've ridden this course, that I was telling athletes the race starts from the bottom of Gunlock back to transition. I think she's just getting warmed up. She looks super comfortable.
That's amazing, Matt. Thank you so much. I think you're spot on when you say the race started there at the base of the climb. You're essentially mile 78 through the next split, then a downhill. Tell me just real quick before Kat gets here, is that downhill a moment to continue making your break, refuel? What happens on that big downhill for Daniella?
Well, I'll tell you what, if you haven't previewed the course, you're going to be bummed, because the downhill doesn't start for a long time, and that downhill you still have to work the whole time. There's still a lot of kind of flat riding before you get anywhere close to like coasting, right? So it's tough, and it's coming up. Kat Matthews has her work cut out for her. Now, we know she's one of the fastest runners in this field. Annie Haug is maybe the only other athlete that can run better than she did. But my concern is Annie, the last I talked to her, hadn't done a full preview of this course. So if she gets up this climb and then thinks it's going to be easy breezy back to the run course, and right now that is the mark, and that's 2:15, guys. 2:15. I was told the mark was 90 at the base. I'm not sure if that's totally accurate, but 2:15 here, and she is climbing, and Daniella was seated and seemed like she was barely breathing. Kat is focused. She's determined. She is, when you get in that zone, what they talk about is getting in that zone, her eyes are like a deep focus, or even deeply out of focus, just zoned out on the road 5 feet in front of her. So Kat Matthews is focused on either keeping that gap together or keeping herself together.
Okay, Matt, thank you so much. And I'm going to say we'll see you soon. And I don't know that I feel really good about that, what you just described. To me, that showed she needs some energy. She probably needs
there's a difference between focused on and zoning out. Like, to me, those two statements don't add up. And one is actually quite good, and the other is actually showing signs of trouble.
For sure, for sure. Either way, we're observing, you're observing. I think it's the idea is we know right now that Daniella Ryf is in charge, and she is doing what she came here to do. She's got the legs to back it up. She's going to, I think, from that point, when we look at 30 miles to go, she could continue to put minute after minute on this field, because we know that she's a back half rider. So exciting stuff as we come back to what I erroneously referred to as a downhill. No, it's true. There is a downhill, and there's a big portion of straight down, but this is still that part where they're coming back. You can see the rollers, and then there it is, St. George in the background. You'll drop and really plummet a bit. This is the place where if there are gusting winds, it can test you.
I'm almost a little disappointed that the winds haven't kicked up, because this could have been a super exciting portion of the course. Again, we knew the athletes had mostly a tailwind up the Veo climb. This section could have been a strong crosswind, which I think would have added a certain element. We know the wind is coming, but I think that the pros will long be off the bike before that happens.
And fair enough, they still have to manage kind of the things that I'm curious about.
Sure.
How do you ride well downhill? How do you plummet? How do you really push it? And then how do you go?
Intermountain Healthcare, the official health partner of the 2021 Intermountain Healthcare Ironman World Championship, presented by Utah Sports Commission.
The pursuit of excellence may look different for everyone, but the demands are the same. Dedication, hard work, and striving for greater health. It's something we understand at Intermountain Healthcare, because we share your commitment to it.
in the coming miles.
In the coming miles. And as we're watching this group of 5, so we are watching this same 5. You mentioned someone could be overextending, someone's in charge. There's 5 men, Didi, that have been together for so long.
Yes.
They know each other's weaknesses, strengths. There's one defining moment left still where they circle around and climb Snow Canyon, a couple miles of very steep pitches.
And the other observation I would make of this group is that we have seen on the front consistently Braden Curry, Kyle Smith, and Sam Laidlow. We have not seen Backegard at the front of this group for quite some time. And we have not seen Florian Engert, I think, at all at the front of this group. So either they are the ones that are overreaching, perhaps, or they're being super smart and just sitting in.
That's right. We're going to rush over to Matt again at the top of the wall, and he's going to get us a look at number 3 on the road for the professional women. Matt, I think you've got your eyes on our favorite Swede.
Yeah, you know what? We actually, you were so engaged in your conversation that we actually, and she was moving so quickly that Lisa actually passed our position, and she's out of sight. She's actually gone by 1 minute and 15 seconds now. This is Sky. So she's put a fair amount of time, and she was hauling up this climb, absolutely moving up this climb. So Lisa using the cycling skill to be able to get a big gap on Sky or extend that gap on Sky and to kind of bring herself closer to Kat Matthews, that's for sure. But Sky Monch right now is 7 minutes and 20 seconds behind Daniella Ryf and is about 2 minutes behind Lisa Norden at this point of the climb. But she is smiling. She looks good. She feels comfortable. And this is an athlete that expects to do a lot of damage on the run and be the person that outlasts everybody. So if you go into transition 4th, that's a great position if your goal was to run down people as they fade. So I think Sky's in an absolutely great condition or position, but Lisa Norden was moving, and again, she looked very, very comfortable. And I think you made a great point, Didi, and I just don't know if it was Kat was focused and putting the work in, or if she was focused before she was about ready to go. But I think she still has it. She's a very determined athlete. I think she's going to hold, but she's going to lose time to Daniela. But 3rd and 4th are putting their efforts in now.
Great
and here's,
to know.
looks like our chase
keep
group.
with it, Matt.
Sorry, right behind me. We'll see who we have here. This might be Annie. This might be Annie at this point. I think it is.
Looks like Annie.
Yeah, believe that is Annie Haug. So our defending champion is moving herself through. She's now 8:30 down from Daniela. That's a pretty good spot for an athlete that wants to run. 8:30 down she is. Yep, and we have Jocelyn McCauley with her as well. They're riding very well and only within a minute of Sky Monch. So yeah, these 3 athletes pushing the pace, and Annie riding really, really well. She's got that disc wheel. I think on today's conditions, it's going to end up being a really, really good choice. Not a lot of wind, so as long as she's able to continue to put power to the pedal, I think Annie's in a really good position. But Snow Canyon, I think with the heat and possible tailwind up Snow Canyon, a lot's going to happen there. Maybe not movement time-wise, but that's where I think the athletes will either start to overheat or really feel the fatigue. But Annie looks great.
And that 3rd athlete in that chase, just confirming, that's Fenella Langridge. I think I recognized her as that. You didn't mention her name, but that's Fenella at the back of that group?
Yep.
Great.
Yeah, thank you. I believe so. Thank you. Yes.
Outstanding. Thank you so much, Matt. We will come back to you again later. We are with Daniella Ryf and watching her do what she does best on the section that is not downhill. It is post-climb, but Daniella Ryf really putting power to the pedals. To recap, this is a confirmation. Matt said, I believe she was 90 seconds ahead of Kat at the base of the climb, and she was 2.5 at the head. So, in fact, she did, in that time, on that climb, put 1 minute, and she's continuing to put time. This is exciting. We know, and you've listened to us all day. You've heard all the other guests come in and validate how when you're a 4-time world champion, you know what to do. The question is, are the legs there? And that answer, we have it already. Her legs are there today.
Yeah, absolutely. The way she motored up that climb, we saw that, her pushing that big gear. That's the Daniela we are so accustomed to, pushing that big gear, as we see our lead men looping back through town. Again, these are age group athletes. They are passing as they share this section of road along Snow Canyon Parkway there. Our lead men will take the right-hand turn as they begin their assault on Snow Canyon itself. So a little bit of lapped traffic. I think this is the only section on the bike course where there will be lapped traffic. Our professional men making their way around some of our age group athletes who are headed to the Veo Loop, our lead men making their way to Snow Canyon.
Unbelievable, and such a fun moment, too, for those age groupers that are well behind, but to get the chance to overlap and look at these true superstars of the sport rolling through, the first of which is Sam Laidlow in black with the red, white, with the black and red helmet. This man, we have seen him all day. He's very happy up front and has done that now back-to-back, 2 weekends apart. Right behind him, Kyle Smith. You have to think about Kyle Smith. Well, what's his pedigree? Guess what? He was Jan Frodeno's training partner in Girona all the way up until Jan had to tell him to go away. I'm not training anymore. But that was what they were doing this spring, getting ready for this race. So obviously, if you can look, if you can train with Jan Frodeno,
If Jan Frodeno wants you around as his training partner, you've got the goods. If you're someone that can push Jan Frodeno in training, I think there's a bright future there.
Yeah. As I recall seeing on his social media, he was training with one of the top ski mountaineers. He picks the best. So good for Mr. Kyle Smith, who is on fire today. The top 5, unshakable, but a lot of action behind. And the cool thing is that everybody. Matt said it really well. Sebastian Kienle, he runs well off a hard bike. Who runs well off a hard bike is different than who runs well. So let's keep that in mind as we focus forward in this beautiful race here in St. George. So much fun still to be had. That you gain, right? There's a difference there that you gain experience. Some of that is bad, Didi. I mean, some of that is bad. Like the bliss, the ignorance is bliss strategy does work when you're going flat out for an Ironman. It's something that, and I think I'm speaking here to someone that has done multiple Ironmans, you know there's the first one, cool, kind of fun. The second one can also be a pain in your butt because you think you know everything. Then you go on and you start to understand, like I'm sure Ben remembers what it feels like to sprint. It was only 2 weeks ago, sprint finish in Ironman. So the point being, rookie isn't always bad, but it is a notable thing that we have to mention going into the run is who has experience and who does not.
Absolutely. As we look at our men's leaders here, again, they are making their way, getting fuel on board before they start the Snow Canyon climb. Again, we talk about Snow Canyon. If you're going to go out and do a little training in this region and you're going to take in Snow Canyon, in training, you can ride it. It's only 5 miles. It's a pretty constant grade as opposed to the Veo one that ebbs and flows, pitches and flattens, pitches and flattens. Snow Canyon is pretty constant. It's about a 4.5% grade throughout the entirety of the climb. Doesn't feel that bad when you just go out and roll it. But keep in mind, these athletes are hitting it well in to this bike leg. Fatigue as it is peaking in terms of bike fatigue. The heat is ticking up, so it really is. It comes at a critical moment in this bike, and I think the true colors will shine.
They will absolutely. And here we are cranking along at a mere 35 miles an hour, getting ready to approach the right turn and gradual right into Snow Canyon. Beautiful spot here. So we're going to be there in a matter of moments. And when they do, Didi, it's not like you just turn a corner and go straight up a wall. They make this turn and they get that kind of angry approach. A couple hills, a couple more hills. starts to go a little uphill. In fact, this is still downhill, but real quickly you're going to see them change that rate of speed. So I think the unique aspect of this course, amongst many unique aspects, you get hit by hills before the hills before the hills. You just continue to, you don't really get respite ever.
No, and that is a theme that is going to continue throughout the rest of this Ironman World Championship competition, because if you thought you've seen some hills on this bike course, you got another thing coming when the athletes get off of the bike and head to the run. And here we see our professionals making their way around this roundabout. This is not the turn. It's going to be another similar turn like that. I believe it's the next roundabout they get to. You'll see our pros peel off to the right to attack Snow Canyon. Age groupers will continue on to that Veo loop.
So well said, Didi. The course knowledge on point. We want to do a reminder to our viewers who are on Facebook and Peacock. We are going to have to ask you guys here in about 2 minutes to jump over to the second feed. So we end our first broadcast and we go to the second. You do have to refresh and restart. So both of our Peacock and Facebook viewers will want to restart here in a couple minutes. We'll prep you one more time, but just a heads up.
As our men continue again, this group of 5, they've spent a lot of time together out there now, getting to know you, and time will tell who is overextending, who is driving the pace. Will this youthful exuberance we're seeing from some of our young competitors at the front of this race carry them through the marathon in the lead, or will the experience of some of the chasers win the day? Time will tell as we come back to Daniella. So great to see her back on form, riding away from the rest of the competitors and looking absolutely fantastic, looking relaxed. Again, Daniella always has that poker face. We never really know what's going on with her, but we can tell by the way that she's riding. She may be a little angry, you know, nicknamed the Angry Bird. Well, I think the Angry Bird is back. A lot of people had written her off, and I think she played it cool during race week and was fine with that, but she is absolutely unleashing now.
And with this, parting ways with the Angry Bird for just a couple minutes. I want to remind everyone that's viewing on Facebook and Peacock to please come back, start that second feed. We're signing off, and we will be back with much, much more of the Intermountain Healthcare Ironman World Championship presented by Utah Health Commission, Sports Commission. We'll see you in a minute. And here we are at the Intermountain Healthcare Ironman World Championship presented by Utah Sport Commission. This is St. George, Utah. I'm Michael Lovato, joined, of course, by Didi Griesbauer. We are recognizing that many of you have been with us all day, but starting this second feed, we wanted to give a welcome to everyone around the world watching this exciting race. To recap, we're quickly approaching the final and most decisive moment of this full gas bike course, where we hit approximately a mile 100 and we climb up the Snow Canyon hill, shall we call it? Let's call it a mountain.
It's just a little speed bump there in the course. Hitting these athletes at mile 100 again. Mile 100 on a flat course, you're pretty tired. You're starting to think about the run. You're ready to be done with the bike. Maybe you're topping up some nutrition. Athletes, the smart ones, will have done that in this last segment. Concluding with the descent from Veo, this flatter section through town before they get to Snow Canyon, because once on Snow Canyon, I think we're going to see some fireworks.
I think so too, and after Snow Canyon, more fireworks, because that's when you start to kind of jostle for position and come down into town. And once you're in town, you've got to prepare yourself for a tiny little 26.2 marathon, 26.2 or 42.2, whichever version you want to approach. The Ks go quicker. The miles go a little slower.
Yep. I've had this conversation. Do you prefer courses marked in Ks? They come faster, but there's more of them.
I'm all miles all day long.
Miles are further apart, but there's fewer of them to tackle.
I just run the miles faster. That way it goes more quickly.
You run the miles faster than Ks.
Yeah, just because.
That's a skill.
Completely. So here we are looking at these guys, and remember that when we do get into this canyon, we do lose a bit of cell service, and we'll bounce around and give you as much as we can during that time of the other parts of the race. But here you are watching the German leading the Kiwi, leading the Frenchman, leading the Dane, and then again, one more Kiwi at the back. And we've finally been able to memorize these guys' outfits at this point in the race, Didi.
Took us long enough.
But exciting stuff as they come in here. And I was looking back, that split kind of was shocking. We knew, and we watched it happen with Daniella Ryf, and we watched Sky Monch lose that time, but 8 minutes is kind of a remarkable. And then Annie Hag 8:40. I mean, I'm not sending up the warning flags, but I just found that really impressive, and I wanted to make another mention of it.
Absolutely, and by my recollection, this is the first time in the men's race I think we've seen Florian Engert at the front of the race. He's been very patient, sitting in, and not to say he hasn't been there at all, but significantly less than the likes of Sam Laidlow, Kyle Smith, and Braden Curry. But now he is taking his turn at the front, perhaps tipping his hat that he plans to attack here through Snow Canyon.
That's right, and here's a nice look at the leaderboard. Sam Laidlow from France up front at the moment of this split. Kyle Smith from New Zealand, Braden Curry from New Zealand, Florian Engert from Germany, and of course, we've got Daniel Bakegaard, and then that little gap of about 5 minutes to Cameron Wurf, who's riding strong, and then Christian Hogenhaug from Denmark, just with Cameron Wurf, and then you can bounce to the other Christian, the Olympic champ, Blummenfelt, he's there, and then we've got a little bit more star power. Lionel Sanders, and of course Chris Leiferman and Sebastian Kienle, Sam Long. I inserted the wrong person. There's Kienle, but this is pretty much everyone. I mean, we're missing very few people at this point.
Yeah, I think of our contenders, I mean, there are some run specialists. I think Matt Hansen's name had been dropped. David McNamee, again, a podium finisher in Kona 2 times, so likely to see him as well. There are still some guys who are in striking distance, so this podium is far from secure. I don't think the entire podium will come from these guys. I would hope that some of them might hold on for the podium, but I think we're going to see some changes. Again, this has been one difficult bike course, and the people that have biked it the smartest are the ones, I mean, that's a stupid comment, but are going to run the best, right? I mean, obvious. Thank you, Captain Obvious.
No, but you know what? I mean, it's important. It's sort of like when you give your effort, that's going to count the most. And when you took the fuel, how you handled it. So we're watching these guys do pretty well so far.
There's this beautiful moment in time when neither foot is touching the ground. We are free of gravity and weight, moving above the doubts, past limits. When we are light, transformed, and hopeful. And if we were to collect all these moments, join them together, well, this is when anything becomes possible. This is when we fly.
Throughout my career, people have doubted my ability, and I've had it even more so when I've come into triathlon. I think this year will be very different. There will be bigger expectations on me. I love the way that I race. With my swim background, I'm almost in the driving seat from the gun. I'm the person that everyone is chasing. I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
And as you dive in, so above, you see it all. Here, look how stark, look how desolate it can be out there. Granted, this is just off of a resort area, so you're not completely in the desert, or in the desolate part. But here's where it gets interesting, and you can see folks approach this. Do I stand? Do I sit? Do I follow? Do I have a high cadence? Do I have a low cadence? Obviously preferential depending on athlete, but the main thing here is you're going to see someone just trying to get over this hill. It's going to expose some weaknesses. Instead of just staying with these guys, we're going to zip over to Matt, who's with Daniella Ryf. Let's see what he's got to say.
Yep. Thanks so much, Michael. Yeah, we got Daniella going down this descent. She got on the top of that flat section that I told you about, and she is absolutely moving. She's extended her gap on Kat Matthews. Long straightaway. Kat Matthews had no chance of seeing Daniella. I want to say long straightaway, like 1.5, 2 miles, and extended her gap to Sky further. And Lisa Norden, I can't tell if the gap's opened, but Lisa has definitely opened on Sky. Sky seems to be fading, and Annie Haug looks like she's riding very, very well. She did just drop Vanilla Langridge where I went by. So the women's race is starting to separate, but Daniella Ryf is putting down the power into this headwind now. You can probably hear it as we go down into town. She's putting in an effort to try to extend this gap, and it's going to be big here pretty soon.
Great stuff, and it does show, Matt, you can see and hear that she is ripping it into that downhill, into that headwind, and doing exceptionally well. I love seeing her on the disc. I love seeing her on that steed, just really maximizing the technology. It is cool. Check out that percentage grade, 8%. That feels a little testy. Not the steepest part of the climb, but 8% does take a sting out of the legs a bit.
It does, and it does kick up at the end. That's the brutal part of this snow canyon is it's pretty steady, and then it kicks up pretty significantly right at the end. Again, only 5 miles. Compared to what these guys have climbed up to Veo, a lot shorter in duration, but a lot steeper for the most part. There aren't breaks in the gradient the way they had on the way to Veo. So we see Florian Engert now here at the front. We can tell he is working. Like, you can look at his face. You can see he is definitely working this climb. He's keeping a nice high cadence, not pushing a huge gear. So spinning those legs up the climb, but definitely it is work trying to establish. And again, it's tough going uphill, but if he can maximize a gap on the uphill, if he can get to the downhill portion first, he can establish an even bigger gap as he gets into the downhill, while the other guys, even in his own group, are still making that climb. It's significant if he can get even an extra 5 seconds on some of the guys, and we see a small gap there between second and third place. Again, they can double that in the start of the descent.
That's right, and I tell you what, this is also, in addition to what you said, already 20 miles later than that last tough climb, right? So the legs feel that as well, the steepness and just the overall duration. Suddenly, we are 4 hours and almost 4:40 into this race. That is a notable amount of time that the body starts to depend on and need much more fueling than it did earlier. Your sweat rate is up. The heat is coming up.
Yes.
I mean, if we look at the heat already now being approaching 30 Celsius or mid-80s. So we're approaching that zone. And this part, when you're going so slow, you don't feel, you have no cooling effect, no reduction of sweat from the breeze. You've slowed right down.
Well, again, not only that, but the wind direction would be slightly cross-tail at this point, because they're headed back up in a northerly direction. Again, that southwest wind helping them a little bit, but definitely as it warms up, they will feel the heat and not get much reprieve from that. We saw Daniella moments ago on the downhill section. We could hear that wind whipping as she was slightly into the wind on the descent. These guys obviously going the opposite direction up Snow Canyon, a tailwind, but definitely with the temperature climbing, they're going to feel the heat.
And timing splits show that Daniella Ryf has gone through 87.2 miles or 140 kilometers of this full gas bike course. She is rocking and she is rolling, and she's getting more and more time at every turn of the pedals. This great shot captures our entire top 5 in one camera shot. All 5 of these men that have just been together for so darn long. It's going to be my bet that as soon as we hit transition, we're going to see them part ways. Not necessarily forever and not necessarily in the order, but someone's going to do a quick transition. Someone's going to spend an abnormal amount of time.
A little extra time.
And then you're going to find out whose legs are ready to run and whose are not. Dee Dee, you trademarked it. It's called the judgment zone, and you named that. And that is when we all place judgment on how they look coming off the bike in transition 2. It's just looks. It's just an observation.
It is looks, but it can be telling. Anybody with a bent over frame, anybody who can't actually run or is listing sideways, again, it is going to be telling as to who is in what sort of state as they come off the bike. Those that bound off the bike also can be deceiving because maybe they start the marathon a little bit hot. And again, another unforgiving aspect of this course is this marathon course. There literally is not one flat section of course. These athletes going either uphill or downhill, and it's going to beat up the quads, which are already tired from all of this climbing on the bike.
You got it. And getting a look here that we had Florian and Garrett, a split just popped up that he ran a 2:43 in his last Ironman, and that was at Mallorca. 2:43 is not too shabby, and that's just sort of an understatement. He's also taken out an Ironman title in 2:70.3s. He's 30, so we put him right in the middle. He bridges the gap from the 20-somethings to Braden Curry at 35. He's that mid-range.
He's the glue.
It's the sweet spot, right?
Yeah, it's the glue. He's the median.
He's the median, and you've got to have that. He's really, though, what is evident, and this is not a surprise, but after 2.5 years with no Ironman World Championship, the players came to play, and that we have all these contenders. If you just said within 10 minutes you have this many excellent, exceptional people that can go top 10, that's what's exciting, and it's all going to play out on the run. We mentioned this before. Game can change at 100 miles, and game can certainly change about 13 miles into this run for certain, where that heat that we predicted, that's the one thing that's coming. The wind, maybe not yet. The heat, it's definitely coming. We're going to be here to watch it. We're going to sizzle, in fact. We're going to sizzle.
Whether it's on the road or in the pool, your activity has high demands. Rooted in sweat and grounded in science, we understand your unique fueling needs. That is why we created formulas just for you, endurance athletes, helping you replace what you're losing and keeping you fueled. And there's nowhere we'd rather be than with you along this journey, because together we are formulated for farther. From the creators of Gatorade, Gatorade Endurance, formulated for you, formulated for farther.
But it's challenging, but it's not out of range.
No.
So yeah, so 14 minutes. I mean, you're talking 35 seconds a mile. That will get you to the win, perhaps not in the men's field, but 14 minutes out of something can get you anywhere. You could come off 20th place.
It's 13 minutes in a marathon, right? I mean, roughly, maybe slightly more, but those split times, that's not a huge differential, even for amongst the top in the world.
That's right. And I'm excited to tell you that I'm going to rush off to our good friend Greg Welch, who's got yet another exciting guest. I can't wait to hear more, learn more, and see more. Greg, we're sending it down to you.
So far, and we're coming down to the crux of it now. We're getting toward the end of the bike and seeing a beautiful day here in southern Utah at the 2021 Intermountain Healthcare Ironman World Championship presented by Utah Sports Commission. Now, that's the one that I wanted to get right, because sitting alongside of me now is my very good friend,
Greg.
Mr. Jeffrey Robbins. How are you,
Good to see you,
Jeff?
my friend. Huh?
President and CEO of Utah Sports Commission. Jeff, you're amazing. You've been putting on events and hosting events for over 20 years now here with Utah Sports Commission, over 52 events that you put on, and also something else going on today in Salt Lake City.
For you who are motocross fans, Supercross, the World Finals, are happening tonight in Rice-Eccles Stadium in Salt Lake City. I tried to talk my friends into using their jet to get back up there. No luck. So, Greg, I'm going to be here with you, huh?
Oh,
but this is unbelievable.
I was hoping to get a free jet ride and then get back for the finish line. But anyway, we'll have to wish Eli Tomac. He's won the championship already. But anyway, those great events that you put on Red Bull Rampage and all these incredible events. But I wanted to, talk to you, Jeff, especially about, what you do and what you've been responsible for over the years, because not only were the Olympic Games back in 2002 here, but they might be coming again in the early 2030s, and you not only get behind those events, but there's a whole bunch of other events that you do as well.
Sure, we've hosted over 900 events since the Games in 2002. So one of our goals was to build what we call a sport and Olympic legacy strategy and bring all of these events in. And as Greg mentioned, we have Red Bull Rampage down here in the same area that this race is going on, one of the most iconic events in the world in mountain biking. We have Supercross tonight. We'll have about 50 events that go on typically in a year-ish. And we also hosted a number of events during COVID. And I don't think anybody else in the world hosted as many events. Over 50 events during COVID. We were with Supercross, the second group, I think, in the world to host major events during COVID. Only NASCAR was a week out earlier than us. So we found a really interesting way of hosting events during COVID that we haven't had issues with COVID and clusters. And so I think that's an area that has allowed us to continue to work with Ironman as well in hosting some of the events that were early on.
Yeah, I remember being on the ground here at the 70.3 Championship, and then for the World Championship as well in September. So that was absolutely, magnificent. Jeff, there are, several other things that, that you want to talk about. But firstly, I want to talk about the landscape here. It's absolutely incredible. So thank you for bringing us here to Utah, because it is one of my favorite states, of course. And not only that you live here, but you live up in Salt Lake City. I wanted to talk to you a little bit about the community of St. George, because the community of St. George is one of those rare communities in the world that gets right behind Ironman Triathlon. There's 4,600 volunteers out there today, Jeff. Please talk to St. George.
Well, you just spoke about it. So 4,600.
Well, maybe you'll have to hire me one day on your sales team.
Or you could volunteer.
Oh,
4,600 volunteers,
that's
right?
Right. Well, 4,601.
Yeah, and one now. Thanks, Greg. So it's incredible. The community rallies around this. And I think when you have a community like this being willing to step up, during the Olympics, we had to turn away volunteers. We actually, I think, turned away 6,000 or 7,000 volunteers that wanted to volunteer for the Games. So we've always had this great community-based effort, and when we need volunteers, when we need help, they rally. And St. George and Washington County and the greater Zion area, there's no one that does that better. And so you can't do it without incredible community support, and we owe a great deal to the greater Zion's folks in St. George and Washington County, because what you see going on today, it's not Greg and I, it's not all the people out there, the volunteers, the 4,600 people that do this because they love this event, they love this community, really make this event happen.
It really does, Jeff. I want to thank you for coming along today. But we are in Snow Canyon right now in this beautiful national park. Then we've got Bryce Canyon, which is just a few hours drive, but one of the most famous canyons and national parks in the world is Zion National Park. If you've never been, it's only 30 miles away from right here in southern Utah. Zion National Park, a must-see. Guys, they are just about to exit Snow Canyon National Park right now. The race is on for young and old. We've still got our 5 at the front. They are fueling up. They are getting ready for the final push as they come down Highway 18 into transition area and out. Time to fly on the Hoka Run course. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Greg. And as we take a look here at Daniella Ryf, absolutely stomping all over this bike course. She's on the descent here, making her way. Again, the pro men have just finished the climb at Snow Canyon. The leaders, they will be making their way behind Daniella, making their way towards transition. Daniella's still going to loop through town to make her way up the climb at Snow Canyon, but right now, sitting all by herself, mile 87.2. She is 3 minutes, 24 seconds ahead of Kat Matthews, then 6.5 minutes to Lisa Norden, 10 minutes to Skye Munch. Annie Haug has actually caught Skye, so there's a group of 3, Skye, Annie Haug, for Jocelyn McCauley and Fenella Langridge all together. So that threesome we saw up the wall at Veo, Annie Howe, Jocelyn McCullough, Fenella Langridge have reeled in Sky. Sky had a smile on her face then, but she has been caught. So those are your top 7 of the women, but this woman, Daniella Ryf, riding away from the rest of the field.
And there's a big section of work to be done. She's doing a great job pushing down the hill, which is fantastic and an art in and of itself. But when she's done pushing down the hill, she's going to have that section where you twist through town, the couple roundabouts, and that same climb we witnessed the fellas going up. And I suspect she's going to put another couple minutes into these chasers. Daniella Ryf is on fire, the 4-time Ironman world champion, 14-time Ironman winner, and 21-time 70.3 champ.
And we see the men's leaders. I believe he just went by Sky Monch. So this is a section of the course where our lead pro men and lead pro women are on the same section of road. We just saw our men's leader there, Florian Engert, go by Sky Monch, who is sitting currently in 4th place. She should be with Annie Howe, Jocelyn McCauley, and Fenella Langridge, but exciting to see our lead professionals, both male and female, on the same section of road.
That's right. This is a beautiful bike course and challenging and epic. And we talked about that word at the very beginning. It truly is going to be one of those events where you look back with a smile and you say, gosh, what was my favorite moment? Because so many excellent performances at this point. And we're going to continue to see them. People breaking through, people reaffirming their status as champion, and then all of the things in between, right? The standard, the consistent people like a Ben Hoffman or a Lindsay Corbin, who is just forever present. We don't talk about them now, but we will later, to be certain. We'll see those names pop into the top 10.
Absolutely. Don't be fooled. We've spent so much time on the bike leg. It seems like a foregone conclusion that your podium is somehow going to appear from one of these top 5 guys, and that Daniella is a shoo-in the way she's been biking. But don't be sucked in. Don't be mistaken. Still so much racing to go, and on a very, very challenging marathon course as we look to our top 5. Again, tiny bit of separation between 3 and number 4 there. Heading into an aid station, though, that gap can be certainly helpful. Frees up some space to grab the bottle that you want. Absolutely. And Michael, I have a question for you.
Ask it. I'm ready for it.
Do you dream of racing in Kona?
No.
If so, and for anybody out there dreaming of racing in Kona, you should take a look at a brand new race happening in Des Moines, Iowa. With more qualifying slots than any other North American race, Certified Piedmontese North American Championship Des Moines is your ticket to the World Championship. You'll enjoy a 2.4-mile urban swim, followed by a 112-mile rolling ride and a marathon run with the views of a charming Des Moines. And with Certified Piedmontese as a title sponsor, you know the post-race food is going to be top shelf. See for yourself at this fantastic new race venue. Register today at Ironman.com.
Didi, here's the only reason I said no. I've done it 13 times. That's a lot of times. So I don't dream about it anymore. I love that race. And here's what I dream about. Watching Kona, because it's so much fun to have experienced it and then get to watch it. This is just where I'm at now. Those of you that dream of it, listen to what Didi said. Get there, do it, because I'm telling you, it really is something to dream about.
Absolutely it is, and men dreaming about the end of this bike leg now. Our lead men enjoying this final descent, turning the legs over, trying to get that foot speed up as they approach transition. They've got a few miles left to go, but now's the time. They top up those calories, make sure the hydration is done. They've likely gone through that last aid station of the bike course, starting to set their sights on the marathon course, doing the body inventory. Do I have enough calories on board? Here we see Florian Engert saying, hey, I've had enough. You guys take a turn, calling the other athletes around. Again, we haven't seen him at the front a lot, but he took a turn and now he's done.
A nice long turn there towards the end, some of the tired miles. But Didi, when you said they're dreaming about the end of the bike ride, I would absolutely affirm that. This is the moment when no matter what kind of cyclist you are, no matter how much you love the bike, and no matter where you are position-wise, you get into those closing miles, and it is time to get off the bike. People just are ready.
Mile splits populated for 104 miles in the men's race. We have our lead group of 5 followed by a diminishing chase group, still led by Cameron Wurf at 4 minutes, 13 seconds down. He's got Lionel Sanders with him and Christian Blummenfelt. So this is one exciting race. Do not go anywhere because things are going to unfold rapidly here in the coming miles.
And here's the exciting thing about that. One of the exciting things. Lionel Sanders thrives on, lives for the battle.
Yes.
And he would rather have a battle and lose than have no battle and win. And I can say that just based on watching him for years now. Lionel Sanders is with Christian Blummenfelt. This is exactly what he wants. Coming off, starting the Hoka run together, that could, should, and probably will happen very soon.
The pursuit of excellence may look different for everyone, but the demands are the same. Dedication, hard work, and striving for greater health. It's something we understand at Intermountain Healthcare because we share your commitment to it.
And I do think that when Lionel Sanders really means, he gets more satisfaction out of a fight to the very end with the best than an easy win, or even a win against some good competition.
He would almost rather come up short in a fierce battle than run away by himself. Absolutely agree. Yeah. He thrives on the battle. He's an emotional racer, and I think he needs that battle in order to succeed. Here we have Kat Matthews, who is very quickly becoming the color of her kit. Very red in the face now, so we know that heat is building. Racing without that visor, I'm told the visor actually broke in transition. The magnets that affixed the visor to her face came undone, so the visor was not working. So she's biked this entire thing. Again, that hot wind hitting your face like that. We look for these minute details that could have consequences later in the race, something that she's having to deal with.
Yeah, we're going to check in with Matt Lieto and see what he's got with these racers on course here. Matt, what are you seeing?
Yeah, thanks so much, guys. I'm here with Cam Wurf at the front of this race course, pulling behind him Lionel Sanders. But over this last little bump into town, he's been able to stretch things out a little bit. Lionel was on his wheel, riding well up Snow Canyon. These athletes are starting to move up. And Christian Blumenfelt, he's very curious. He asked how far it was to Backagard. I feel like that's curious that he's the athlete that he's worried about. But right now, Cam Wurf leading Lionel Sanders, who looks very comfortable and very strong, and Christian Blummenfelt in this chase group. Other athletes behind, we did see Chris Leiferman looking very comfortable. We also saw Sebastian Kienle about 10 minutes back. Chevalier was about 8 minutes back. But definitely things are mixing up, and you see this section of course that we're on here. If we pan to the left from Cam, it's about to go dip down into town. They're going to have some very fast riding the last little bit into town. And you know what? People think cyclists can only make time up on uphills. I guarantee you Cam is going to open up this gap on this downhill.
I think you're right. Great insight there, and I love having a feel for what they look like, how comfortable they are, because that's something we can't tell. I can tell you that Cam Wurf looks so smooth, and we usually see this, but again, this is the cadence, this is the position, this is everything you want to see in a powerful position. He's going to come off the bike, and this is why he runs so well. He's going to come out 90% tank instead of 99% drained, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like
he's got a lot left in the tank. You can tell by how smooth and effortless his pedal stroke looks, how still his upper body is. He's not stressed, he's not straining. I think he's quite comfortable and probably looking forward to everything he has left in the tank as he makes his way towards T2.
And you were kind of mouth agape at something there when you saw Cam Wurf roll through. Interesting stuff here. Well, let's just put it this way. This course exposes all the weaknesses, doesn't it?
It absolutely does, and I think we're seeing sites that you wouldn't normally see in a World Championship event where we've got pro males lapping other pro males. We saw Cameron Worf there riding by Matt Russell. Again, Matt Russell's had some health problems in the last years. The fact that he is even able to race here, I think, is a celebration for him. He lives here in St. George, no doubt. His wife and young son are out there cheering for him. He's another athlete that doubled off of Ironman Texas just a couple of weeks ago. I'm not sure how he fared in that event, but doubling up another race here, again, a celebration for him, but well behind actually now even Daniella Ryf, I think, at this point for Matt Russell. But good to see him out racing and still in the fight.
And a guy that has had quite a story, quite an arc to his career. Making a top 10 in Kona and also winning a couple Ironmans, and also he's done every single Ironman Texas that has been a pro race. He finished 2 weeks ago. He's done every single one. He hadn't done the age group one, obviously. But back here to the matter at hand, thank you for bringing that up. I missed it, which is why I'm asking. We're going to check in with Lionel Sanders, Christian Blummenfelt, and Matt Lieto. What I can see here is that Matt is struggling to keep up with this downhill prowess of Lionel Sanders in green. You can see him ripping it on this downhill. Also in a great tuck, Didi, wouldn't you say? Getting that head down, out of the way, very aero and maximizing every bit of gain on this downhill.
Absolutely. He is tucked in tight. You see that helmet right in between his shoulder blades there, maximizing the aerodynamic efficiencies, not leaving anything, not wasting even a single second out there in this descent. He's got that nice high cadence. When he feels like he's spinning out, he does a little bit of a coast, tucks that head down, and re-engages. So he looks great, nice and fluid, excited to get to the marathon. And what we saw of him in Oceanside, the way he ran and the way he battled in Oceanside, his race, lots of opportunity up ahead for Lionel Sanders.
Oh, for sure. And he's also, I think the big question mark with Lionel that I've seen all along is just when he kind of starts to figure something out, he almost gets in his own way. He creates problems, and he does new changes and dramatic things. So he's always had this untapped potential at the Ironman distance. 23 Ironman 70.3 wins, 23, more than pretty much anyone. And you don't just dominate that and be good at Ironman and not have it equal out.
Relatively speaking, has underperformed at the
100%.
Ironman. He's had one great performance in Kona, and the rest he's had his struggles. We've seen him heaving on the side of race courses. We've seen him miss pace, make strategic errors. I think we've seen Lionel grow as a professional and not feel like he needs to murder the bike. I think he's built confidence in his run. He's a very, very good runner, but he used to smash the bike feeling like that's what he had to do to win. And I think he's learning a little bit of patience on the bike. He does not have to lead off the bike in order to win a race. And I think he's backing himself with a bit of confidence in his run. He's been constantly, and I don't want to say fumbling because he is figuring out, but fumbling with his nutrition, trying to figure out what works. That has derailed him a number of times over the course of a full Ironman. But a woman that is absolutely on track today is Daniella Ryf, as we see her at the base of Snow Canyon, ready to attack this climb.
Pulling away from Kat Matthews, as she's been doing all day long. As we come back to these men entering transition to this, of course, is going to be Kyle Smith, first off the bike from New Zealand, right behind Sam Laidlow in white from France, second off the bike. And then from Germany, Florian and Garrett, he is there as well with Braden Curry and Daniel Bakegaard. These guys coming off the bike together, all five of them probably ready to be a little bit done of one another, but appreciative
these
nonetheless.
Guys have been together so long, I wonder if they're going to hold hands running through transition and have a fond farewell as they head out onto the marathon course. I am actually surprised with the degree of difficulty in the back half of this bike split that all of these athletes have stayed together consistently so. We didn't see any separation. At one point climbing up Veo, I thought we saw a little bit of a gap that two of the athletes had broken away. Absolutely not. The five of them have been together for hours out there.
I want to say this as we watch Daniella Ryf just dominate the front of this bike, and it's in reference to Lionel Sanders before I part ways with his run pedigree. And I'll never forget the first time I saw his name. I believe it was 2013 or 2012. He won Ironman 70.3 Muskoka with a 1:10 marathon, half marathon, in front of Andy Raylard, if I remember correctly, who did a 1:12. Andy Raylard, notably one of the best long-distance runners of our sport's time, and Sanders put his mark there on the run. It was. I guess I bring that up because as far as 10 years ago, he's been an exceptional runner. It's just a matter of how many exceptional runners can't run a good marathon off the bike. It's because of fueling. He's getting there, and that's what's exciting. I just want to close that loop out as we come back to Daniella Ryf and Kat Matthews. Here we are in the thick of it. Transition to this, the beginning of the Hoka run course here. 26.2 miles or 42.2 kilometers of running through the streets of St. George, up and out and around into the hills. This course gives you everything, Didi, except flat ground.
I was going to say, this is the last time these athletes will see flat ground until tomorrow morning when they wake up and walk to get their coffee. I mean, this marathon course is relentless. Constant uphills, and it's not the uphills that are going to kill you. I think the hardest part of this marathon course, assuming fueling is intact, is going to be at the halfway point when they finish the screaming downhill section, make the U-turn to go out for lap number 2, and have to head up that run, because that downhill is going to pound the quads, and then they've got to turn around and do it all over again. I tell you, the designers of this course, someone made them a bit angry before they went out there and decided where to go.
Oh, they love it. These people in St. George and the course designers, they love a challenge too. And we all enjoy watching these men and women push themselves. But how about this? 4:16 for the bike course here. That is awesome. Incredibly fast for
really fast.
The amount of climbing that this race had. 4:16 for the top 5. And then let's come back as you watch these men string out and get into it for this run. Braden Curry, he's the one that comes in here at 35 years of age and can say, I've been 5th and 7th in Kona. I know how to get through a marathon at a championship race and stay on the top 10.
And let's not forget that epic battle. I think it was his 5th place finish where he was shoulder to shoulder with Tim O'Donnell for the entire marathon. So he's another athlete, we said, of Lionel Sanders, who loves a battle. Braden Curry, not afraid of a battle in an Ironman marathon either.
That's right. He went shoulder to shoulder, and now we're watching top mustache. I always like to point out, if you got a bit of a hipster mustache, you know what? Kyle Smith, he's young. He's from New Zealand. I would expect no less. The guy's got style. Watch him roll, and Didi immediately making note of the hill they're going up. So this is a quick pace. You could tell he's running well, but this is not, let's ease into it. This is immediately hit with a 2 to 3% grade, falls flat, leaving town, and it keeps going. Folks that have tuned in and watched or raced here before, do note that this is not the same course that we had at this is not the same course that we had for the Ironman 70.3 World Championships. Of course, this little section is the same.
Yes.
Here we go. Look at this. This is Cam Wurf with Lionel Sanders and Christian Blummenfelt. This 6th, 7th, and 8th into transition to absolutely elite. And let me tell you, this is going to be good. These 3 men driven and motivated with their own company.
Again, on paper, you would say the run ability of these 3 has to go to this man, Christian Blummenfelt, but he's only done it once. He's only got 1 Ironman under his belt in very, very different course conditions. We see all of the athletes here dismounting the bike before that line. Our great volunteers grabbing the bikes from them as they make their way into the change tent. This is a tough battle right there.
So here's, you were present as well. You were competing in the event. I was standing on the sideline as a finish line announcer. But when Christian Blummenfelt did his first marathon in Cozumel, and it was good conditions, but that means it was the mid-80s and humid, it wasn't oppressive. He went out and ran a 1:16 for his first half marathon. We were talking about how is he going to actually go under 232. Yeah. He then came home. He slowed down and did a 2:35. He admitted that he got a little excited. So his depth of experience, not so good. His quality of experience, exceptional. I tell you what, it's going to be a battle. We're watching Braden Curry charge off. We're going to see a lot more.
See that thing John Morant has? That's a hypervolt. That thing he uses to warm up and stay loose before he throws it down. That thing Tony Finau uses on course between shots. Ooh, that's money. That thing Robin and I use before and after we're on the bike so we can ride harder tomorrow. That thing Erlen Holland uses before smashing it into the back of the net. That thing that's for everyone. The Hypervolt from Hyper Ice. Give your body the daily relief it's been asking for.
And poise is good, but also, you know what? This is when I say it beyond anything else. So on the bike, on the swim, it's arguable. But on the run, there's definitely need to have the right amount of patience.
Yes.
And this is where we've watched this. And again, a shame he's not on the start line. But Alistair Brownlee, when he breaks through at the Ironman, it's going to be because he can actually rein in that and have some patience. Because some people are used to being absolutely front runners and never getting past. Watching these two racehorses go out, I want to get right to Matt. He's at the first aid station. He's going to have a first look of these athletes rolling through. Matt, I'm going to stop talking. I'm going to hear it straight from you. Let's see what you've got at aid station number 1 as these men approach.
Man, you stop talking. That's something. I know you want to know what's happening. Right now, Michael, they're coming up on the first aid station, mile number 1. And I'm just as curious as you guys. You guys have more information than me, but obviously we have that lead male cyclist coming through here. We're going to see, his lead runner a little bit distance behind, and that looks like Kyle Smith running very, very well. Kyle has been racing well for a lot of years. He was a young phenom and up-and-comer in the Xterra when he first came out. Raced him in that circuit a little bit. He's a fantastic, fantastic athlete. Very, very strong. And he's bounding. He's bounding. And again, he does have, it looks like some blood around his mouth or just a messy eater, hard to say. And another bounding athlete. You can't say a bound without looking at this athlete right here. Braden Curry looks strong. This is how Braden looks when he's running well. Florian Anger also running well, making sure he's getting that water in his mouth, but also over his head. And now is what we really are focused on are these athletes here, and if they're going to detach here. If we have Bakkegaard struggling at all, or if he's just rolling himself into the pace of this run. He wants an ice. He's looking for ice. He didn't get ice. He got water, put it over his headband. We got Sam Laidlaw running behind, but man, I'd say Bakkegaard looks really good. I would say maybe he looks a little bit better than Florian, but if you look, I can look up this straight line, and it is athlete after athlete after athlete, and it's tough. Guys, the wind is picking up on this run course, and people say, if you say, oh, it's a windy run course, no big deal. I'll tell you what, on a hill, it adds a % or 2. And I think the more important thing on this course after that bike ride is if you're on a tailwind going up a hill, the temperature is going to get turned up on this run course. So this wind coming dries everybody out, heats you up when you think there's no wind, but that means it's a tailwind and your temp is going, guys. But those first 5 athletes looking very, very solid. I don't see the chase group yet. It's a bit to go, but I'll get back to you when that chase group is coming. But Lionel bridged back up to Cam strong, and I will say, looking at it, it looked like our Olympic gold medalist was very, very comfortable in that spot in that group of 3.
Thanks so much, Matt. Again, it's hard for the athletes to control that adrenaline as they come through transition. We can see the crowds have gathered here to see the professional men come off of the bike. And when they get that boost of energy from the crowds cheering them so wildly, and then they head smack into an uphill section, it's hard to control that adrenaline and control that pace, but it is absolutely essential if these athletes want to be in the position that they're in until the end of the marathon.
Didi, I forgot to mention something when I was talking about Christian Blummenfelt's first Ironman marathon.
Yes.
Not only did he do a 1:16, back it up with a 1:19 for a total of 2:35. Not only. But the thing that really shook me, he did not even look like he was working, period. He looked so comfortable. He said he wasn't, but he looked like he was absolutely in control start to finish.
And some will poke holes in that performance and say, yeah, but he wasn't pressed, right? He didn't have to do it under pressure. But we're talking about the Olympic gold medalist. So he knows how to perform under pressure as well. Again, on paper, should be the cream of this crop in terms of his run ability.
Yeah, it doesn't matter when you're being, if you're the guy that wins the Olympics by starting your sprint 800 meters out, you can handle anything. I mean, that to me, again, was one of the more enjoyable moments of triathlon to watch when he decided that the better runner on paper was next to him, and he said, I'll just leave you because I can't sprint with you. I'm going to leave you. So he did that in the Olympics. I think it's just a discussion point as we're only a mile into this race. But ultimately, Didi, the thing is, we're going to watch these guys play their cards when they have them. Eventually, they're going to come shoulder to shoulder with one another again or for the first time, and that's where you get to see. Lionel Sanders took 30 seconds longer to leave transition. Good or bad? More prepared, less prepared, wants to be with him, doesn't want to be with him, who knows? But we're going to find out how that plays out later.
Well, again, we look at the opening splits for our lead 5, and it's Kyle Smith being extremely aggressive, only athlete running sub 6 minute pace. Braden Curry just over 6 minutes. The other 3 guys just about 6:20 pace. So again, is that being patient, getting the run gear on and in form, or is that a sign of things to come?
Well, there you have it. I guess we're just going to have to wait and see as we're watching Ben Hoffman come off the bike. This man, no stranger to racing in St. George and racing well here, back in action after his great show 2 weeks ago. Here's an exciting thing that we get to do is we get to talk to all kinds of superstars of our sport. And right now, we're going to talk to a guy that knows what it feels like to get second in Kona, and a woman who knows what it feels like to win 3 times in Kona. That's right, a superstar powerhouse couple, beautiful individuals, Marinda Carfrae, Tim O'Donnell. Thank you so much for joining us. It's so great to see you two.
Thanks, Michael. Wish we were out there, but it looks painful.
You wish you were because you guys are champions, but you're also kind of glad you're not because the couch isn't too bad right now.
The couch is pretty comfortable.
I was going to say, you can't look at 2 champions like yourselves and feel like you don't have a little pang of FOMO, but your days are absolutely coming. No doubt you guys have probably had a little bit of training this morning, but if you've tuned into the coverage at all, any observations that you have so far that you think are beyond what you expected coming into this race? We'll start with you, Tim, since we're looking at the men right now.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not surprised there's this, the crop of young guys up in the front of the race. I think a lot of the audience over here in the U.S. might not be familiar with the European guys or the Kiwis, just since it's been so hard for everybody to get over here and race. But they're legit, and they're letting them know that it's their time.
That's right. Let me get a follow-up for you, Tim. Here's because right now they're going into mid-80s. It's going to be hot. All right. There's a whole host of talent inside this top 15. What in your opinion, and you've been there, what's the best strategy at this point? Go with the race, do your own thing. Where does it kind of play out, or is that a game day decision?
I think when you hit the run, you definitely have to be smart the first really 30K about doing your thing, and then hopefully you're in the right spot at that point where the last 10 or 12K you just got to lay it out there and compete. But I mean, there's some 5 minutes or less than 5 minutes, 4.5 minutes is not a ton of time from guys like Lionel and Christian, so they definitely have to be on their toes up front.
And Rinny, to you, we're seeing Daniella Ryf back atop of her game, at least seemingly so, throughout the bike through mile 95. She has a almost 4-minute lead on Kat Matthews. This is a theme we've seen play out throughout the day. We've got experience versus the rookies. A lot of people didn't bet on Daniella given recent performances. Are you surprised to see Daniella back? And at the end of the day, do you think it's going to be experience or youthful exuberance that wins the day?
I think you never discount a champion, and Daniella has shown us time and time again how amazing she is. And yeah, she's had quite a couple of years. I mean, when you've won that many world titles, it's hard to motivate, right? And I think actually people counting her out gave her the motivation she needed to go out and be like, wait a minute, guys, like I'm legit. Like I've won this race many times easily. And I think she's showing, showing people that, she's still got it. And yeah, I mean, it's the Daniella of old. We see Kat Matthews racing very well, rookie, but I think as a
former champion, you're almost like, no, like you don't get to come into this race and win. Like this is my race. And I remember I felt the same way when Daniella came in 2014. I'm like, absolutely not. You cannot win as a rookie. I'm not going to let this happen. But yeah, Daniella's out there putting it all out there. But I really like where Annie Haag is sitting too. She looks, she's a smaller athlete. Obviously, I favor the smaller athletes because that's what I am too. And she looks fantastic out there, holding her own on the bike to these bigger athletes that are fantastic, strong cyclists. And Annie is going to run fast. Like, it's going to be a real treat to watch her run. And I don't know what's going to happen on this run. I mean, I think the three that will be on the podium will be, Daniella, Kat, and Annie. But in what order? I think it's just going to be a real treat to watch the battle.
You took the question right out of my mouth because I was going to put you both on the hot seat, and you've already answered the question. So, Tim, I'll go to you with the men's field. If you had to pick the podium right now as they're getting underway here in the marathon, who are your podium picks for the men?
Christian and Lionel, I think they're going to definitely run up onto the podium. And then, Kyle's looking really strong. So I think that's a good, solid pick. But, Kyle is young, so we'll see how he does on the back half of that marathon. Things can go south pretty quickly in an Ironman, that's for sure.
And one last question for you both, because I know our fans are so excited to see you both. Where will we see you guys racing? What events do you have coming up on your calendars, and where can the fans cheer you guys on in the coming months and hopefully in Kona? So, Tim, where are we going to see you racing?
Yeah, well, you'll see both of us at 70.3 Chattanooga. And then if all goes well, I hope to do Ironman Des Moines. So that's kind of the focus of my summer. And then, after that, the only thing that matters is Hawaii.
And Rinny, how about you? Chattanooga and then where?
Chattanooga, and then I haven't picked another 70.3, but a 70.3 somewhere this summer, potentially Mont Tremblant. And then I'm looking at doing Ironman Lake Placid in July. So yeah, that's the plan up until then. And then after that, we'll sort of reassess and plan the rest of the season.
Oh, good job, team. Great. We're all looking forward to seeing you two hit the start line and the finish line later this summer. Final closing thoughts, each of you. Give us just your impression on St. George as this World Championship venue today.
We both actually raced St. George, the 70.3, years ago now.
Long time ago.
But it's a beautiful backdrop. I mean, it's been said by pretty much everybody that's come on, a beautiful backdrop and a worthy course for a World Championship event. So these athletes are actually just flying out there.
Yeah.
The boys rode 4:16.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, I was up there a couple of weeks ago with the JD crew for training camp, and it's an unrelenting course. So perfect for World Championship, and it's a community that embraces and loves triathlon, and that's awesome. So thank you to St. George and all the townspeople.
You can tip your hat to you. I know you went sub 4:15 on a time trial out there in training, right? Your secret's safe, my friend. Your secret is safe.
Fantastic. You guys are awesome. Tim O'Donnell, Marinda Carfrae, great to see you both. Thanks for taking time out of the schedule to be with us, and we'll see you again real soon on a start line and finish line nearby.
Thanks, you guys.
Cheers.
Great to see those two. I know their fans miss them out on race courses. Rinny giving birth to their second child this just less than a year ago. Little baby Finn joins big sister Izzy. So they have a busy schedule, a full family, but great to see them on camera, and we will see them on race courses very, very soon. So great to have them join us.
Super. Now we got Braden Curry just absolutely ripping it. I feel like he's trying to stay relaxed. He's trying to keep the pressure on. Certainly, we have Kyle Smith off the front and charging. But this is the experience. You can see now kind of a little bit of almost what feels like the moment where you may catch up. You're running through transition, and I'm saying that actually could be the Pro 8 station table that we just ran through. But as I look ahead and I see that closing out right at mile 3, Didi, don't you think this could be one of those moments where experience sort of starts to trump the inexperience, I guess, on this run? But will we see him? Will we see Kyle Smith kind of face the reality, right? Like you said, eventually you get in there.
It's 90 degrees. It's really hot. I'm really tired. I biked really fast.
Totally. And guess what? When we asked Tim, what would you do in a marathon in situation? Tim O'Donnell said, yeah, I'll start racing at 30 kilometers.
Right.
So 30 kilometers, 18.6 miles of not racing, of preparing yourself to race. So if you get that flip-flopped and you race the first 8 kilometers or 5 miles, lights out. You're not even going to be in the top 10.
I think
go from first place to 20th.
I think anyone in this field that is struggling before the halfway point of this marathon, anyone whose pace slows down in the opening 10K, out the back, out of the top 10, possibly out of the top 15. Again, there are some names here that we haven't been talking about because they're quite a bit back, but they're good runners that I think if anyone in the top 3 to 5 right now blows. David McNamee, we haven't talked about him at all, has run his way onto an Ironman World Championship podium. Sebastian Kienle, again, that experience, has had some Achilles injuries. We don't know his run form. Ben Hoffman, we know he's on point. Just won Ironman Texas last week without pushing it that much, except the last 800 meters when he was in a shoulder-to-shoulder battle.
I want to say this as well. I'm looking at Chris Leiferman, and when I saw him come out in that red kit, he looked really comfortable, and he has also the confidence to run extremely well in hot conditions. He won Ironman Boulder in extreme heat. He also won Ironman Louisville in extreme cold. So he can do kind of both sides of that. But let's talk about that as a late game play. And we've also
here we go.
Yeah, we've got this move coming up, and this is going to be kind of cool. Not majorly decisive, first and second swaparoo. But there, Didi, like, gosh, what about Hogenhaug? We haven't even really kind of hit on him either, and he's someone that people are talking about a lot.
Again, you say it's not decisive, but when we look at how Kyle Smith ran out of transition, and now, to your point, the last segment had one of the slower paces, I think this is decisive. I think we're seeing Kyle maybe overstating or overestimating his ability on this course, and I think this is a decisive move here.
Yeah, and I guess what I mean by decisive is for the overall, because to be fair,
correct.
I don't really feel like, and this is no disrespect, I don't really feel like we're looking at Kyle Smith as a true contender for the podium.
No.
I know Tim voted him in, and I'm impressed with his moves, but he's 24 years old. He hasn't got a professional Ironman finish yet, let alone win. Realistically, you've got to go up the ranks, and so he'll get there.
I mean, look at the influence he's got in his corner. Look at his team. I think absolutely he's a name for the future, and he's proving that. And I'm not saying his day is far from over, but yeah, I think his time at the front, obviously, as we've seen, and that's just going to continue with other athletes, more seasoned athletes, more experienced athletes, straight up better runners just come through.
Yeah, and so we've got some coming. Once again, that is an awesome show of respect. 2 Kiwis giving a knuckle bump as Braden Curry rolls through Kyle Smith. You also have to look at the fact that with Kyle Smith, he was not at all shying away from being at the front of that bike race, putting it out there. He was Jan Frodeno's training partner, and you gain a lot of confidence and also knowledge, insider scoops, all this stuff from those days in the saddle.
And probably a dose of reality that he's probably telling him, dude, it's not your time yet, but go get some experience and use that to your benefit. We're going to take a quick pause in our action to check in with Mark Harrison from Intermountain Healthcare. So check this out.
100% of my marrow was taken up by cancer cells, and that I had disease everywhere. I was out of luck. And we found a clinical trial of this thing called CAR T therapy, which is like science fiction, where your T cells are genetically modified and then reinfused into you. And 2 years ago today, I was in the ICU with multi-organ system failure. I was a wreck. You know, I think it was 100 days after that I was found to be fully in remission. I'm nervous today. It's a big day. I'll have a bone marrow biopsy done, and hopefully it'll confirm that I'm still in a complete remission.
You're looking great.
Okay.
You're looking absolutely wonderful. Mark has done remarkably well in a truly unprecedented way.
Now, I am fully aware that multiple myeloma is an incurable disease as it exists right now. I also appear to be incredibly lucky that the trial that I got into is a game changer. I had been knocked to zero by the chemo, knocked to zero by the bone marrow. Then the CAR T lost 20, 25 pounds of muscle each time. It got harder and harder to come back. You know, the process of becoming an athlete again has been really difficult. A bad day at the pool is better than your best day in an ICU bed. You know, to be able to go to Oceanside and actually have a decent race. So 58 years old, I turned to 5:47 and felt fine the whole time. That was my 41st consecutive year of racing. Never missed a year. School, family, kids, cancer, pandemic. I've always managed to get it done every year, one way or the other. And it's been a really lovely constant in my life.
I am really nervous, but I'm really excited to be out there and race. It's been a long pandemic, and it's been a lot of cancer, and I'm glad to be here and alive and ready to have some fun.
It isn't the racing, it's the process. It's the affirmation of being alive. It's the ability to be outside and in nature and connected with the world. That's what it's really all about. As a CEO of Intermountain Healthcare, I love our mission. Our mission is to help people live the healthiest lives possible. And we do all of this through the lens of helping people stay well, providing them with the highest quality healthcare and making it affordable, and giving back to our communities. I'm also a pediatrician, pediatric ICU doctor, and the opportunity to raise money for Primary Promise. We're going to build the model healthcare system for kids, for the world. It's organized around keeping people out of those ICUs, out of those cancer units, out of those behavioral health inpatient wards. It's a holistic approach to childhood health. And that's the way you really invest. We talk about getting upstream of the issues that will affect a child's health forever. If we can get this right, we create a healthier society for generations to come. I'm super excited. As of this week, up to 2.7, and let's see what we can do by race day. Kona is sort of my mecca. This will be my 8th Ironman distance race. If anything, I have yet more respect for the distance and the course and the difficulty. The suffering I know will come, it always does, but I hope that I'm able to put it into perspective and have an appreciation for the health and well-being that I hope I still have at that point in time that will allow me to suffer and then tell some good stories afterwards. I'm not done yet. I'm not done with our family. I'm not done with work. I'm not done with sport. There's a lot left to do, a lot of good things to do, a lot of fun things to do.
Wow. What an inspiring story. Mark Harrison, a doctor helping kids in a battle with cancer himself, making no excuses, out there and training every single day, and the contributions of Intermountain Healthcare to the Ironman community, supporting our volunteers, supporting our medical tent efforts. What an extraordinary story. My jaw is on the floor.
It's perfect, and he truly is. It's a real life superhero, and we had him on some shows in the past, interviewed him, and he's so humble.
Yes.
But he's doing so much,
Yes.
and it really it weaves perfectly the Intermountain Healthcare with Ironman because he's living it. He's in his fifth decade of racing triathlon. So fantastic, and I love sharing that story as we come back to our men's lead here on the Hoka Run Course, 2 laps, and this Kiwi in front is named is Braden Curry, and he's cranking it. He has done sub 240. If he does a sub 240 today, guess what? You're going to call him an Ironman champion, pretty close to it. He could hold off the likes of these people, but he had a nice gap starting the run. So lot of racing to be done, but it's just worth saying that this guy is absolutely rocking and rolling. Not afraid here.
Wait, again, we take a look at that flag. We know the wind is picking up here, and to your point, the wind on this course could be detrimental if these guys are heading even uphill into the wind. It's going to slow them down considerably. Even running, uphill with a tailwind is going to raise the temperature quite a bit, raise that core body temperature. So the wind definitely playing a role. Not so much on the bike for the professionals. Our age groupers are battling it, but definitely on this run course.
A little overview of this Hoka Run Course, a full marathon off the bike, 26.2 miles or 42 0.2 kilometers, and it is a double out and back. You have nicely a couple of opportunities there at 20 and also in that little horseshoe where you get to see your competition. So as a quick overview, you can see that it goes the opposite direction and it turns left, whereas the 70.3 turns right and hits the red hills.
Well, also of note, anytime the athletes are going up on your screen, we know that's uphill. So as they run up towards Snow Canyon, that's all uphill. Then they turn around downhill, that quad smashing downhill, then they turn around and do it all over again.
There you go. And he appears to be in fine form. He's been a part of so many great battles. We've seen him at Ironman Cairns battle shoulder to shoulder. You see him in Kona battle shoulder to shoulder. He loves to do it. He loves to battle shoulder to shoulder. And folks, it is exciting. We do have to say this. It is almost time to rush over to transition 2 because Daniella Ryf is seconds away from coming off the bike. So it's absolutely something that we'll just put out there. We're watching the likes of Braden Curry, but certainly anxious to see Daniella Ryf be first into transition 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Daniella stomping all over this course all the way back at mile 104. She had a nearly 7-minute lead on Kat Matthews. She will absolutely be the first into transition. We'll see what her lead is, but we're going to have to wait, I'm saying, at least 7 minutes to see what that lead is. And what I want to see is if we see the old Daniella stomping through this bike course, do we have the old Daniella on the run as well?
I don't see any reason why we wouldn't. And this is the thing, that she's also gotten the bad rap for not being a great runner. As when you say Mirinda Carfrae 250 in Hawaii,
yes.
Daniella Ryf 303 or 305. So she's an exceptional runner. But I'm saying she's got the bad rap as not being the runner. She's capable of big times, big damage.
But she's also a strength runner, right? We think of Mirinda Carfrae as a super speedy runner and really almost over any kind of terrain. But Daniella, just like she's a strength athlete on the bike, she is a strength athlete on the run too. So I think she'll do very well on this course.
I agree with you completely, and I want to say that when we watch Daniella ride well, we almost always see her just overall race well. And the correlation, I mean, that's kind of an obvious statement, but we've noticed her before suffering on the bike, and those don't turn around to great races. She finishes because she's a champ.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, if we look at the judgment zone, not a whole lot of distance to run, but she was light on her feet, up on her toes, and I think we're going to see her do very, very well. As we look back at Kat Matthews, we know that deficit back at mile 104 was nearly 7 minutes, 6 minutes and 47 seconds. She's clear of Lisa Norden, who is 9 minutes, 12 seconds back, so another 2.5-ish minutes, for her. But
did you see that?
Yeah.
That was it right there. Just had another pass here. Kat Matthews giving up a spot. And while I just go back and correct myself, Dee, for a second, when I threw out there Daniella Ryf 303, her best actually in 2016, she ran 256 in Hawaii. So she's really quote only 6 minutes off of Rennie's course record. And so that let me correct myself in that. She's been an exceptional runner even in Kona.
And again, I'm just going to make another correction. When we saw someone go past Kat Matthews, I didn't recognize that kit as a female. That might have been an age group male. We'll have to wait on confirmation of that, but I did not recognize that kit of anybody being Lisa Norden, Ann Howe, Jocelyn McCauley, Skye Munch, or Ruth Astle, and everyone else is too far back. So I think that might have been an age group athlete that went by her there. Again, we'll know as she makes her way towards transition, but here we have the very dominant Daniella Ryf making her way onto this Hoka Marathon run course.
4:37:47 for the time Daniella Ryf notched on this bike course.
Okay.
A mere 30 minutes back of the best men's time today. Look, Daniella Ryf is on form. 4:37 with 7,000 plus feet of climbing in these conditions. That's exceptional. Daniella Ryf back on top. She's heading out the first competitor onto course here, the Hoka run course. 2 laps. We get to see a whole lot of Daniella today. Time will tell if she remains in front of all players here or if she does have company. But let's do this. Start the stopwatch. Let's see when Annie Haug is coming, because that's the main threat from my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. Annie Haug definitely is someone that all of these athletes will, as obviously as our defending world champion, a lot of these athletes would be keeping an eye on. Again, Daniella's turnover, not super speedy here, but she is headed straight up a hill as we come back to second place. Kat Matthews completing her descent down Snow Canyon. So we know it's got to be maybe, I'm going to say, even as much as 8 minutes now left for Kat Matthews on this bike split.
I think you're right. It's going to be notable. It's going to be a deficit that will be difficult to overcome, extremely difficult. It'll require a great run from Kat and an average to poor run for Daniella Ryf.
But Kat's a great runner,
For sure.
so it definitely is possible, and she's going to be looking over her shoulder to see the deficit to Anna Haug as we look back here. Kyle Smith with a little shoe adjustment there. He actually removed his sock.
Interesting enough, let's say this as we watch Kyle Smith roll into those woods. Daniella Ryf rolls into the beginning of her run. Good stuff to come.
There's this beautiful moment in time when neither foot is touching the ground. We are free of gravity and weight, moving above the doubts, past limits. When we are light, transformed, and hopeful. And if we were to collect all these moments, join them together, well, this is when anything becomes possible. This is when we fly.
Throughout my career, people have doubted my ability, and I've had it even more so when I've come into triathlon. I think this year will be very different. There will be bigger expectations on me. I love the way that I race. With my swim background, I'm almost in the driving seat from the gun. I'm the person that everyone is chasing. I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
And then if you're talking stats, Anne Haug, she did something that only a dozen men have done, and she ran sub 240 at Ironman France. So she was able to go and do that kind of run. That's
insane.
Nobody's right. When we were talking about the insanity of going 250 and then below 250, she pushed that a step forward and ran 6-minute miles at Ironman France. And I think everybody watched that around the world kind of awestruck and said, well, hold on. It wasn't that long ago when this was out of range for the fellas. So, Anne Haug, if everybody puts forth their absolute best run, it's going to be absolutely down to the wire, because all of those gaps, it's like, well, okay, Anne Haug is potentially 12 minutes faster than Kat Matthews, who potentially 10 minutes faster, 8 minutes faster than Daniella Ryf. Let's put them all together and come across the line together. We all know it doesn't work that way. The math changes, and of course, the big variable is how do we and how have we handled the conditions throughout today? Fueling, pacing at the right moment, the proverbial match that you have or haven't burned, and really then just a continual upkeep, Didi. Taking in the fuel, taking in not too much fuel, not too little fuel, just making sure that you appropriately get your gas tank on the right level to get all the way across the finish line. Here's the closing miles, though. Good news here for Kat Matthews fans.
Yep, and Kat Matthews making her way into transition. All of us keeping an eye on our watches to see what that gap is. And Daniella Ryf, again, looks fine. She's not a pretty runner, not a fluid runner, but she's a strength runner, and right now she is well underway, and the second woman isn't even off the bike yet.
The thing about Daniella, she's an Ironman runner. She's efficient, and so when you look at her, she doesn't have, when Matt was saying bounding, that's not necessarily a good thing. That's too much up and down.
Yep.
Hey, it's inspirational, it looks fast, but realistically, when you have a very low vertical up and down, that's actually quite efficient, and Daniella looks very smooth to me, very efficient as we watch Kat Matthews come in, and I know we're going to get down there with Matt Lieto here momentarily. And before I get in my head of myself, he's there on the left side. Kat Matthews coming into T2 on the right side. Matt Lieto at aid station number 1.
Hi, guys. Yeah, I am here at aid station number 1. I did get a split on the watch, and it was 7 minutes still, maybe 7:05, 7:10. So she hasn't really lost any time since that last split that you guys had. But she looked good. Again, she still had that focus. She wasn't one that had a lot of expression. Definitely didn't seem easy. We are waiting for Daniella Ryf, one of the fastest runners in the sport, Tyler Butterfield. We've seen him come from this far back to have great runs. Lisa Norden coming behind me right here. You see her coming in. This is an awesome section of the course where you can see the men and the women on both sides, guys, and that's 9.5 minutes to Lisa Norden. So she's riding really, really well. What are you guys seeing at the early stages of the run with Daniella?
Daniella looks smooth, Matt. She looks really smooth, kind of classic.
Well, actually, here she
Daniella
comes.
Ryf.
I see her.
Yeah, give it
so
to
I'm
us.
going to keep talking. We
you're
have
here.
the lead cyclist coming right behind. We can see that she is coming into that first aid station. And, guys, that kind of a lead, like I said, with the disposition that she had coming off of the bike, I think is the lead is almost greater than the number shows, right? But we'll see these first few miles. We'll see if that disposition changes. And again, I'm just before the first mile marker on the Hoka run course here, so still a lot of ways to go. But you could tell, and I think you mentioned it, Dee Dee, like you could tell that Kyle Smith was running too hard because he was forcing it, right? We're going to be able to tell here in how Daniella is running, because we've seen her run before. Her style is different, but she looks good. She's taking some deep breaths. Often you do that after you drink a mouthful of Coke, but she looks good. And guys, I'm sorry I didn't mention, and we've mentioned this a lot, that this course is challenging. This part of the course that I'm on screen, I think looks flat, but this is not flat. This is, if I was running 6.5 minute pace on a flat road, this would be 6:50, 6:55 pace, pushing a little bit harder, because as you guys know, it's less about just picking the feet up and turning them down on a hill like that. You actually have to kind of push through a little bit. So this section is challenging, and I think that will expose the athletes that maybe try a little bit too hard early in the run.
Matt, quick update for you. Kat Matthews came in off the bike 7:07 down on Daniella Ryf, gave up another 22 seconds in transition. She is out of transition, 7 minutes and 29 seconds down. So file that number away in the filing cabinet of your brain and see how far back she is when she gets to you.
I'm not sure you picked that up, Matt, but 7 minutes. So we're seeing Kat Matthews very much in contention here, and she looks exceptional as she's heading out onto the 2-lap Hoka run course. Exceptional. And
Yes.
This is, again, where you see that 2:49 speed. This is a race that we're going to embrace and love watching. Daniella Ryf, the 4-time Ironman world champion, the proven talent heading up this gradual false flat out of town with Kat Matthews, the rookie, the threat that is coming from behind chasing. I'm excited to share a little bit of our words with the one and only Mark Allen and the one and only other Greg Welch. Guys, please take it away. I got to hear from the champs, dual champs. What's going on?
Well, there could only be one of him, and there could only be one of me, I dare to say. But
correct.
Well, Daniella Ryf has gone and ripped the legs off the rest of the competition in our women's field today. Kat Matthews, as Dee Dee was saying, was just 22 seconds down, losing 22 seconds in that transition. So adding up to about, 7:29 running out of transition area there, Mark. Daniella has really gone out there and said, I need this big gap. And she's proven it why, because Kat Matthews, when she ran out, when she runs, she looks so fluent. She's got that heel that sort of kicks up right behind her knee, whereas Daniella runs out. She's a little bit taller athlete that runs. Also, I note that she looks like she's got really tight hip flexors. It's just the way that she runs. But I also look at her upper body, very efficient. Lower body, biomechanically perfect. And a turnover for a tall athlete, absolutely spot on.
Yeah, and as Michael pointed out, Daniella has very little oscillation, and when you run very steady like that in a marathon, there's less impact, less muscle breakdown, which enables you to sustain that effort much longer through the marathon. But first, I just want to acknowledge what Danielle is doing here, Greg, because she's had some tough races over the last couple of years. Her last Ironman World Championship, 2018 in Kona. Here we are 4 years later, and this is the way we're used to seeing Daniella race, where she takes control at some point on the bike, just continually, steadily puts time on the field, but we haven't seen that for a couple of years now. So I just want to acknowledge that we're just seeing it and kind of going, oh yeah, this is Daniella. This is just what she does. But this is the first time we've seen that in a couple of years.
Well, it's because nobody likes to use the slump word, but it's something that that she sort of went through like the last 6 months or so. It wasn't really the results that she had been used to. So you got to look at that. The 10th place in Oceanside. Then she got the DQ from over speeding in that zone, and then. It's very uncharacteristic of Daniella to have those results. Like you say, Mark, I am a proponent of saying that is the best way that Daniella races, and it's off the front, dictating the pace and just saying to the other athletes, catch me if you can. And that's how Daniella rips the legs off the athletes, and they will have to suffer in the run to catch up to her. But Kat Matthews and Anne Haug are the two women runners that can do it. But right now, 7:29 for Kat Matthews, and it's going to be over 14 minutes for Annie Haug.
Yeah, I think for Anna Haug, it's insurmountable. I hate to say that, but insurmountable amount of time she's going to have to make up. But looking at Kat Matthews here, she is just powering through this marathon. I mean, look at that. Her form, she's got a different stride, a different body carriage, and it just looks like it looks like she's kind of loping, whereas Daniella, as you said, Greg, has a little bit of tightness in her hips. So early in the marathon, though, very hard to say exactly what's going to happen, what's going to take place. But I'm looking at it right now, thinking that who knows who's going to win, but I think Kat Matthews is definitely going to take some time out of Daniella.
Beautiful arm carriage, and look at the knee drive there. You can see that the turnover's happening, and look how fast those feet are moving through. Look at those arms, just absolutely beautiful carriage right out in front, very relaxed shoulders there. And as you can see that she was, just pushing that leg back. And then you go over to Lisa Norden, who's just gone out on the run. Look at the tempo here, a little bit different. You can see that Lisa's arms come across the body, almost going across the mid part of your sternum there, so throwing a bit of friction, into it. And look at the turnover. You can see that she's losing power to the ground. Look at that foot when it stomps on the ground there. Matthews, it comes through, it hits, and it leaves very, very quickly. Whereas Lisa, a little bit more time spent on the ground.
And I was actually surprised that Lisa came off the bike as far back as she did, because she's such an incredible cyclist. In the men's race, though, hey, you have to imagine an athlete who has been locked down in their country for a couple of years. They haven't had the opportunity to race internationally since COVID began. You have to think that someone like Braden Curry has this pent-up just desire to say, you know what, guys, do not forget about me.
Do not forget about me. A guy that is normally used to leaving his country, racing in Europe, racing in the USA, racing in Kona at the Ironman World Championship. A guy that's been cooped up. He just wants to get out there and race. As we see our next competitors getting off the bike in town here. This is Sky Munch from the USA. Talk about a woman that had a great swim today. She was right up there within 2 minutes early, and then lost a few spots. Now you can see they're just getting off the bike. Anna Haug right now from Germany right there. So Anna's caught up to Sky Munch. That's been great. I mean, I think that Anna's been very consistent in a pace today. I think she's stuck to the plan. I can't go Daniella's pace. I can't go Kat Matthews' pace. I can only go my pace and hope for the best on the run. Great plan. Here goes Daniella. I can say this. They call Danny Bird the Angry Bird. Well, Danny Bird, she's back.
Yeah, and I think if we're talking about run stride and run cadence, as we see, if they show Anna Haug coming out of transition, you're going to see a whole different world going on compared to Daniella's cadence or stride or body carriage or Kat Matthews. But back to Braden. The interesting thing is that pre-race people were talking about Lionel. They're talking about Sam Long. They're talking about just all of these guys. Braden Curry wasn't really in the conversation. And that may have even added to a little bit to his desire to say, look, guys, like I said, don't forget me. I've got what it takes. He's an incredibly strong athlete. And for this course, that's kind of what we're looking for, is someone who has that speed but also a lot of strength like Kat has here.
Yeah, and you always go back to the people that perform in big events there, Mark, in championship races, and Braden Curry has always done well in international and championship races. They're going uphill here, by the way, as we see now Anna Haug and Sky just going out on the run, and we'll get to see what you were talking about and explaining just a moment ago, but there you go, straight away, Mark. You can see Sky Munch there right in the front, sitting in third place on the run course right now, and there's Anna Haug. And look at Anna's stride. Look at the turnover already. She's got the watch going. She's got those feet going. Perfect carriage from side to side, but look at the hips down. A lot of energy going out there. The knee drive is right in place, and now she's ready and set for a good run. But suffering just a little bit behind there. This is not looking good at all.
No, not at all. You know, Anna Haug looks like she's running a 10K. She's going to be coming through here. There she goes up the hill behind us. Oh,
look at
goodness.
the slight frame there, Mark.
That's beautiful. I have to say I'm partial to the Ironman athletes who have incredible runs.
Yeah, and as
she passed Sky like Sky was not in the same category. Sky Munch winning Ironman Frankfurt in 2019 in incredibly hot conditions. So the conditions are not going to bother Sky, but Anna Haug is definitely in a class of her own when it comes to the marathon.
Yeah, I mean, Anna Haug's like, 100 pounds wringing wet, and, so she's got a very big advantage on the hills here. But as you can see right now, Anna Haug is running out on around about a 250 pace, if you ask me. And as you can see here, this is on diagonal, going up, heading toward Bluff Street, right under Red Hills Parkway. You can see the beautiful red rocks in the background there. This is uphill, Mark. You can see that they're on about a 2.5% grade at the moment. That's why it looks like, Kat is just sort of struggling. But she's not struggling at all. She's got her head down. She's got her chin down. She's got her shoulders. They're pointed at the target there. And I love how she's got a little bit of a forward lean there, because at the end of the day, right, Mark, gravity always wins.
Absolutely. Shoulders down is one of the biggest.
You had a big shoulder lean and a big lean at the front when you ran. You tucked your chin underneath there. You got it right down. You got your arms right in front of you, and you really let that gravity take over.
You shouldn't have been watching me so much. You should have been running faster.
I just copied you anyway, so
yeah,
it turned out all right for me too.
Yeah, just one last thought on Anna. She's someone who has everything very planned out in her day. She has a specific time that she gets up, a specific eating strategy going into the morning, and the pace that she's going to go. And so the question is she off her game as far as trying to win, or is she on a strategy that's important?
Let's wrap up the women off the bike today. Daniella Ryf coming in with a 5:35 total time, riding a 4:37. Second place was Kat Matthews, followed by Lisa Norden, almost 10 minutes in a rear. And then right behind that, we had Sky Munch. We also had Anna Haug. So all of our favourites are right up there in the lead of this race right now. Ruth Astle of the UK just getting off the bike, having a great ride here, all on a little lonesome here today. So we wish Ruth all the best as she makes her way out onto the run course. And just talk about St. George right now. Take a look around, Mark. We're sitting right here at the hot corner. We can hear Mike Riley and Paul Kay and Joanna, from Ireland on the mic right now, just getting everyone fired up as we see Ruth just heading through the hot corner there, past the beautiful Ironman World Championship sculpture in the middle of the roundabout, just 100 yards shy of the finish line. Absolutely beautiful down here in St. George, Mark. It's a beautiful day, and the crowds are turning out.
Oh my gosh, are they turning out? When we got here this morning, it was quiet, it was peaceful. There was not one other person here, but that has completely changed. The interesting thing is that, with the weather, there was predictions of a lot of wind, and the wind comes and then it kind of slows and comes and kind of slows. But I think it's actually kind of just that right ideal amount to actually help the athletes cool their bodies, which is going to be huge in this heat. This is one of those kind of courses where there is no shade. Makes it a world-class course.
Mate, they all come out for the weather. You know what? They migrate like the whales to Hawaii in winter. They migrate like us to the Big Island in October. That's exactly what they do. They migrate. But Braden Curry has migrated from New Zealand to St. George, Utah, and he finds himself in the lead of the Intermountain Healthcare Ironman World Championship right here in St. George, Utah, presented by Utah Sports Commission. They're on the Hoka Time to Fly run course at the moment, going through another aid station. And I tell you what, Mark, it may be warm, but the humidity is down. The wind is just starting to get up like it was predicted. What are your thoughts on nutrition and how to manage that over the next few kilometers?
Yeah, the challenge for the athletes, or the way that they can get tricked actually, is that because it is so dry, you perspire like you normally would, but it dries the second it leaves your body, and so you don't really feel like you're sweating that much. And so just that trigger of, you know, sweat pouring down your face like it would in Kona, you know you have to drink. Here, you can forget about it for a moment, but if you forget about that for too long, you're going to get behind on your hydration, and it is impossible to make that up. That's one of the things about Ironman, is that the fitness-wise, athletes could go faster if they could get in more calories per hour, if they could absorb more liquid per hour, but there's just that limit to it, and so that's the fine line that they're walking today.
All right, here comes Laura Sidal just going out, one of our co-hosts for on the Ironman Now channel with Facebook Watch as well. We'd like to thank Mark Allen for coming down and joining us again in commentary. Absolutely brilliant to have you from a 6-time Ironman World Champion. We're looking at a 4-time Ironman World Champion, Daniella Ryf, just smoking through the early part of the run course. We're going to send her back to Michael and Dee Dee.
Tell you what, that is always great stuff. Greg, Mark, thank you so much. You two both have such good commentary, and I loved it when you were talking a little smack back in the day. You two shouldn't have been watching me. We're always watching you, Mark. In any case, here we are, Kat Matthews. She has run sub 250 in an Ironman. We just like to run the numbers, and we've seen, of course, in Kona, Daniella Ryf has done a 256. Let's put these guys on par. That's a 7-minute spread. Guess what? 7-minute spread is what we have today, Dee Dee. So much fun playing the math, but in the end, it doesn't really matter. What matters is who comes with the goods right now. It is exciting to see, and you guys are staying with us because we're going to be here all the way to the finish line. So much racing happening right now and going on.
The pursuit of excellence may look different for everyone, but the demands are the same. Dedication, hard work, and striving for greater health. It's something we understand at Intermountain Healthcare because we share your commitment to it.
And it can be so deceiving. I mean, he's less than 9 miles in to this race. And so, yeah, it seems like he seems untouchable right now, but so much running. We heard Craig Alexander say the race starts with 10K to go. So lots of running still to go. But Braden Curry looking very, very good.
Same thing that we had from Tim O'Donnell. 30Ks when I start racing. Matt Lieto is real close. Let's get in with Matt and see what he's got on the ground. How hot is it? And what do you see?
It's quite hot, Michael. It's quite hot. And I mean, we know it's going to be hot, but we also know that that sun is really pretty brutal, and it's so dry here. If you're not here, people always say, but it's a dry heat. Trust me, you don't want this dry heat. It's gnarly. But right around this corner, pretty soon, I think we're going to see Braden Curry coming around this corner, and he is his signature run style. Very lopey looking, but very powerful. He's going to be coming by. I did see Kat Matthews just moments ago. We passed her, and she might come by us here in a second as well. She looks very good. Actually, she's going to come behind us here in just a second. We're going to see Kat Matthews looking good. She's been getting a lot of encouragement from folks out on course. You know, she's a very, very good runner. She's trying to settle in, but you can see that she's hot. You could tell she's hot. You could see it in her face. You could see it in her cheeks. She doesn't have that quick turnover that I've seen when she's really attacking, but it's early. She just came up a 2.5 mile, 3 mile climb, and she's still trying to settle in. So she has a little bit of work to do if she wants, a lot of work to do if she wants to get in on Daniella's time at all. But guys, the men's course, we got to have the athletes coming through. We have one of our favorite course officials here, Rock 5, coming through. That means Braden is going to be coming through in just a few moments. And, you know, the athletes I saw up close that looked really good. I don't know if we're seeing that from splits, but David McNamee looked fantastic. We had Lionel Sanders looking pretty good. Sebastian Kienle looked so comfortable, and he honestly, to me, looked like one of the better runners. I know he's got a lot of work to do, but all week, like, things don't change. Like, we know it's going to happen, and we know it's going to happen in the second half of this run course. So there's a lot of work left to be done. But yeah, it does seem like Braden Curry obviously twisting, and the only people. Yes, Michael, please.
Heather Jackson just left transition, and I know you want to hear that. She looks great. I just wanted to let you know she's on to the Hoka run course. So back to you. I just wanted to interrupt with that news.
No, how does she look, Michael?
She looks fantastic, fantastic. A little smile, a little wave, and her kit on point as usual.
Yeah, if you see that smile out of Heather, you know she's doing her best, and she's gonna start rolling. She'll start ticking them over. Again, this is a very, very, very exposed, very hot course. We know Ironman is about the last half of the marathon, and even more so on a course that's as demanding as this one, guys. It's absolutely brutal. And you know, I said I had Braden right away. Obviously, I mistimed things a little bit. Still, you know, a lot of out and backs on this course, so he's gonna be coming, I think, pretty shortly. But what have you guys seen? Because I don't have eyes on. How does Backegard look? Do those guys look like they're keeping themselves in the hunt?
We honestly haven't had eyes on Backegard. We've got eyes on Braden Curry right now, and he is getting to you. He is running up that hill. We'll come around that corner momentarily. Signature stride from Braden. He looks really good at this point.
Right behind me.
Lisa Norden.
Yeah, we got Lisa Norden coming through. She looks really good. She looks really, really good, and that shouldn't be surprised. She had an amazing sprint finish for a silver medal at the Olympics. She's a fantastic runner, but people have doubted her because she's had so many injuries. She looks really good. I would say she looks more comfortable than Kat. I don't know that she's moving faster than Kat, but she looks more comfortable than Kat does. Braden Curry just got some solid food in, and he is rolling, continuing to extend that gap. You see a little bit of a grimace, but Braden, with his running style, like he's putting a lot of effort in. He's a muscular runner. He comes from a super endurance background, very strength-based athlete. You never see him running and see a very calm face. There's always
what we're seeing now, Matt, on camera. What we're seeing is
hard.
We're seeing some of the chasers that were in that bike group with Braden Curry. Having a look here at Florian Engert, and I believe that's Sam Laidlow in the white. I will say, everyone you said has been looking great. These guys not looking as good. I know they're running up this hill, which is taxing, but the stride is short. They look labored. The turnover isn't the same. The arm carriage isn't the same. We're seeing some carnage start to present itself out on this run course.
Yeah, and when I saw athletes like a McNamee or a Kienle, they look and ask, how does everybody look? Like, the only one that looked really good in that front group from the very beginning, mile one, was Braden Curry. You could tell Smith was overextending a little bit, and I'm not surprised. When you see athletes working that hard and kind of having that fatigue already, you know at a certain point with all these hills and all this heat, it is going to come. That the cost of that effort out is going to come, and I'm not surprised. And, you know, we always talk about, it's easier in a group, it's better in a group. Yeah, but that group makes you ride a little bit harder maybe than you want to, and you overextend yourself, and you get tired. And if you're on your own, you'd settle yourself, and you'd move into a pace that you know you could hold for the distance. And sometimes you think there's power in numbers, but sometimes there might be a blow up in numbers, and I think maybe that's what you see those guys. What's happening to those guys right now?
We're definitely seeing some of that through mile 9.8. Kyle Smith. We're definitely seeing some of that degradation in pace. Last mile marker, 9.8, Kyle Smith has slowed to 7:40 pace. Going back to mile 8.8 for that segment, Sam Long turning in a 9:54. I don't know if that included a porta potty stop. Not a normal pace for Sam Long, so he's either in trouble or he's made a little bit of a nature stop as we look here at Blummenfelt. and Backegard making their way up that same hill. Again, this is a grind of a hill, making their way back up to the Snow Canyon Parkway. This is a brutal, brutal hill, and we see Backegard, again, visually, not Backegard, sorry, Blummenfelt looking visually better than Backegard at this point.
Well, and so now we have Christian Blummenfelt in 4th place, overtaking everyone. The only one that is up the road running comparable is Braden Curry, and comparable is still a 15, 16, 17-second difference. Right now, Christian Blummenfelt is doing what he needs to do to win this race. It will take every bit of the rest of this marathon to get there. So the battle that we talked about, knowing that we would have Blummenfelt up against people, he seems to have dispatched Sanders, dispatched Long, dispatched the people that we expected him to fight with. He's now fighting with a man called Braden Curry up the road.
That is true, but Lionel Sanders threw that.
Yeah, you got to tell me.
Whether it's on the road or in the pool, your activity has high demands. Rooted in sweat and grounded in science, we understand your unique fueling needs. That is why we created formulas just for you, endurance athletes, helping you replace what you're losing and keeping you fueled. And there's nowhere we'd rather be than with you along this journey, because together we are formulated for farther. From the creators of Gatorade, Gatorade Endurance, formulated for you, formulated for farther.
And as we see here, this again, Laidlow, Engert, these two guys really still fighting well.
Yeah.
They probably aren't throwing up the white flag by any stretch. They're just not. They're in 2nd and 3rd, but they're probably not the guys that are going, hey, you know what? We're making moves
We're
for the
making
front.
the podium.
They're protecting.
Yeah,
they're protecting, right?
Yeah,
and so I know their fans back home are saying, hey, pipe down. We think they can still go top 3. Let's see. They're running well still, but these times are coming down. I expect soon we'll see Blummenfelt and Sanders roll past both of these two men.
Absolutely. As we take a look now at the downhill section, Backegard there running away, making good pace there, and we see the athlete behind him. That is Kyle Smith. Blummenfelt has gone through both of them, and in no time, I would imagine we will see Blummenfelt dispense with Sam Laidlow and Florian Engert as well.
We are only here about another 17 minutes till we see Braden Curry roll through the halfway point. And here's interesting stats through the next check. Didi, Kat Matthews has lost some time to Daniella Ryf. Daniella Ryf holding 7:42 over the Brit. So right now, still 1-2, still both fighting well. But perhaps if what Matt saw is true, Matt has seen Kat appearing to be overheating. We asked her right away, hey, how you feel about the heat? That was in a Fighting Chance video. How does Kat feel about the heat? Hey, you know what? She's cool, but in the end, the proof is in the pudding.
Absolutely. As we take a look here at our progress around this marathon course, we can see our men's pro leader and the chase as well. So this isn't a run course that's given an awful lot of opportunity for eyes on. There are a couple of out and back sections, but where the athletes are spaced out right now, they will not get visuals. They'll be through those out and back sections. No doubt, though, a course with this density of spectators, all of our leaders right now getting incredible splits, I'm sure, from coaches, supporters, and even just spectators. You got to take those splits with a grain of salt, but Braden Curry continuing to run very, very well.
And I wonder what we can do to learn from Matt Lieto, who has some information out there, another observation that we'd love to tune in. Matt, if you can hear me, I'm going to come to you, and I want you to let us know what you're seeing. I'm seeing Braden Curry roll down to close out, about another 15 minutes here, Didi, realistically, of this lap. But he's rolling through. You still in the same spot. What do you got for us?
Yeah, Michael, he's running super well through here. I'd say the athletes behind 2nd and 3rd, I think you guys were right, did not look good. You can tell it's like the time where they're struggling is coming. Back of guard also didn't look great. It's a Christian, like he's one, like, people are asking for the splits ahead. Christian's asking for the split on Curry. All he cares about, 3 times I've seen him now, what's the split to Curry? What's the split to Curry? He's going and he's being very aggressive. Right now we have Ruth Astle coming from behind. If my count, I believe, you guys know better than me at this point, I believe she's coming through in 5th place. She looks good. She's rolling well. Nice little smile. Hi to you. Give me a hello. And yeah, she looks great. Really good turnover. Heat is going to be a challenge for her over the distance, but she's defending theoretically Ironman World Age Group champion from the last time we held this race. So she obviously can hold the heat pretty darn well. But guys, biggest thing I noticed for the men's field, Lionel looked good. We kind of know where those are going. Annie Haug, different class, different field, totally different situation. She came through here sprinting, focused, and just like chasing. She wants to defend that world championship title, and she by far the most dynamic runner through this section. And to me, it tells a lot where I'm standing, because they just kind of crest that hill. And it's a little uphill here still too, but they have to push to get that effort, and she was absolutely driving.
What we're seeing on screen that you cannot see on camera is Blummenfelt making a move there. He is going past Engert and Laidlow, so that moves him, I believe, into 2nd place overall. So that's a big move happening in the men's race. He went by them. They have no answer.
And here's the story, Matt. We're going to come back to you a little bit later. I know there's a lot of great stuff out there. Thank you so much. Let's look at Christian Blummenfelt. He's a 1-time Ironman winner. He's the gold medalist.
He's a 1-time Ironman finisher.
From the Olympics, correct. He's a rookie. But here, just feast your eyes on this. This man is flying.
Yes.
But does he look like he's flying? In his face, in his body experience, everything looks very relaxed, but he is motoring at a sub-6-minute pace. Of course, there's a downhill now. This guy, he came here to do one thing. Win the race. He's not racing Eden. He's not racing Brownlee. He's not racing Frodeno. He's not racing Gomez. Nobody. He's racing Brady Curran.
He is running 20 seconds per mile faster than Braden Curry through that last segment, and now sits at 3 minutes, 10 seconds back. So Braden Curry is going to be getting that information, but at some point, there's nothing more Braden Curry can do. He is running extraordinarily well. He's just getting caught by a faster runner.
Agreed. And this is when you start to do the math and you start to calculate what it's going to take when they sustain these paces. But I will say this man has in his Ironman, if you say, okay, he ran a 2:35 unpressed, that's to me more impressive. Because when I see a 2:35 pressed, I'm like, well, of course, they were pressed. They pressed each other. It's like, Mark and Dave in 1989. This is the story. This man is pressing himself. I will be very surprised if we don't see him catch his prey. In the meantime, a special treat is on tap. We're going to rush right back down to the hot corner. Greg Welch with our very own Andrew Messick. I'm sure of it. I'm certain. There you are, guys. Good to see you.
Thank you, Dee Dee. Thank you, Michael, for the kind words. And the 2021 Intermountain Healthcare Ironman World Championship presented by Utah Sports Commission continues. And what a way to continue right now, because right here at Hot Corner, we have the most important man of the moment right here, the CEO and president of the Ironman Group, and it gives me great pleasure to welcome Mr. Andrew Messick. Andrew, thank you very much for joining us here today.
It's a pleasure, Greg.
I know it's a hot day out there, and but it's been great to have this race here, and what are your thoughts so far?
Well, first and foremost, I think we're all of us at Ironman, within the community, the athletes, spectators, are just really happy that we're here and that we're racing this race, and that we were able to have the 2021 Intermountain Healthcare Ironman World Championship presented by the Utah Sports Commission. It's great to be able to bring this community for this championship for the first time in 2.5 years. It's been a long road for all of us.
Yeah, we're so grateful for that, Andrew, because it has been a long 2 years, and just the way that Ironman, conducted their protocols and everything, and the way that you handled it, through that time was a class act. And just to have it, back in this region, because this region had been so incredibly, warm and grateful, to welcome the Ironman family back. It was very difficult to find somewhere for a world championship, but because of the partnership and the relationship that we've had with St. George over the years, the team was incredible. Was it an easy decision for you to make?
Well, what was increasingly obvious to us is that there wasn't going to be a possibility to have the 2021 Ironman World Championship in Kailua Kona. And after a lot of consultation with the mayor of Hawaii, who's here this weekend, by the way, local community leaders, looking at travel restrictions, border closures, all of that, it just was clear it wasn't going to happen. And we came here with the Intermountain Healthcare Ironman 70.3 World Championship last September, and Utah put their hand up, and they said, we can do it. We can do it for you. And Utah stepped up, and the Utah Sports Commission stepped up, and the Greater Zion stepped up, and Intermountain Healthcare stepped up. Everybody stepped up to enable us to put on the kind of show that we're seeing today. And for both professional and age group athletes, it's really important that we're able to bring the community together and get back to racing, which is what all of us love more than anything.
Oh, and I think that everybody's so grateful for that. We were talking to a lot of age groupers this morning. As a matter of fact, I was down at the swim start after our body marking show, and they were just saying how thankful they were to have something, back in the rotation again. And talking about rotations, is this something that St. George or any other race would fit into a Ironman World Championship rotation? I'm just throwing it out there.
Well, 5 years ago, I think none of us believed that the Ironman World Championship would ever take place outside of the island of Hawaii. And the world had different plans. And so here we are. And I think we're learning an enormous amount about what it takes to organize an event of this scale. And so, we're going to go back to Kona in October, and we're going to race for 2 days, which we think is an enormous breakthrough, an enormous step forward to be able to have a day where we race. All of our women are going to race on Thursday, pro women, age group women. We've got a Saturday that's going to be all men, pros and age groupers. And we've seen that is, for the Ironman 70.3 World Championship, that was transformative. The ability to have 2 days of racing, the ability to showcase women on their own day, to be able to accommodate more athletes, because everyone knows how extraordinarily difficult it is for pros or age groupers to qualify for the World Championship. And to be able to have 2 days really makes an enormous difference. And so I think we're going to take everything that we've learned in this extraordinary year of years, and we'll really start thinking about what does it mean for Ironman and for our future.
Oh, that's great. Well said. And thank you very much for your comments there. And just before we leave you, going to throw it out to you, mate. Who are your picks this afternoon?
Well, I think we've got the potential for two really, really close finishes. And when that happens, the winner, of course, is Ironman in the sport of triathlon.
So thank you very much for that. Good, good observation. Take a look over your right shoulder right now. You're looking at the 2020 Olympic champion. That's Christian Blummenfelt. Now, the Norwegians over the last couple of years have been on an absolute tear. Unfortunately, yesterday, we learnt the news of Gustav Iden, who wasn't able to, start the race, but a two-time Ironman 70.3 world champion making his way into the sport of Ironman. Well, in the distance of Ironman triathlon, with a great debut down in Ironman Florida, and then Christian went and backed that up with a 7:21 in Ironman Cozumel. Yep. So we got these athletes now that are just bringing it to another level. They're bringing science to another level, the formulas to another level, the training to another level, but they're pushing everyone in their sport. And it's so great to see, these athletes that are still participating in the other distances, challenging themselves at Ironman, and that's what Ironman is all about. Yep. Anything is possible is maybe a mantra that we all live and die by, but it's great to see the competition and the level getting higher.
Yep. I think there's a new generation of athletes that are emerging, and what they're doing is extraordinary. At the same time, if you look at what's happening in the women's race, you have Daniella, who's been around for quite a while now, still so far doing her thing.
And I think you're calling it a race for the ages. That's what I'm hearing from you, Andrew, because you've got some of the old school, which you'd say Daniella, but at 34 years old, she's not that old, and she is not done. She is far from it. I want to say thank you very much to our CEO and President of the Ironman Group, Mr. Andrew Messick. It's always great catching up with you. You are so passionate and fantastic man with a great vision, Mr. Andrew Messick. So we're going to throw it back to you in the studio right now. Daniella Ryf leads our women's race. But how long is Braden Curry going to hang on to the lead in the men's? Because Christian Blummenfelt, the Olympic champion, Ironman Cozumel champion, is on the hunt. Back to you guys.
Well, there you go. You guys, it's great to see. Great enthusiasm, great fans. Greg, we're excited. I mean, look, we're excited to be back, just like everyone is. And we're doing the math. We're looking at the splits. Greg, we can barely keep our mind off of the math and what we're seeing here. We're trying to make predictions here. Side bets are going on. Dee Dee and I are wagering a big dinner tonight. Steak dinner is at stake. Great stuff as these champions just throw it all out there.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're making early predictions. And go ahead and give us a shout out on the Facebook feed. Let us know your predictions for the podium in the men's and women's race. I think we're at that point where people can start making bets as we look at Christian Blummenfelt make the turn there, looking fantastic with the man Braden Curry in his sights. Going to be an epic battle to the finish here. Can Curry hang on?
See that thing John Morant has? That's a hypervolt. That thing he uses to warm up and stay loose before he throws it down. That thing Tony Finau uses on course between shots. Ooh, that's money. That thing Robin and I use before and after we're on the bike so we can ride harder tomorrow. That thing Erlen Holland uses before smashing it into the back of the net. That thing that's for everyone. The Hypervolt from Hyper Ice. Give your body the daily relief it's been asking for.
Well, you heard it right there, but right now, back at mile 12.7, keeping an eye on Braden Curry and Christian Blummenfelt have made the turn. Sam Laidlaw, who we said wasn't looking that good, is still hanging in there at 3:34 back. He wasn't looking fantastic, but he's still running well at 3:34 back. So our movers are moving, but the guys we thought were a little bit vulnerable are really hanging in there tough as nails.
Tough as nails. And just have a look at that time, 4:18 for the bike. I wasn't sure we were going to be that fast on this course when I saw the stats. I should have known better. But coming in here, and that is Chris Leiferman, hat backwards, signature style. The American has won 4 Ironmans. He went 10th in the last Ironman World Championships in Kona. And as I said, he's gone under 240 in Louisville. I always say Louisville. It's actually Kentucky, Louisville, Kentucky. But as you look further, he also won in about 98-degree temperatures in Ironman Boulder. He does well in those conditions. He likes it. He's just a kind of a hard-working strength man. He gets out there and he just puts in the work. He's smart, methodical when he's not injured. And he's not right now. You can see that.
Yeah, if there has been a chink in his armor, it has been his injury history and the ability to stay healthy. But when he is healthy, he is tough as nails and as strong as they come. As we take a look back here at Braden Curry, who still has that great lopey stride, that arm carriage running up the hill here, still looking very, very good.
I will 100% agree with you. Sam Laidlaw, I just want to say to you, really impressive. Because we saw you in Ironman Texas. You were up front. You didn't finish. We didn't have any idea what he was going to be capable of or what you're capable of. But this is great. Great show. A 4:15 bike today and running great. The time's way up there. So awesome stuff.
Yeah, there was a point where he was not looking good. But as I said, he and Florian Inger both not looking spectacular, but really hanging in there tough. We've got Kyle Smith, who's had a little bit of a resurgence as well. He was not looking great. He ran out super hot, but seems to have gotten it back together again, followed by Daniel Backegaard there. And then we're still waiting on Chris Leiferman, but all of these guys running very, very well.
I just want to say this as well.
Here we go. Look at that. There we go. We've got Lionel Sanders there in camera view. So Sanders very momentarily is going to move himself into a podium position.
And Lionel Sanders, just a little nod to history, very Dave Scott, Mark Allen-esque. He changed. That's why he had a 30-second slower transition. He put on running shorts and a singlet. He got out of that aero kit, and I don't blame him for it. When it's hot, when it's dry, when it feels like this, you absolutely want to get in there and feel comfortable, and the man changed into some gear that he wants to run in. We've got Florian asking questions. Is he asking... Go ahead, Didi.
I was just saying, I saw there's another BMC athlete, male, with his helmet still on, giving directions there to Florian, somebody out of the race. I didn't recognize who it was.
I believe if you look at, we do have Patrick Nielsen that is on that team, and he could have been that person. But nonetheless, here is what we were talking about. Lionel Sanders, he's in a run singlet and run shorts. He's grabbing the fuel. He's got the white hat. I say old school only because you don't see a lot of people changing kit, but I personally give credit to that. I do think that most athletes, we say, do what you train how you race how you train. He does. We don't ever train in our kits like this.
Right.
You train in run singlet, so to get in and get comfortable, I think that's a good move. Hey, could be minor, might not affect anything, but it's worth noting.
Hearing some of that confusion from Florian Engert, I think we're hearing word that he may have missed special needs, the personal needs bags down there. He may have missed the table there for the pros. We see that Christian Blummenfelt running with a bottle there in his hand. The pros able to put their personal needs, any special nutrition that they want, that was laid out on a table. And I think Florian Engert ran by and was a little confused as to where that was, may have missed that. Could be problematic. Obviously, there's great aid out on the course, but you do want what you're accustomed to having.
For sure, especially when you're expecting it. Let's do this. Let's talk about some change in the women's race. Daniella Ryf has put another about 40 seconds time into Kat Matthews. So Daniella Ryf really running away from it right now, just putting time with every time check into everyone trying to chase her down. Mark Allen said it. She went out there and just distanced herself on the bike, put everyone on their heels and said, come get me because I'm the 4-time champ. You want some of this, you got to come get it. I'm impressed. I mean, and I always have high expectations, but I'm impressed.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And we talked about some of the great aid out that's available on the course. And I just wanted to give a quick moment to take a second and catch up with Matt Lieto, who caught up with our friends at Morton, one of our on-course nutrition partners. And here's what they had to say about the partnership with Ironman.
I'm here with Brian Livingston with Martin. They're the official hydrogel sports fuel of Ironman. How's it going, Brian?
Going great. Yeah, happy to be here. Happy to be in St. George. Happy to be at my first Ironman ever. Our point of difference, hydrogel being this matrix that traps carbohydrates and Ubers it right down past the stomach into the small intestine, where it's not even about digestion at that point. It's about absorption.
Yeah.
And so now you're getting those calories, you're getting those carbs quicker without the gastrointestinal discomfort, the sloshing that can come from having to digest regular foods when blood needs to be going to the muscles, not the stomach. In triathlon, when you are burning 3 grams of carbohydrate every minute, right, at 90% of VO2 max sometimes, you need quick burning carbohydrate fuel that can't be gotten by regular foods. So on the course, you've got the hydrogel regular 100 that you can then alternate with the caffeinated gel to suppress melatonin, give you that reduced perceived rate of exertion, so you can hit that last mile as hard as the first mile. Our philosophy is just how do we just seamlessly fuel and make it so that you just stay in the zone. Athletes can access our fuel guide plan on Morton.com, that shows you a blueprint of how to toggle between regular and calf gel to maximize your carbohydrate uptake.
Awesome. Well, Brian, thanks for chatting with us about it, and looking forward to seeing the product out on course.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, of course.
What a great partner, what a great product, and it's just a testament to the ever-evolving field of sports nutrition. I mean, to think of everything now. Coming back to sports nutrition, you better believe that and some hyper ice went into this man's routine the last 2 weeks. he crushed a sub-8 hour Ironman 2 weeks ago in Texas in the Woodlands with a sprint finish. He's now back. Ben Hoffman looking very smooth, very fluid on the run here in St. George at the World Championships. And Christian Blummenfelt, does he look to you like he did on the first steps? Like, I don't feel like he's fallen apart at all.
No, not at all. I mean, he looks fantastic. He's got a great stride going here. He's got that nutrition in hand. He doesn't look like, I mean, he's obviously working, but he doesn't look like he's suffering at the moment. Still laser focus on reeling in the man Braden Curry. Braden Curry just through 14.4 miles, and we'll have a peek now to see if Christian Blummenfelt has been able to close that gap. Last we knew, 2 minutes and 20 seconds down. That was just a mile ago. So start your watches. We'll see how it goes as we look here.
Fan favorite.
Yeah, absolutely. And he looks wonderful. Sebastian Kienle running very, very well. Looks trim. Like, he's a muscular dude, and he looks a little smaller than I've seen him in the past. Just a little leaner. He's an athlete that carried a lot of muscle, but he looks like a pure runner now, as opposed to the uber cyclist we tend to think of him as.
He does. He looks great, very smooth, and I think it's cool to see he's hitting an Ironman World Championship, and then he says next year I'm going to kind of cruise around, no more World Championships, just tick off all the boxes on the bucket list, kind of close out an incredible professional career. He's only 37. He did storm the scene young, and so he was one of these guys that a decade ago we were talking about being good in his 20s, not unlike Daniella Ryf. To be 34 years old and have her resume is really impressive. She, on paper, could push all the way through another 6-8 years at absolutely still reaching peak performances. It comes down to if she wants to.
Yeah, I mean, again, it comes down to where does the motivation come from? We heard Mirinda Carfrae say it when she was a guest on the show just a little bit ago. What's the motivation, right? She's won all of these big races. Where does the motivation come? We saw a bit of motivation in people writing her off this week, and that has provided quite a bit of motivation for her to prove that she is still the Daniella of old. But how do you lift yourself up? You know, how many world championships titles does it take before you say, yeah, I've had enough? And where does that drive come from when you've won so many of them?
Christian Blummenfelt from Norway got a small bottle of Morton in his hand. You can see that. He's hitting, it's probably a special mix where he's maybe diluted it, made it a little bit more liquid, but he's doing a great job managing the between aid station fueling, which it's funny because these aid stations are so well equipped. Our Intermountain Healthcare volunteer staff, unbelievable. However, it still could be a long way, can it, between aid stations where you just you want something now. You don't want to wait.
Oh, absolutely, and it would appear that he's got his Morton in liquid form. Again, just the hydrogel is great, as we just heard. Super easy to digest, goes right into the bloodstream. But he's got that bottle there, which to me means a little bit of liquid, maybe with the warmer temperatures. He wants some liquid calories as opposed to the gels.
Curry, just by the splits, the last 0.4 of a mile was slower. That means it must have been a steep hill, but that's a quick turnaround from 14.4 to 14.8 miles into this race. The real check is what we see for Blummenfelt.
Well,
on
and
that
Blummenfelt
section.
inside of 2 minutes now. Back at that 14.4, we knew it was 2:10. Back at 13.5 by 14.4, another 20 seconds gone. So another 0.4 of a mile. He keeps chipping away at it. Sam Laidlow hanging tough. 4:05 back.
You know what's pretty cool too, because I feel like when you're 23 and you don't have these Ironman finishes, you kind of say, meh, see what he does. You always have a breakthrough. We have people that break through, and when they make it onto that world stage, this could be Sam Laidlow's day. Finish an Ironman, top 5 at the World Championship, on the scene. We know he has the background. I really believe the stat we read is he started doing triathlon at 5. You know, his dad was an excellent top-level international athlete. The family coaches, everything is on point with this family as far as triathlon goes. So the fact that he's coming up, no surprise. It's just we kind of expect it. Maybe it's a little later. Seems like his day.
And it looks like Daniella Ryf is increasing her margin on Kat Matthews by what's on our screen here. It was 8 minutes, 12 seconds, but through 7.3 miles, now Daniella Ryf's lead, 8 minutes, 44 seconds. So Kat Matthews not making inroads, if anything, falling back. She's going to have to start being mindful of what is behind her, and what is behind her, Lisa Norden. Those two matching pace, but Annie Haug still the big mover, head and shoulders, a different zip code, running almost 35 seconds per mile faster. So Kat Matthews may be moving into third place in not too much more time as Annie Haug makes her way through the women's field.
I think that's going to happen. We're seeing a very strong and resilient Kat Matthews. I think the way Matt Lieto described her as starting to turn a little bit red, feel the heat a little bit, that's natural.
Yep.
That just means, hey, it's not a sub 250 day, but keep it sub 3. You're still going to maintain that podium, second place, third place. Kat Matthews from Great Britain on an incredible rise to the top, and she's just having quite a show today. And again, anything is possible, and that's good and bad in this race. Can't go either way.
A lot of racing left to go in this professional women's field. Absolutely. She looks super fluid again, other than turning a bit red in the face, which indicates that the core body temperature is up. Her stride still looks super strong, super fluid again, but she's losing time, we know, to Daniella Ryf. Lisa Norden, currently in third place, was 4 minutes-ish back from Kat Matthews, and Annie Haug moving fast into a podium position, I would imagine. She's still got a minute 20 to get herself onto the podium.
Kat Matthews just has such nice form, and she just continues to have that same nice form. I would just say, is that part of the equation? Yes. Is that all of the equation? By no stretch of the imagination. What we like to do, and Didi, you and I talk about this a lot, is does the form change from A to B, from A to Z even? Do you start to see it degrade, a limp worsen, a hitch worsen, a shoulder tightness increase, all that stuff? But right now, Kat Matthews, she looks just like she did when she started, maybe a little slower.
Yeah, and as we look here at Braden Curry again tackling one of these uphill segments, we're starting to see the pain. We're starting to see the suffering. He is a little bit more bent over, again, coming up this hill. Not the same posture he had on lap number 1. That arm carriage a little bit more muted than I would say it was in the first segment, but still hanging on to that lead and putting up quite a fight.
Okay, we are down with Matt Lieto, who has a nice close-up look at Braden Curry. What have you got?
There we go, Braden coming through, coming down this big downhill here, guys. He looks great. Like, again, that is his style. He always looks that way. Very powerful, able to still roll the downhill, even with that style, which not many people can do. But he's getting after it, pushing the pace. And guys, this downhill might look like it's nice to run downhill, but it's just steep enough that it's going to kind of hurt the legs, and then certainly on the way back up. But I have a special guest here, Luke McKenzie, podium finisher, second place. What year was it second, Luke?
2013, in another lifetime, mate.
That's awesome. But so what have you noticed when I came up here? You made a comment.
I mean, this hill here, this is going to be brutal on the second lap, and just watching these guys come down here now, even the downhill running is a huge eccentric load, so going into this last half marathon, it's just going to be, brutal.
Yeah, and here we go. Christian coming down, looking very good, rolling, always looking over for that split, and he's rolling, and in the corner of my ear, Luke says he's got it, and it's he's flying down this hill, and that's an ITU athlete, has the ability to have that quick turnover on these hills and not have damage to the quads. And Luke, tell us a little bit about what your quads are feeling like when you run down a hill like that at mile 15 of a marathon.
I can't even imagine. I've just watched these guys all suffer up here. I mean, to do this hill twice, the first time a lot of them were near walking, and we've still got to do it again. So I just can't even imagine the carnage that's going to happen on this hill later in the day.
Yeah, no, absolutely brutal. And we have that helicopter. That means Daniella Ryf is about to come. I bet she makes it look a little bit easier, maybe even than some of the men, certainly we've been seeing recently. But tell us a bit about how people were not mentioning Daniella.
Yeah, it's crazy. I had her for the win. I thought, you know what, you cannot count out a champion. And I heard Rinny and T.O. on here before, and Rinny was mentioning the same. You just do not count someone out. And I think it's what fueled the fire for her to come here and say, you know what, I'm the boss here. And she's just gone out there and bossed this race today.
Yeah, no, she absolutely has. And we do see her in the background coming up this hill. Going to have a great shot of her as she rolls up this climb, the Hoka run course. Beautiful, beautiful stride from Daniella Ryf. We can see that as we have her lead cyclist coming through here. But great stuff from her. She's leaning in. You can see that turnover, that strong, powerful stride of Daniella Ryf. But we'll get back to you guys in the studio with a little bit more of this run course.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Luke. We are here watching Braden Curry with barely a minute lead over Christian Blummenfelt. You saw him running down that hill, but it is really, truly a matter of time now. We're going to see Christian Blummenfelt come up. As here's Haley Chura, American superstar, Ironman champ. She looks great in bright green, looks to be running well. And coming over here on the right side of the screen, Didi, talk to me about what you see with Daniella Ryf. Yes, she deserves all our praise and affection. How's she doing?
She's doing great. She is grinding up this hill. Again, we see the short stride. It's deceiving, but this hill, I can tell you, feels 1,000 times worse on the second loop than it does on the first. But Daniella getting up it really, really well. Back to Braden Curry. I think he's starting to sense the pass is coming, but he is continuing to fight. I would say he's giving up. Oh, there we've got
that one's
Christian Hogenhaug. Is that Hogenhaug? Yeah, Hogenhaug looks like he may be calling it a day, or at least reevaluating his options at the moment. Not good. That's tough for him. He was running very well in the top 10 for a very long time.
As we watch these athletes battle it out on the 2-lap Hoka run course, we're going to be treated to another wonderful interview from our good friend Greg Welch. Greg, take it away. We're excited to hear from you again.
All right, thank you very much, Michael, and gives us great pleasure. Well, actually, first of all, you were right on cue, but it gives me great pleasure to introduce Mike McManus from Hoka. Time to fly, Mike, and there's a nice little intro there. We've got the Hoka, banners flying in the background. We've got all of your athletes out there running around the #1 shoe in triathlon. You must feel good about that.
We feel pretty good, and it is time to fly. I mean, this is such a unique day out here. I mean, non-Kona. Nobody knows what's going to happen on this particular day. I think the reason that we're so fascinated is the intrigue of what's happening out here. First time, full distance since 2013, I believe, in St. George. Best athletes in the world, and it's all happening right now. So time to fly.
It is time to fly. And, unfortunately, we don't have Jan Frodeno here, Hoka's #1, athlete out there. But, Jan, we hope that you're recovering well and get ready for Kona coming up here in October. But we know that we've got a whole bunch of other Hoka athletes out there today. We got Patrick Nielsen, actually. He's wearing the Rocket X2 today. Why don't we go, straight to that? We'll talk a little bit about that, and then we'll go back to the race.
Yeah, Rocket X2 is a shoe that's just out right now for a lot of our elite athletes, and we're going to bring it to everybody, all these athletes within a year from now. But super excited. This is going to be our latest innovative competition shoe, highest grade, and so we're just rolling it out right now, but this is just an introductory, but we're super excited about Rocket X2. We're super excited about the potential of allowing every athlete to perform at their very best level with that particular shoe.
Yeah, well said. I mean, I was excited when the Carbon X came out, and make sure you put me on that short list for the Rocket X too. And Michael and Didi, you can offer them a 50% off card, and Matt as well if you'd like. But no, back to the race. What about the partnership that Hoka's had, with Ironman over the years? It's been a great partnership. It just seems to go hand in hand. You've got Ironman racers, you've got marathoners, you've got even, golfers out there and just like general people that are absolutely loving the product right now. It seems to be at an all-time high, am I right?
You're correct. I mean, and we started our partnership officially with Ironman back in 2016. And of amazing. And of course, we started just with North America, and it was just full distance plus Kona. Then we expanded to all of North America, 70.3, full distance, both world championships, Europe, Pacific. Now through COVID, we've gone into the Philippines, Southeast Asia. We're looking forward to China reopening. So I would tell you the partnership in terms of how we work together, our brand awareness, being able to open up. And, Iron's been nothing short than our best partners that we could have asked for. And, we're just delighted to continue this amazing partnership. And I think you're seeing it out here. And hopefully every athlete along the, once they go through T2, they're feeling that love. They're feeling that guidance that we're providing them every step of the way. And when you get this far into the race, wherever you are, every kilometer mark being measured, every mile mark, you want to see those markers. You want to see those markers out there.
I know what I'm seeing. I can see it. It's all straight in front of me. And I mean, you just got to follow one, Hoka banner to the next, to get through those mile markers. But you can see right behind. But I just love the way that you activate around the brand as well, at Ironman especially, and it just shows that your passion is really there for the Ironman athlete. I've really seen that.
The really interesting thing about Ironman and all triathletes is they are early adopters. And so the partnership that we've had with every triathlete has been from the beginning. And, triathletes found Hoka because of the benefits that our footwear provided of just, hey, you come into the run with many hours already of stress that's already taken place. And then you have a daunting 3+ hour effort for most people. You need the best innovation. So triathletes found us before we actually started to invest back into triathlon. And so it's been an amazing partnership. But, honestly, triathletes found our brand. And so absolutely, we need to embrace this partnership.
Oh, absolutely. And I think that you hit the nail on the head there. They actually found you. And like most Ironman athletes, we're all, A-type because we like to get out there and just not, leave a single minute of the day unturned and untouched. So we go and, educate ourselves and research things which are good for us. It doesn't matter if it's nutrition or clothing, running shoes, bikes, or whatever it is. But I just want to say thank you very much to Mike McManus. He is the Director of Global Sports Marketing at Hoka. Mike, it's been a pleasure to have you on the show, buddy. It's time to fly for you back over there to the VIP tent. It's time for me to fly and get a cold drink, and I'm going to throw it back to the studio because Michael and Didi, they're running on a treadmill now in the break. You know that, in their Rocket X2s. Back to you.
Thanks, guys. It actually is funny. I'm not running. I'm sitting, but I am wearing my Ironman mocks. They're amazing. I've got these on, and the print is great. I'm wearing those because they're great also for commentary, even when you sit or stand. Back into the action. Check it out. Sam Laidlow about to give up a spot to Lionel Sanders, Canada over France. Here's what is happening, and the overhead shot couldn't be any better. Someone on a scooter there just adjacent trying to keep up with these guys. Not easy, even with that motor.
And this is a move into the podium. So when Lionel Sanders makes this pass on Sam Laidlow, Lionel Sanders now sitting in third place overall. Hard to fathom much movement from here on out that we could be looking at our podium. Braden Curry, Christian Blummenfelt, Lionel Sanders, not in that order.
Yeah, you've got the podium though. Here's what happens is it will take, once Sanders comes past and you've got sort of your Blummenfelt, Curry, Sanders mix. I think you're right. That order is up for discussion, but it will take, at this point, a failure,
yes,
right? A breakdown. And this
which
happens.
We're not ruling out.
which can happen with 400 meters to go. Our history is still fresh in our minds from over the years. But realistically, these guys, if you've executed to the point where you are 17 miles in, and you're racing and pushing and fighting at a 6-minute-ish pace, you have dotted the I's and crossed the T's. You're ready to not fail. You're not going to skip. I mean, Sanders takes aid with half a mile to go in a 70.3.
Right.
He knows the importance of that.
Yep.
I think these guys
There's the pass.
are on point.
Yep,
Sanders.
the pass
yep.
has been made, and I think momentarily we're going to have another pass because I think Blummenfelt is going to go past Braden Curry. So if we could maybe fly our drone up to our men's leader, I think we're going to see that dynamic. Oh, see, just like that. And there you have it. There's Braden Curry, and in the shot right behind him, we've got Christian Blummenfelt. So the dynamic shaking up here at the front of the men's race. Braden Curry has fought so hard, still fighting, but going to give up a spot to our Olympic gold medalist, Christian Blummenfelt, going to take over the lead here in a matter of steps.
I have a very strong feeling that Curry is going to absolutely max out to stay with him when he catches. And this is the cool thing about the sport. We talked about this. Well, we do every single race when there's a catch. What's the move? If you can go with, do you go? If you're, Blumenfelt's going to blow by, does Curry try and match? This, I think we know enough. He may give the knuckle bump, but I think right here we're going to see a fight here in a second.
I'm not sure. I mean, you'd like to see that sportsmanship, but I think right now
early.
Blummenfelt, it's either too late, it's not early enough in the marathon, and it's not late enough in the marathon. I think this is all business on both parts here, and Braden Curry can feel it. He knows. He can hear the crowd. He can hear the footsteps now. He knows it's coming, but agree, knowing the way that Braden Curry races, he is going to latch on to the back of Blummenfelt to the best of his ability and try to stay with him to draw him front. But look at this, a surge, it's not going to happen.
No, Blummenfelt said no. Two looks over the shoulder because he said, I'm going to actually 3 looks over the shoulder. He put the pace up, and he said, I'm totally fine with you coming with me. I really am. But you're going to have to go this fast. And so this right here, and this is where, look, Braden Curry still has a great shot of second place.
Yes.
He still has an okay shot of picking up the pieces should Blummenfelt melt. But right now, realistically, this is delivery of the promise.
Look at Blummenfelt. Do you think he's going to melt?
No, I don't. I actually don't. It's okay. This is what we said. Blummenfelt came here, Olympic champion, and an incredible Ironman debut. This man has the ability to deliver. Nothing stops him. The level of competition, the world stage, the pressure, he loves it. This is the guy, when he gets to the finish line, he's going to be taking selfies with all the people around. He's going to soak it up. He loves it, and he's 27 years old. He's at the prime.
And again, an adrenaline boost as he takes the lead here. Again, if we look back, it's Lionel Sanders now in 3rd place, but he's another 4 minutes back. And I just think at 17 and a half miles to make up 4 minutes, it's a big ask. And I think we'd have to see a major meltdown from Braden Curry for him to give up second. But again, we've absolutely seen it happen. But Braden Curry's still looking really good. Christian Blummenfelt making him look not that good right now because Christian is running so incredibly well. But yeah, Braden Curry, I don't see signs of weakness at the moment.
Well, it's almost a blessing that he snapped Curry right then.
Right.
Curry didn't try and go, thus costing himself the possible. He still may lose it, but you know what I mean? If he went with Blummenfelt, if he could have, ouch, he could pay the price, and then Sanders picks up the pieces. This is it. Christian Blummenfelt, first place on the road, Hoka run course. Great action coming.
The pursuit of excellence may look different for everyone, but the demands are the same. Dedication, hard work, and striving for greater health. It's something we understand at Intermountain Healthcare because we share your commitment to it.
Looking at her here, you get that great shot from the side, super efficient. And so we talk a lot about who has this extension, this footfall, that footfall, whatever. When you look at this, and Mark Allen echoed this as well. Very little vertical oscillation, no up and down, no bounce, all forward.
Yep.
Very little loss energy. When you have the up and down, it works, but it beats you up. You pay for it.
Very smooth, as if she's almost levitating above the pavement, just gliding along there. We're going to head down to our good friend Matt Lieto, who is with a hard-charging Annie Haug. Matt, what are you seeing? What's Annie going to be able to do with what she's got left in terms of real estate?
I know Matt's going to be on a Segway if he's keeping up with.
And she moved up this at almost twice the rate of speed of some of the other athletes coming up this hill. Right now we have on screen Lisa Norden, who is running great. Like, she's running this hill just as good, if not better, than everyone else. She looks fantastic, absolutely fantastic. This is not the Lisa Norden that people expected. People are doubting her and her abilities because she's so injury prone and hasn't been healthy in a few years. But she looked great. But yes, Annie Haug, I don't see Kat having a chance at this point to hold off Annie. Annie looks too good, too determined. And in reality, like, Daniella is Daniella, but if somehow she falters, Annie is going to have a unbelievable run split here today. I think she's going to be 5, 6, 7 minutes faster than anybody else. She looks like she's running a different race, guys.
Great stuff, Matt. I appreciate that, and we look forward to hearing more from you, getting the real feel in there, getting that energy, seeing the vibe, and even just when they utter those comments, I love hearing that. Daniella Ryf, she is not going to falter to the point where she loses another 10, 12 minutes. She looks too good. She looks like she's just dialed everything. And I think we talked about this, Didi, earlier with the men. If you get this deep into the race and you're checking all the boxes, it shows that you're on it. Now, when you get in trouble is when you get confident, focus on something else, or you're in a head-to-head battle. You forget to eat, drink, attend to the business. But to me, she looks like she's just in her element.
She just looks so calm. There's not 1 ounce of stress on her face. I mean, obviously she's working hard. She's got 14.2 miles left to go. She's nearly 7 hours into racing, but she does not look stressed at all. We know that she's an athlete that fights all the way to the finish, whether she's in first place or in 17th place. We've seen her do that time and time again. She's going to show up and give her absolute best on the day, and her best that we're seeing today is the same old Daniella we've seen of past eras, pre-pandemic, back in 17, 18. Obviously, she had that year in 19 that didn't go her way, but she is looking absolutely fantastic. People doubted, people wrote her off going into this, but she's back. She's as if she ever left.
That's right. She's having a great day, and she's earning every step of this this competition today. And look, Daniella Ryf, she doesn't come here alone. You mentioned that she changed up, doesn't have the same coach, but she's not alone. She's got a tribe. She's got a crew. I think that's super important in an individual sport. And I tell you what, something has held true since its debut in the 1970s. The sport of triathlon has been supported by a passionate community. At its core, a network of tri-clubs around the globe. And I'll say this, the Ironman Tri-Club program was created to support this strong community with a mission of ensuring athletes never race alone. This year's Intermountain Healthcare Ironman World Championship, presented by Utah Sports Commission, includes more than 1,700 Ironman Tri-Club athletes representing more than 700 clubs and 56 countries. Learn more at ironman.com/triclubs.
There you go. Back to Kat Matthews, who is fighting hard in second place, but she knows what is coming. It is just a matter of time, I'm afraid, before Annie Haug catches her. She's running very, very well, but it's hard to match the talent on 2 feet of Annie Haug. Right now, Annie Haug is outrunning Kat Matthews to the tune of 30 seconds per mile. With that, I think Kat has maybe a couple more miles to hang on, but it's just a matter of time at this point.
I think you're right. 30 seconds a mile, right? That's just gonna disappear. But you never know too, because I think it'll be fun. I think what you're going to see is this great rate of speed differential when they come together. Annie Haug is not trying to catch Kat Matthews right now. No. She's trying to catch Daniella Ryf. Yeah. And so we know when she rolls through Kat Matthews, her goal, and this is how Rennie used to race too, when she had a deficit of 10, 12, 14, 15 minutes, she then just put her head down and said, how long is it going to take me to get to the front? It's not, can I do it? Just let me just get after it and blow them out of the water.
Although I will say, in the one year that Rinny came from, 27th place and ran her way to the win, her mindset setting off on the marathon, she wasn't in a position she wanted to be coming off the bike, and she set her mindset, okay, can I get into the top 10?
Sure.
And she found her way into the top 10. She's like, okay, can I find my way into the top 5? And all of a sudden she sniffed the top 5, and she's like, hey, maybe I can win this thing. So different mindsets, but I agree 100%. Right now, Annie Haug is chasing Daniella Ryf. I think Daniella has set too high a standard. I don't think Annie Haug's going to have the real estate to catch her. I think Daniella's too strong on the day, but I do think we'll see Annie Haug in second place very shortly.
Here in about 42, 43 minutes, we're going to see this man, Christian Blummenfelt, come across the line. Yes, I said that. He's going to be in the zone of approximately 7:47. I think if you just keep his rough paces alive, he's going to come across the line real soon, in other words. 7 hours of racing for the women, 7 hours and 5 for the men. The women and Daniella Ryf just about to hit that halfway mark. And then back here to Curry. Gosh, this guy is an animal, a total fighter. And I don't know, he probably said, I'm going there for the win. I'm going there for that podium. But not a lot of people had him on the predicted podium list.
No.
He's, and it's not because we don't recognize and respect what he's done and he's capable of. It's just one of those things. So many darn good people on this start list today.
No, absolutely. And again, he's a talented athlete. We know he's got the ability to be in the top 10. He's proven it before. I wouldn't have put him in this position this late in the race. So, maybe a top 5, 5th, 6th-ish would not have been surprising. So he's definitely outperforming our expectation going into the race, which is very impressive.
It's better that than the other, right?
Yeah,
when you're expected something great and you flop. So great stuff. And I do remember some of his epic battles, Ironman Cans. That was legendary watching him throw down. I believe, gosh, was it Cam Brown? I have to dig back and find that second place, but he was shoulder to shoulder in that race and came away with that 2:39. And so either way you look at it, he's got a lot of good history. You mentioned the one with him when he took 5th and he was battling it out with Tim O'Donnell on the lava fields. Either way, great stuff today, no different. As you can watch, folks, this is how you do an aid station. Take notes.
Yep, she is. It's definitely a cooling station. She's grabbing that ice water, ice over the head, ice down the front of her kit there, doing everything to keep that core body temperature down. We do know the temperature is climbing there, 1:22 p.m. local time. So we are reaching sort of the max sun strength here, the max temperatures the athletes are going to face out there on the day. It is definitely heating up out there, out on the race course.
And doesn't seem to be phasing Daniella Ryf one bit. This is a woman that comes in very well prepared. She always has cutting edge equipment, always has the cutting edge in her favor, all of the science, all of the attention to detail. And it kind of almost say, well, that's obvious. This is a woman that has won Ironman 70.3 world titles, Ironman world titles. She's an Olympian. She's been in the sport since birth. I think she came out and basically dropped the pacifier and went straight to Ironman or to triathlon. But seriously, she's done everything so well. It really shows on a day like this where that attention to detail is proven.
But what a great, bright future for Kat Matthews. I mean, she's having a fantastic race. I think a lot of people had put pressure on her, tapping her on the shoulder saying, hey, she can win on debut here. She seemed to have taken that in stride. She's not going to win on debut here, but it could very well end up on the podium. Things are looking very, very good for a podium finish for Kat Matthews at this stage. She has every reason to be super proud. She sort of dismissed the expectations of just that. Hey, they're predictions. I'm out here to do what I can do, and she's doing a great job of it, running in second place, but definitely looking over her shoulder for the likes of Annie Haug, who's going to be running her down in the next couple of few miles.
There you go. Well said. So as we look at this battle within the battle. So Blummenfelt still carrying that bottle and tending to all those details, really just executing to perfection. Behind him, Curry holding on to what he built and what he worked so hard for. With Sanders, I would say very smartly racing through this. He didn't murder the bike. Like he may have ridden his hardest, but he did it in a thoughtful way. He did it in a smart way so that he could come off and maximize his run. He is, I think, in a cool spot where we're seeing Lionel Sanders really mature as an Ironman athlete and take that amazing ability and deliver it well. Remember when he said he was nervous about the decisions? He made good decisions today.
Yeah, I want to take a look back at mile 19, those splits. Behind Lionel Sanders, it's a minute to Sam Laidlow, who is Florian Engert. Those two have run together. They rode the whole bike together, and they're now only 15 seconds apart. But I will say, just another 20 seconds back is a hard-charging Chris Leiferman, who is outrunning the pair of Sam Laidlow and Florian Engler by, again, 30 seconds a mile. So at this point, we could see Chris Leiferman make a big move all the way from 6th all the way up to 4th when he gets past Laidlow and Engert.
He's going to do it. I mean, this is kind of textbook Chris. He loves that work. He loves that. He has a confidence over the last several years of making his move on the run. And I think that's what's happening right now. You're going to see him definitely, in my opinion, go to 4th. Right now, up this hill, stay with that picture, keep memorizing it. It's Blummenfelt.
There's this beautiful moment in time when neither foot is touching the ground. We are free of gravity and weight, moving above the doubts, past limits. When we are light, transformed, and hopeful. And if we were to collect all these moments, join them together, well, this is when anything becomes possible. This is when we fly.
Throughout my career, people have doubted my ability, and I've had it even more so when I've come into triathlon. I think this year will be very different. There will be bigger expectations on me. I love the way that I race. With my swim background, I'm almost in the driving seat from the gun. I'm the person that everyone is chasing. I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
And he was talking about how much do I need to have on Eden, how far ahead of him to have him not run me down. And I was chuckled because I understand how great the two-time 70.3 world champion is.
Right.
I understand.
On this course, too, proven.
I understand his ability, but it just makes me chuckle. If there's a guy that can run 235 and below, and he's worried about another runner, it really speaks to where our future is going and in this sport and what we're going to see at upcoming Ironman World Championships, not just this year, but in the years to come. That's a good shot right there, too, where you can kind of get a feel where Braden Curry has perhaps slowed, so maybe 10 seconds, 12 seconds slower, but the enthusiasm, the form, the drive, everything is still there.
The drive, you can see the
Correct?
effort, right?
That's
like he's outwilling what his body is giving him physically right now. He is absolutely hurling himself forward. You can see the will almost outlasting the body and its ability there. We have a little out and back section here with Lionel Sanders in 3rd place. He is going to try to run down Braden Curry. Will he be able to do it? It's a big ask. Back at mile 19, 4 minutes to go. He's just not going to have the real estate unless Braden absolutely implodes, which at this point, I don't see that happening.
It looks like my times might have been a little stout here, but for 20 miles, 2 hours is the split for Blummenfelt. Still 6-minute miles because it's a tick over 20. But check that out. He's running an average of a tiny bit below 6-minute miles, 2 hours flat for the 20, and 6 more to go. So yeah, he could be 236, 238 without slowing down at all. Either way, it's staggering because I think he's able to now kind of cruise. The gap from minute 20.
From where he is now, let's not forget the topography of the course. It's downhill to the finish line. All of the climbing for Blummenfelt now is done. He is in the downhill stretch all the way into the finish line. So his ability to maintain this pace, pretty high. Like I would say odds are in his favor. Yeah, there's going to be possibly some physical degradation, but the topography isn't going to provide additional challenge for him from then on. Yes, the temperature, certainly the quads are screaming, but all downhill for him into the finish line.
So good, and as we watch what will be a 5-time Ironman World Champion fairly soon if things go well, and a first-time Ironman World Champion, we're going to check in with our very own Greg Welch, who's sitting with the man, Dave Scott, a 6-time Ironman World Champion, also notably second place, Dave, in 1994, and 5th place in 1996. Let's talk about your 1996, Dave. I know that's a big moment for you. So, guys, great to see you.
No, I'd rather talk about 1994. Oh, okay, let's talk about 1996.
Let's talk about this race.
Yeah, let's talk about this race. You know, it's pretty funny what you were talking about before, Didi and Michael, about Christian Blummenfelt running 2:35, 2:36 pace. There's a term that we use, not loosely anymore, but it's a term that we're going to use into the future. It's called the new normal. So get used to it with Christian Blummenfelt and Gustav Iden and company when it comes to marathon run times. But one guy that was really fast on the run, he ran a 2:41 in the Ironman World Championship, as a matter of fact, way back there in 1989. Now, for you folks that weren't even born in 1989, that was incredible to run a 2:40 back then. Dave, welcome to the show.
Thank you,
How's
Greg.
your day been going so far? I saw you this morning.
Yeah, well,
you're still
you know,
alive.
I
this
think everyone,
afternoon.
yes, everyone who's
Nice.
involved with the sport is holding their breath at the outset. But it you know, went smoothly. The reservoir was smooth, and you know, it's an amazing race, incredible race, both on the men's and the women's side.
Yeah, what did you think? You know, the swim times there today around about 46:30-ish, you know, just a little bit more than that. Pretty good with a wetsuit. The water temperature was good at about 64. No problems.
Yeah, it warmed up a lot the last 3 days, and it brought the water temp up. I was here earlier in the week, and people were just hypothermic, and a lot of people were panicking. I was telling them to breathe through their nose and just relax, and I think this morning it was ideal.
Dave, you got so much experience in Ironman, and you got so much knowledge, and you know, about the sport. I just wanted to ask you a question. This is a very tough bike course, and they were managing, like Braden Curry today at 4:16. On the women's side, Daniella 4:37. Absolutely incredible racing times right now. I know the bikes have gotten lighter. I know the technology's gotten better scientifically through nutrition and everything, but they are fantastic times on a course like this, right?
Yeah, at the outset, when people were saying, what do you think they can do, I didn't discredit either the men or the women. And I thought, you know, if they were men 4:20, women 4:40 something, but the times are staggering. People forget that 7,500 feet or plus of climbing on the bike is outrageous, and they're averaging these amazing times. I mean, Daniella, 25 miles an hour, 40K an hour, and the men are averaging 27 miles an hour. So it's just out of this world.
Okay, and then to top that off, he's probably going to break 2 hours and 40 minutes on the run. So let's say he does go to 2:36 or so. It's staggering when you just said, you know, 7,500, you know, feet of climbing on the bike. What about the 1,500 feet of climbing and elevation gain on the run? I mean, that is staggering.
Yeah, the run is tough. It is difficult, and obviously the temperature is, it's not overbearing, but it's taxing. And, you know, when the splits are given out there, it propels these guys and Daniella, who's amazing, to run these incredible times. You know, I kept thinking if someone can run 2:37:30, which is 3:45 per K or 6-minute mile pace, that would be just outrageous. But I think they're close, and it could come down to those top two guys. I think.
I think so. You were mentioning Dan a moment ago, Dave. So she's on screen right now. Let's talk about her. You know, her stride right now. She's at the very top of diagonal right now. She's making that right-hand turn onto Bluff Street before she goes back out to start her second lap. But here's Christian Blummenfelt going across the bridge right now. Got a beautiful little turnover happening. You can see that he's got that, you know, Olympic distance, you know, talent. He's just so good, you know, with that turnover of his. And now when you focus back on Braden Curry, two exactly different runners. You got Braden, who's swinging the shoulders, little friction in the hips. He's got that drive. The knee drive is there, but Christian's fluidity seems to be a lot better.
Yeah, Christian's a model to watch. You know, I watch Braden, and he's got a lot of arm action, a lot of shoulder action, but he has a nice heel lift in the back. He gets pretty good hip extension. Both of them do, and I think that's why they're out in front right now, 1-2, and Christian obviously is closing that gap pretty quickly. We're looking at Daniella right now, and of course everyone's following her career. I mean, she's absolutely remarkable, and she knows how to turn it on in the World Championships. I saw her running earlier, and of course I can go all the way back to 70.3 in South Africa, and she was out of this world, 1:16. So I kept thinking, well, her run isn't where it used to be, but she's proven me wrong.
Dave, you're probably the man to answer this question. You know, Daniella went into unfamiliar territory. She had around about 6 months where she sort of like didn't have some good results, had some illnesses, and then had an average race for her at Oceanside, which was a 10th, and then a DQ because of speeding in the downhill zone there. But for somebody to come back at such a level, I mean, she's won 4 Ironman World Championships. You won 6. It's not as if you won 6 in a row, but you took a little bit of time off. Then you came back. But Daniella, the way that she's come back right now, that's been pretty impressive.
Well, people always ask, I'm sure they asked you, Greg, the crystal ball, who could win this race? And you never wanted to discount her. And I'm thinking back to the history of our sport. If people lose their running legs for whatever reason, I think they don't have it again. And so I kind of looked at Daniella and I said, you can't say no to her, but can she run well? And Kat has been running extremely well and won recently. So I kept thinking, well, Kat can close this gap, but Daniella punished her on the bike.
Yeah, I had Kat and Daniella and Annie Haug in my top 3 today, so that's coming to fruition. But, given the state of the course, I think that was an easy one to call. All right, for Braden Curry, on the other hand, didn't have him in my top 3, but he's having a great race right now. A man that always rises to the occasion in a championship event. He's on his downhill there as they go past some of the pickleball courts here in St. George, one of the sports that's just absolutely taken off. And Lionel Sanders still muscling his way through the event here, and he's in 3rd place right now. Is he going to run out of real estate? Does he have enough in the tank, Dave, to catch up to Braden Curry? He's got 4.7 miles left.
I don't think so. I think the top 2 are the top 2, and Lionel's amazing. He's always just relentless, and people look at his running stride, and I say, go Lionel, because it's not pretty to watch, but he moves quickly, and he's in 3rd. So I think he's going to hold that spot, and of course we're seeing some of the other guys move up. Chris Leiferman is having a great run. He lost a little bit on the bike, but he's coming back quite nicely. So you never know in that last 4.7 miles or 5 miles, is someone going to falter? And we get to this point and think, ooh, ouch.
Yeah, that's right. And in Oceanside, Lionel Sanders, did come from behind to outsprint, Rudy von Berg at Oceanside there for 2nd place. So that was amazing. So anything can happen in the closing, couple of miles of this race, or a couple of kilometers of this race, as Danny just fuels up right here. She's getting the ice. She's throwing it down the front of her event outfit here, as you can see, just getting every part of nutrition in that she possibly can. The sunglasses have gone up on the head. She wants clear vision into that finish line. Christian Blummenfelt just going through the 21.9 mile mark, so only 4 miles for Blummenfelt. The Norwegian, the Viking, is he going to take the first World Championship here in St. George, Utah? We're just going to have to wait and see. Running along right now, Dave, at a 5:20 clip.
Holy moly.
Pretty impressive.
Yeah, I think Christian's got great leg speed, so on those downhills, he's probably going to see if he can garner more time on Braden. And, with that gap, he's got to do something dramatic in this last closing few kilometers. So Braden is tough as nails, but I think the leg speed favors Christian.
So on the women's race, let's get you caught up to speed just where they sit right now. Daniella Ryf leads, going through 14 miles from Kat Matthews at 10 minutes and 16 seconds. But the big closer, that is Annie Haug from Germany, the defending 2019 Ironman World Champion, running along at a great pace here right now. 7:24s on the run in the mile pace here, and just a little bit over those 4-minute kilometers. She's only 12:38 down on our leader, but she's 2:20 down on Kat Matthews in 2nd place. So is Haug going to run out of real estate, or will she have enough in the tank to get up into that 2nd place on the podium? Well, they're going to have to chase this woman here, because Daniella Ryf is showing a clean set of heels today. She's gone out and absolutely dominated this race so far, and with 10.8 miles to go, Ryf is leading the way.
Yeah, it's remarkable. She's certainly aware of Annie Haug, And Annie is a weapon on the run. And when she came out of here just in transition right behind us, Greg, I said, wow, people have got to be cognizant of her because she's, such a brilliant runner. And I don't think she's derailed by the margin of the bike split. She just has to be relentless in her pursuit. But Daniella's got a pretty lofty lead. But Kat, I'm sure, is a little bit worried about Annie closing that gap. 2 minutes, she mentioned, plus between second and third right now.
That's right. So as we prepare to send it back to you, Michael and Dee Dee, it is all Christian Blummenfelt right now. Will he have enough in the tank to get to the finish line? He's a Red Bull athlete, and there is another Red Bull athlete chasing him in Braden Curry from New Zealand. They are now heading in toward the finish line with 4.2 miles to go as we send it back to you guys.
Dave, Greg, great commentary as usual. Students of the sport, fans of the sport, and icons of the sport. So great stuff to have you guys sharing the knowledge. We are watching now as Christian Blummenfelt carries a bottle from the aid station of water. He's taking hits of it directly into his mouth, pouring some on top, really just managing. And here's the thing, those 5:20 per miles, that great turnover, it is a full charge to the finish line. He's not threatened. He's got 2 minutes. But he is continuing to push the pace, set the tempo here today. He is in charge.
Let me ask you this, and neither you nor I have ever won an Ironman World Championship, but when does he start to enjoy this? When does he let himself start to celebrate? Obviously, you don't want to get ahead of yourself, but he's got a 2 minute and 36-second lead on Braden Curry, and less than 10K to go. I mean, he's almost to mile. He's through mile 22, so he's got just about 4 miles to go. Too soon to start enjoying this?
Yes.
He's in too much pain.
No pain. No. This is something. I think he's in that perfect flow, and I think he's in the. There may be discomfort. I don't think he's. I think what he's doing right now is he's just executing, and this is the flow state for a champion. What happens is, I do think in the final couple hundred meters, that's when he will absorb the outside world. Like right now, he's
I hope
inside.
It's before that.
In the
How many of these do you win in your lifetime? I really, truly hope it's before the last couple hundred meters. I mean, at some point, he's got to get a split when he gets back closer to town and start to soak it in. As we look here at Braden Curry, I'm just going to say, body position, his head, he's sort of leaning back a little bit.
Whether it's on the road or in the pool, your activity has high demands. Rooted in sweat and grounded in science, we understand your unique fueling needs. That is why we created formulas just for you, endurance athletes, helping you replace what you're losing and keeping you fueled. And there's nowhere we'd rather be than with you along this journey, because together we are formulated for farther. From the creators of Gatorade, Gatorade Endurance, formulated for you, formulated for farther.
But what I'll say is he's still executing. Like there is a state of flow that you get into. You're having this. I guarantee Daniella's in there. And when you stop and you focus and you allow the outside world to kind of come in, and it's a different moment. And I think a couple hundred meters is actually going to be a long time for him to give high fives and smile.
I think Lionel heard me and said, "Oh heck no," because through mile 22. Braden Curry's lead on Lionel is down to 2 minutes and 20 seconds, 2 minutes, 25 seconds. And right now, through that segment, Lionel running 40 seconds per mile faster than Braden Curry. So Lionel's not happy in third place. The podium, not good enough. He wants to knock one more off the podium and find his way into second. Lionel continuing to battle. We know he loves the battle and putting up a good fight to try to find his way into second place.
That's right. And look at Leiferman, because Leiferman's doing the same thing to Sanders. He's really trying to get there. So that gap is just so narrow. Leiferman is not, I'm saying, about to catch Sanders, but I think that in these closing miles, still moves can be made. But let's jump down and see what it feels like to be Matt Lieto on the streets and see what he's got for us.
It feels hot, Michael, to answer your question. And coming up this steep hill right now, we have Christian Blummenfelt. He's going to win this race. I know you say he's got work to do, but he's got this in the bag running up this hill. But it is that tailwind, and I said earlier, tailwind turns up the heat. And we'll see. We'll get a look at his disposition, if he's going to smile at us or not, as he comes up this final hill before the downhill. Is he going to start celebrating yet? No, he is working, breathing hard, moving. He's in pain for sure. He was telling me that he wanted to be the fastest last 5K of anybody in this race. He doesn't need to do that now, but we'll see how he lets those legs move over these last few miles, guys. But I think you guys make a great point. Lionel Sanders, that guy is a fighter. Last person on the planet I'd want to try to be staying away from on this hill specifically is Lionel Sanders. I mean, this heat, it's pain. That guy just eats the pain, and he wants that second place. And he wants to put himself in a position, just if something crazy happens, to win this race. But he knew. All he kept talking about was the last 10K of this marathon, guys, and he's gonna pile it on.
Well, Matt, thanks so much. There's a good question here. When you talk about Lionel Sanders, he's the kind of guy that is obviously going for the win. But do you feel like that you're sensing right now he's just getting equal satisfaction of chasing for that second? But look at Curry has the teeth. He's in absolute pain. You're going to see him in a minute. When you see him, you'll feel this. But doesn't Sanders just love the fight as well? And he's in it.
Dude, he loves it. He loves it. He's a fighter. You talk to that guy, he'll talk about fighting, and he's always in that mindset that I don't think he wants to win on his own. He wants to be shoulder to shoulder with somebody and prove that he has it. And he's going to be shoulder to shoulder here pretty soon with Braden Curry on this hill. And I think his running style suits himself to these hills. I know he's been working on hills just like this, in conditions just like this. I mean, you could not have better preparation for these conditions. And Lionel doesn't get anything done early. I talked to him the other day. He's like, I don't wake up till 11 o'clock. I had to wake up early for this meeting at 11. So he's training in the heat of the day in Tucson, which is very, very similar. So he's not feeling this at all. He's feeling the exertion. He's feeling the distance. He's feeling that pain. But he's been saving himself all day to be able to have good legs. He will tell you good glycogen levels coming up the last 5K of this run. And we can see very far out in the distance that Braden Curry is on his way up. Michael, I got a question for you because I've been looking at splits. Chris Leiferman looked like he was putting himself in a position to get all the way up to 4th place. I'm curious if he's getting any closer.
He's there. So Leiferman's in 4th, and he's the last time check at almost 22 miles. He was just about a minute and a half behind, 2 minutes behind Sanders. He's actually was just really kind of echoing what Sanders was doing. So he's chasing. I think if Curry, and you're going to see Curry in a minute, Curry is in a world of hurt, and you're going to see he needs some encouragement. But he is up this hill and just in a wall and in total pain. I think you can concur here in a minute.
Yeah, you're right, Michael. I mean, we've been looking at people and looking at people's strides and just their frame and their outline when they're running up this hill, and see who's feeling good and see who's feeling bad. And he looks like people that have been struggling for a while. Like, he is certainly struggling, and he has that bounding style, that muscular style, that once you get fatigued, it's just you're running out of juice, right? Like, it's really, really difficult to be able to push, and he is just 1 foot over the other, arm swing forward, back, and right now he's going to that mindset of these ultra endurance races he's done. He's suffered for days at a time when he was tired, but he's got 3 miles of downhill running to go, and he will absolutely tear himself apart on this downhill. That, like I said earlier, his lopey stride, he actually runs downhill pretty well for someone with a stride like that. So he's going to open it up, and it's going to feel like someone is hitting his quads with the hammer the whole way down. And it's going to be a battle between these two, that who can handle it best.
I was going to say, Matt, you're going to see Lionel Sanders any second now. He's about 1:45 back at mile 23, and we know Lionel loves the pain. Do you think Lionel's in a position to catch Braden Curry? What do you see?
Yes. There he is.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it is a distance. If you see him right here, the distance left to go is going to make it challenging. If it was 27-mile race, yes, absolutely, hands down. Maybe 26 and a half, but it is going to be tight. And he's not moving up this hill, super quickly, but he's got that RPMs moving. You can see his body style is so much different. He's holding it together, and this is what he looks like when he's fresh to a certain extent, right? Like this is Lionel running up a hill, bounding. It's not an equal stride, but look at him. He is hurting. He is gritting his teeth. He is chasing Braden Curry, and he is gritting it. He is in a world of hurt, but he is giving himself that hurt, opposed to Braden, who is just kind of trying to get through it. Lionel has his foot on the accelerator, and he is tearing himself apart for this second place, guys.
Oh, Matt, I want to see you get over to that downhill because that's where the real fun begins. Good commentary, as always. We've got on the left side, mile 17 for Daniella Ryf, who is running away from Kat Matthews and Annie Haug. But here on the right side with this men's race, the question is, can Lionel Sanders up the ante on that downhill enough? He's leaning into the pain, and Braden is tolerating the pain. Does that change on the downhill, Didi? What have you got?
I agree with Matt. I think Lionel's just going to run out of real estate. It's going to be awfully close, and he is going to literally eject organs from his body in an effort to do so. I just don't think he's gonna just run out of room. I think Braden's going to start to hear the sights and sounds of the finish line, and that's going to draw him in. But I don't envy either one of their quadricep muscles right now.
Should there be an organ ejection, at least we've got Intermountain Healthcare on hand. In the meantime, Daniella Ryf, picture perfect.
See that thing John Morant has? That's a hypervolt. That thing he uses to warm up and stay loose before he throws it down. That thing Tony Finau uses on course between shots. Ooh, that's money. That thing Robin and I use before and after we're on the bike so we can ride harder tomorrow. That thing Erlen Holland uses before smashing it into the back of the net. That thing that's for everyone. The Hypervolt from Hyper Ice. Give your body the daily relief it's been asking for.
And as we watch here, a downhill section of road, we had Kat Matthews briefly, and now this is the first time I've seen Christian Blummenfelt slightly put the brakes on. He's slightly saying, I don't really want that much quad pain on this downhill.
I was going to say, because every step is out, 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 out.
Yeah. But it's just, you know what? It's barely perceptible because he's just so in charge, and he's just really winning this race in fine fashion and form. But you can, anyone that's done an Ironman or even a marathon for that matter, but anyone that's run downhill and you get to this point, the downhill is just, you feel like little strips of your body are just being ripped away.
It's little pieces of your soul exiting your body with every single step. I tell you, it's kind of fun to walk around the Ironman host cities the day after the Ironman to see the athletes sort of gimping and grunting about. I don't think anyone's going to be able to get out of bed tomorrow.
Yeah, well, you're probably right. And I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that this guy came here to get a job done in hot conditions on a tough course against great competition. He's getting it done. Everyone, the best of the best have trouble going down a curb after, a sidewalk dropping that 7 inches. But in this case, this man milking every bit out of his body, still getting the 8, still tending to the duties. He's got less than 2 miles to go. We can kind of run the numbers up and calculate he will most likely be at or under 7:50 for a finish time, which is remarkable for these conditions in this course. But nonetheless, what's super cool is that the promise is being delivered. We said, hey, which Norwegian will take over?
Right.
And now we had one Norwegian, and he's done just that. He's taken over.
A tremendous amount of pressure pressure on his shoulders, even though he is a rookie, because if you asked anyone over the course of the last month who was going to win this race, the answer was unequivocally Norway. Right? No one wanted to pick which one, but it was going to be Norway. All the talk about the Norwegians, and when Gustav Iden had to pull out of the race, unfortunately, due to illness, that pressure fell to Christian Blummenfelt. But hey, he took the torch and he ran with it, and running all the way to the finish line for a victory at the Ironman World Championship.
As we come back to New Zealand's Braden Currie, you can say this. He's come alive a bit.
Yes,
and,
yes.
And probably the downhill helped. When you get dehydrated or when you start to lose power. So you start to lose the oomph up a hill, but then even with that same dehydrated body, going downhill, you can still make it happen.
Yep.
And I think what's really now he's being drawn home, and also he's aware that there is a possible sprint finish if he's not careful, and he'll end up on the right side of it if he can make a little move now and stay away from the Canadian. They call him the Lion. We'll just say Lionel Sanders. He's having a heck of a day today. Really a smart and strong race.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more, Michael. I think, yes, the downhill is helping. Also, the incentive that he is getting splits to Lionel and knows, hey, if I don't keep going here, I could be in trouble, and I do not want a sprint finish. So, yeah, a little bit of extra pep in his step here as he makes his way towards the finish line. No match for this man, Christian Blummenfelt, but what a performance from Braden Currie. Nobody had picked him for the podium here today.
No, and it's great, and I think that probably
maybe his mom did.
I think his whole team probably did. You know, inside knowledge, but Didi, this is the story too. I don't think anyone picked him to be outside the top 5 to 10.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No, 100%.
And so the surprise is that he came in and he just really rocked some other favorites, but he's such a consistently performing top athlete that there's no surprise with the show here. So as we come back and we look at this scene, you've got age group athletes rolling out of town. You've got the finishing top pros coming into town, a two-loop course here on the Hoka Run. You've got drama, excitement, and all the fun.
I've got a little bit of drama in the women's race at mile 15.8. Annie Haug has closed the gap to Kat Matthews to 1 minute 45 seconds. So she is still charging very, very hard. An exciting race unfolding. Daniella Ryf has put herself pretty much out of touch, barring catastrophe, but Kat Matthews still has quite a battle on her hands, sitting in second place, but with Annie Haug breathing down her neck, getting ever closer with every step.
Wow, great stuff. And here's Braden Currie again, alive. I think when we saw him run up that hill, and even that shot where you kind of called out that his head was rocking back, you saw sort of the end at that point. We saw him closing out, and he revived himself. So he's now given that telltale sign that he is worried. He is aware of Sanders coming, but I think the gap is still big enough that look, it doesn't.
That was a conscious choice right there. You know, he's run downhill enough. He knows he had a long straightaway behind him to take a peek to see what the real estate was. And so far, he does not see Sanders, and I think that's a big sigh of relief. Of course, he's not stepping off the gas at all. He's saying, yeah, I got this. I just got to get home.
In fact, just the opposite. I think when he looked and didn't see him, it gave him life. Yeah. You know, if he had seen Sanders, that could have been very deflating. But yeah, you're spot on. 2K to go.
Talk about over-efforting at this point in a race, right? If he looks over and he sees Sanders and he tries to put it into overdrive, sometimes that extra effort, it's going to come back and bite him. There's still plenty of time for him to cramp, collapse, all of those things with 2K to go, and trying to put in a sprint because you see that coming. I agree with you. I think he looked over, saw the relief, and is able to relax a little bit and just fall into that stride, keep it fluid.
We're going to rush on down to Matt on the beat. Matt, what have you got?
Yeah, guys, Braden Currie just went by here. Looks totally different. That uphill hurt him. He was hurting himself to get up that uphill. I was wrong. It wasn't the course that got him. He was hurting himself. He looks open. He looks free. He's rolling through pretty smoothly. Now it's Lionel Sanders behind. And to me right now, there's just not enough real estate. He is going to turn himself inside out to try to close this gap, but I don't think there's going to be enough room for him to get all the way up to Braden Currie. Great battle for second and third place. Back to you guys for the finish.
What a nice shot there, Matt. Thank you so much. Overhead shots of the beautiful community of St. George in Utah. Here we are fast approaching the finish line for this 2021 Intermountain Healthcare Ironman World Championship presented by Utah Sports Commission. This is Christian Blummenfelt. Yes, the Olympic champion. Yes, the Ironman champion. Yes, the man who represents Norway. He's delivered on the promise that he is the next factor in long-distance racing. And I tell you what, Didi, what a show. This is where he's soaking it up. Christian Blummenfelt. This is it.
Yeah, I've got 0.8 of a mile left to run. I think we're seeing the smile come across his face. He's starting to acknowledge some of the fans who have moved in around to crowd the finish line, I'm sure, to take in this historic moment, this historic event here, Ironman World Championship, taking place in St. George, Utah, taking place in the month of May, and taking place with a rookie taking home the victory here in his first attempt at a World Championship event.
Fantastic. And Braden Curry getting cheers from the outbound age group athletes. The Kiwi has also risen up, and we talked about it, and I think Mark mentioned it, Mark Allen mentioned it, Greg mentioned it. We've heard this. He was a caged animal, so everybody felt the sting of COVID and lockdown, but certainly New Zealand and Australia gave tighter restrictions to travel, and they truly just had to stay put and train, and now unleashing the fury, we would say, is a well-trained and well-prepared Braden Curry, and a heck of a show he's delivered just in front of the Canadian Lionel Sanders.
Yeah, you know, it's how gratifying for Braden Curry to keep the belief all through the pandemic, where you are a little housebound, right? You can't go, you can't travel, perhaps some local events, but you can't hone your craft in a race environment for that amount of time. There were some races around the world, New Zealand with such tight travel restrictions, not able to partake in some of those. So how gratifying for him to keep the belief all through that time and come away with really, again, it sounds crazy, a breakthrough performance, but moving from sort of a top 5 athlete onto the podium.
Still looking to make sure, and I don't blame him. By the way, did you notice that photographer running like a 4:40 mile there to get in front of Sanders and capture the shot? Super fan moment. I always want to call out those efforts on and off the course. But Braden Curry, you know, you said it, Didi. It's a breakthrough at a championship. Like, he's 5th in Kona, and now it's going to be 2nd in St. George. Really quite a feather in his cap, and he's a really well-respected and well-liked guy amongst his peers, which to me says a lot. If you can earn and maintain that respect of the guys you race, that really just speaks to the character. Starting to really lose it. I think you're also seeing him drop his hand. He has buried himself, and I don't think this finish line can come any sooner for this man. He needs it.
Conversely, it looks like Christian Blummenfelt could go again. Like, you know, if you were to say to Christian, by the way, we're just going to add one more lap, he'd be like, bummer, okay. He looks fantastic. He's looked so smooth, so controlled, so poised all day long, particularly on this marathon course. He's set about, always in touch, didn't overbike, didn't panic. Again, we questioned 2 minutes down in the swim, a little bit unusual for the Olympic gold medalist coming from short course with that kind of swim ability, but again, poised, confident, patient, and took to this marathon course with the lead in sight, and has been just absolutely dominant.
And just ahead of Daniella Ryf, doppelganger. This is amazing.
Yeah.
Now, just blurry. Here's the story, folks. We have now seen the split, and this is why he's looking. With a mile to go, Sanders is now brought it to 33 seconds. So that is exactly why he's looking over the shoulder. The pace is very closely matched, 5:43 to 5:20. Lionel Sanders is going to literally run out of real estate by a couple hundred meters.
Yep.
When Matt said 26 and a half, 27, he was right on the money there. But let's bring it back at this time to our man who's coming home and going to be crowned, a world champion here today, grabbing again one more shot of aid. Hey, why not? This is the way to roll.
Yeah, just making sure he's like a little clean for the finish line shots, wants to make sure just the water dousing off. But again, the attention to detail. Taking aid even here with less than a mile to go. The finish line is right there, but still taking the time to take on that aid as he makes his way to the finish line, a new world champion.
There it is, the celebration, a hand in the air. He acknowledges some volunteers that have been along for the journey, and then the shock, the disbelief. No, I think he believes it. It's more of the gratitude, and now to celebrate under 7 hours and 50 minutes. Today we crown a new champion. In the year 2022, we're going to say this. Year 2021 Intermountain Healthcare Ironman World Champion, Christian Blummenfelt, coming from Norway and wrapping around this final shoot, a long finish stretch for this man, and he is coming in. We're going to send it down real soon so you guys can take in that amazing audio from Mr. Mike Riley, Christian Blummenfelt. He makes it champion. There we have it, coming in and really getting the chance to savor the moment here for about 4 minutes. And then 4 minutes later, we're going to see Braden Curry. But it is going to be another sprint finish, if not shoulder to shoulder, certainly tight down to the wire, because we have really, really exciting stuff with Lionel Sanders coming in right behind Braden Curry. This moment, I feel like you just need to soak this up. A champion, an Ironman world champion after Olympic gold, now joining that rare air of people that have been able to pull that off. Very amazing.
Yeah, it really is incredible when you consider just how difficult this distance is, the pressure on these athletes coming into a world championship event. Coming into a world championship event after 900 plus days of not having one. Christian Blummenfelt hadn't even raced an Ironman back then, stormed the stage with taking the win at Ironman Cozumel just in November, turning it around and becoming a world champion here in May. Really, really incredible. What a talent.
It's a big few months, and to say this, a 2:38:01 for the Hoka Marathon course here, a challenging one. You can see that he did that a tick over, just a tiny tick over 6 minutes per mile. I believe 2:37:37 around that zone is the exact 6. Pretty much 6 minute miles, DD, and it's somewhat at least gratifying to see that he's really hurting now. So he was doing a great job bottling that up. Another man that has bottled it up and protected is this guy, Braden Curry. And yes, that is the figure of Lionel Sanders in the background. Lionel gaining energy, but absolutely willing himself to stay in front is Braden Curry. This is going to be an absolute nail-biter. Remember, that lens makes it look closer, but this is going to be a battle for the ages, folks. This is what we came here for, a sprint finish at the Ironman World Championship. Who wants to take a bet here? Because I'm not going in.
I can't watch, Michael. I can't watch. Oh, my gosh. This is what Lionel Sanders lives for. He's got the bait out in front of him. Is he going to run out of real estate? This is going to come down to a sprint through the finish line shoot. Lionel Sanders has Braden Curry in his sights. Look over the shoulder. Eyes forward, Braden. Drive forward. He's coming for you. You know he's there. You got to keep going forward. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness.
Well, I tell you what, I don't blame him for looking, because you have to know when to go. This is going to be one of those things where does Braden have that extra kick? Folks are being treated to an absolute masterpiece of a race. Lionel Sanders has given absolutely everything to get up to Braden Curry. Braden Curry has been out front this entire day.
He's going to get him. It's done. It's done. Lionel Sanders, he has him. I don't think Braden Curry's going to have the kick. I think Lionel Sanders, this is what he lives for. We've seen him in shoulder-to-shoulder battles right along this stretch of road before. This is it. Lionel Sanders moves into second place. Again, no acknowledgement. There's nothing Braden Curry can do. He fought so hard. We thought he was going to run out of real estate. Here goes Lionel into the sprint. Can Braden Curry match it? I don't think so. It's done.
At this point, you can say, Lionel Sanders, well played. You doled it out at just the right moment, and we aren't even close enough to where this one is going to be a proper sprint. The sprint is on, but Braden is a beaten man, a solid third place, but all credit must go in this moment to Lionel Sanders, who took the moment and he went away with it. Second place, another second place at an Ironman World Championship for the Canadian. Well done.
Yeah,
this is incredible.
It's been a long road for Lionel Sanders. We always talk about him. He's had his struggles across this distance. Made a coaching change. Actually started listening to his coach. I know he usually marches to the beat of his own drummer, but really made himself pay attention to his coach. Look at the emotion. Look at the emotion.
And an amazing finish here as Lionel Sanders goes back to congratulate Braden Curry. Both men utterly drained and exhausted. And this, Didi, Lionel Sanders, second place, St. George, just as he did at the last Ironman World Championship, that one being the 70.3 in September. Second place with a sprint finish. That one against Sam Long, this one against Braden Curry. Wow.
17 seconds the margin. I will say, we thought Lionel was going to run out of real estate, and he ended up with a 17-second margin of victory over Braden Curry. What an incredible sprint finish for Lionel Sanders. And you can't help but be slightly heartbroken for Braden Curry, but what a battle. He fought all the way, still stands atop the podium. I think he's going to have such mixed emotions about this day.
You could see the emotion in his face. You could see the letdown. You come across the line in third place at the World Championships. It's a dream come true for most athletes, and it is certainly one of his dreams, a podium. But the disappointment to come that close and lose it by 17 seconds, you could feel that. You could see that in his eyes. However, Ironman has this funny way of cycling you through every emotion. Yep. That's during the race and after the race. So while right now he's drained and somewhat disappointed, there will be a moment where he will be extremely proud. This man was out front most of the day, almost the entire day.
Absolutely.
And so
he was part of that lead
job.
pack on the bike, did a lot of work on the bike, led the swim even for a brief time before Bakkegaard took over. So he has been at the front of this all day. To wind up third, again, it may take some retrospection. It may take a little time and distance, but he's got to be so proud.
Looking down at this great shot here of our finish line, and I know everybody is excited to get down to that Hyper Ice recovery zone and check out these finish line interviews, the podium, the celebration, everything. But you'll have to bear with us as our champions are collecting themselves. Our media, for that matter, is probably collecting themselves, and Mike Riley certainly is as well. We also know that a special treat, a Chris Leiferman from the United States, is going to come across the line in a matter of moments. Now,
it's hard to put into words the type of comebacks you've done in your career. But this one has to be one of the most satisfying for you.
That was the most insane race I think I've ever participated in. That was just like a giant individual time trial, and everyone played their strengths to the best of their ability. Huge hats off to Braden. That was an amazing battle. I mean, something I'll never forget. I don't have much to say. I need to reflect.
Well, when you knew you were kind of catching him, did you think it was going to take that long to catch him?
I mean, I didn't take anything for granted. Like, I didn't think that I would catch anybody. Like, this race, my only goal was to execute my absolute best performance in the swim, the bike, and the run. And so in the beginning in the bike, I had to let Cam and Sam go, and it took everything. But then they started to blow up, and they came back to me. And then the same on the run. I just did my own race. I'd love to give Christian a hug right now.
You will. He'll be out here.
Chris Leiferman, representing the USA, an incredible fourth position. Let's hear it for Chris.
Braden Curie here, third place. Braden Curry from New Zealand. You know, you've got that strength background, that adventure racing background, but all of a sudden you became this fast Ironman athlete, and you actually took this race out on your own. Was that your plan?
No, not really. Just, you know, everything fell my way, really. I had a great swim. I led out for the first few hundred, found some good feet, and then we had a fantastic group on the bike. It was so honest and so consistent and settled that you could just see how we rolled away from them without having to really sink ourselves. So, yeah, threw it all out there. Well cooked, but stoked.
Well, let's bring in fifth. Go ahead, Paul.
Down the finish line now, representing Germany, congratulations, Florian Angert, fifth position.
Good job, Flo. Well, Braden, your daughter and your son are at home. Sally's here with you. When you were out there on the run and Christian passed you, did you try to stay with him? What'd you try to do? What'd you think?
Nah, I'd run a really fast, hard half. I think I got through maybe 1:15, 1:16 through that first half, and I guess I just thought, well, if he's going to run that much faster, then my only chance was that he's going to completely detonate, so just hold strong. I wasn't going to kick and try and go with him, so incredible, amazing performance.
Well, Braden, you should be proud. I know Cameron Brown's probably proud of you. You know what he's done in Kona before. So congratulations, Braden Curry from New Zealand, third place.
As we wait for our champions interview here, just a quick look back at the women's race. Daniella Ryf, she is through 20.4 miles, so less than 10K to go now for Daniella Ryf. Kat Matthews holding steady at 10.5 minutes back. Anne Haug's surge, however, on Kat Matthews has stalled slightly. She's about 2 minutes and 10 seconds back, I guess now, from Annie Haug. So it's gonna be tough. But to your point, Michael, a lot of miles left to run, and what we just saw in the men's race unfold. Who knows what will happen in the women's race? But right now, Kat Matthews holding off Annie Haug.
And here we go in sixth place, Léon Chevalier from France. And this man, very happy, light on his feet, kind of one of those athletes you don't see throughout the day, but the 6 through 10 spots, they have a tendency to surprise us, run into the field with a great show, and he certainly did that, 2:46. In fact, here comes, Daniel Bakkegaard from Denmark coming in, and a great show to come 7th, to keep in the mix after being in the top 4 all day long. He was a part of that group that Braden was talking about. So realistically, if you look at that, we've got Braden, Florian, and here Daniel, that were all part of that group inside the top 10 still. So that move, despite what Lionel said, where it really was a team individual time trial for some, these 4,
at the start, yep.
5 at the start had the ability to stay away and make an impact.
Absolutely, and looking behind Bakkegaard, Sam Laidlow was hanging strong in 8th place. There he is, hanging on for 8th place, holding off David McNamee. That's an impressive run. Again, at one point we looked at Sam Laidlow and said, not looking so great. And we said the same thing of Florian Angert, who rebounded quite well and finished 5th. So again, our early leaders on the bike and our leaders throughout the bike holding strong in that top 10. Congratulations.
I totally agree, and I'm impressed, and I renege all the words I said about how we were going to lose Sam Laidlow, Florian Angert, and of course also Bakkegaard, because I felt like they had all paid a little bit of the piper, but realistically they made excellent moves, and they stayed no worse than 8th place all day. And so great show. Still 2 athletes to come across the line to close it out. David McNamee, I will be more surprised if he doesn't come 9th or 10th because he's just he's a caliber runner, high caliber runner that always delivers when he's kind of in the position like he is today.
And here's Daniella Ryf. She is through mile 21.2. Again, just looking so strong, so steady. Absolutely no vulnerability to her today. We've seen her vulnerable in past races, but she's looking fantastic. Kat Matthews in 2nd place, as I mentioned just a moment ago, holding off Anna Haug. Will she be able to do it through the final 10 kilometers?
It seems like she's been able to pull back some steam, and maybe Annie Haug has lost a bit of steam, but nonetheless, we get to stay here all the way to the end. Just under an hour to go of racing for these women. Good stuff.
The pursuit of excellence may look different for everyone, but the demands are the same. Dedication, hard work, and striving for greater health. It's something we understand at Intermountain Healthcare because we share your commitment to it.
Ben Hoffman finishing here in the top 10 just speaks to the durability of this athlete to have won an Ironman 2 weeks ago and turn around and finish with a top 10 performance at a world championship. What a great performance for Ben Hoffman. I think during the pandemic, he was pretty quiet, didn't do a lot of racing. They had a second child during that time, but I think these past couple of weeks have established the fact that, not that he went anywhere, but that Ben Hoffman is back.
My feeling is he deserves some hyper ice. He's getting in those Normatec boots. Let's just say that. Ben Hoffman, unbelievably cranking out a 2:47 here marathon to take 10th place in an 8:06 at this amazingly difficult event. And again, he was in that sprint finish just 2 weeks ago. So if you guys didn't get to see that, take a search back. He really crushed it 2 weeks in a row. So super happy for the Hoffman family, and we're looking at some great overhead shots. People are saying, where the heck is Christian Blummenfelt? Well, you know what? It turns out it is kind of hard to go that fast, and he's recovering. He's not feeling so good, but we're going to come to you with a post-race interview and podium celebration as soon as we can. In the meantime, let's do this. Let's look at this incredible Swiss athlete, a 4-time Ironman world champ, going to make it 5 today because the lead keeps growing on Kat Matthews, and Anna Haug has chiseled down time, but she's not catching.
And another pass in the women's race a bit further back, I'll grant you, but Skye Moench has gone past Lisa Norden into 4th place. That separation about 30 seconds now between Skye and Lisa, but a change in position amongst our top 5 in the women's race. Skye and Lisa just now going through 19 miles. They've got more than 10K to go, but that move has happened in our women's race. Skye Moench now sitting in 4th place with Lisa Norden in 5th.
And then just behind Ruth Astle, we talked about her as an Ironman world champion in the age group category back in 2019, crushing it. A great gal representing Great Britain. She's coming in 6th place. And then our sometimes co-announcer, Laura Siddle, another Great Britain athlete, she's coming in 7th right now. So then if we stay with GB, we got Fenella Langridge in 8th. So some talent rolling down the back. And as always, Great Britain just really crushing the women's Ironman circuit notably.
Yeah, absolutely. Their depth of talent is impressive, and just the number of athletes. Here we are back at the finish line.
Ironman world champion Christian Blummenfelt. Christian, very simply, to hear world champion, Ironman world champion, must feel sweet.
Oh, it's awesome. I mean, that was a tough day. Like, brutal course. Felt kind of, yeah, it was tough to get going in the swim. Lost kind of, the bike was tough, it's going out hard, but luckily I was able to jump on the train of Commonwealth, and he was surging hard up the hills, and oh yeah, that was brutal last.
Well, when you were out running, we were looking at the kilometer mile splits, and you were running faster than everybody, and you kind of maintained that pace. Did you think you were going to run so well on a course like this?
No, I was expecting more like just under 4-minute pace, because it's a lot of climbing, but I just had to go out hard and try to catch kind of the front guys. They had more than 4 minutes, and got a little bit nervous there first 10K because Brendan Curry was running so strong, and we were like running in the same pace, and I was maybe going faster than I should. So I was kind of relieved when I was coming back again halfway through, and I was kind of seeing that kind of I was catching up, and to kind of make the pass and go into the lead. It's still 14K to go. Yeah. It's not like it's just kind of finishing it off. So yeah, but luckily it was like downhill last 5K, which make it a little bit easier, but still like it's a tough course.
Yeah, we saw you put your hands on your head because you knew you had this victory. But I've got one more question. Christian, what do you think about this incredible St. George crowd out here, all these Iron spectators? What do you think about them?
Well, it's the greatest finish line I've ever done. It's and it's kind of so great to be back again with a world championship in Ironman, and to feel so welcome as we do here in St. George is just fantastic. And yeah, it's been great to be here like 3 weeks, building up, getting in the course, and kind of see how the community is standing behind the event, and definitely a great event to host a world championship.
Well, Christian, you deserve it. One more time. Christian Blummenfelt, Ironman World Champion!
What a great champion, and to hear him say that this is the best finish line he's been to, and Didi, you immediately said, what about the Olympic the Olympic finish line?
Olympic Games seems like a pretty good finish line, but to your point, a little bit of a different environment in Tokyo for sure. So not untrue what he said, the celebration at the finish line here in St. George.
And I think what's cool too is it really is a testament where what makes Ironman so amazing, and it's a global phenomenon, is that people do thrive on watching 7, 8, 9, 10-hour events. They tune in. Look, we're sitting here and watching this race, talking about it, and folks around the world, 30,000 or more live viewers from around at any one time. What I'm saying is, this sport really does draw great energy. The finish line at an Ironman really is special. And so I don't discount that, especially in a place like St. George.
Well, and to say that, I mean, you look at the crowd there now, that crowd will actually be twice as good by the time midnight rolls around and some of our final finishers are coming in. The energy does not die down. And to the spectators and supporters out there, kudos, because the party is just getting started down there at the finish line.
Great point, and a lot of these same athletes that you just watch finish will come back. It's probably one of the most special aspects is when you see those first finishers back greeting the last finishers in that 11:30 to 12 finish line magic is really unbeatable. Most people emotional, crying tears of joy, tears of pain, and tears of every type at that finish line. Back to the professional women's leader from Switzerland. This is Daniella Ryf. You start to say, all right, I can at least tell she's doing an Ironman now. There's a slight slowdown to the champion's pace. How about this guy coming in hot?
Yeah, happy birthday to Matt Hansen, finishing off the day with a finish in place, lucky place number 13, I believe, for Matt Hansen. What a run performance from him today. I can't wait to see that run split from Matt Hansen. Definitely going to be one of the fastest on the day. Matt Hansen turning in 2:43, solid performance, ran his way from somewhere in the mid-20s off of the bike to lucky number 13th place, celebrating his birthday today. Shout out to my fellow training partner, JD Crew athlete, Matt Hansen. Great performance for him. I think he's going to be a little disappointed in retrospect, but what a battle all day. And he's an athlete that just absolutely never gives up, uses that run weapon, and he used it today to move up quite a few spots ahead of this man, Sebastian Kienle.
2:43 for Matt Hansen and to take that 13th place. And Sebastian Kienle, we sing his praises often. He's a great guy. He's a fun guy. And those are just the things you see at the dinner table. He's an exceptional athlete, a dedicated husband and father, and he's just a fun guy to follow. And I'm glad to see him back, even if 14th place is maybe not what was the hope. I expect to see him at another Ironman World Championship later this year, maybe making some waves again. So great to see the 2014 Ironman World Champ, Sebastian Kienle.
And Daniella Ryf, we see on right of screen here, continuing to churn away. She is all by herself in a familiar position for her, although it's been a minute, right? It's been several years since we've seen Daniella dominate the way she is dominating today, but she does look like the Daniella of old. Opened up a huge gap on the bike, following through and continuing to pull away on this run. She is through mile 23 at the moment, climbing up, I believe, what is one of the last climbs here on the run course. I have to go all the way back to split number 19 before I find the rest of the women. That is how far ahead Daniella Ryf is in this race.
And just a reminder to everyone that is hooting and hollering to get more video pictures of the rest of our women's field, it does get to the point where it becomes exceedingly difficult and often unsafe to get cameras in and out of the thicket of these age group field, these age group competitors. So just bear with us. We, as much as you, would love to be seeing and sharing those pictures, but when we can, we will. In the meantime, we'll sit here and we'll watch the great Daniella Ryf as she makes her way up this hill. And there's a good sight. Sam Long, not the day he planned for, but certainly admirable getting, getting the job done. And he'll live to fight another day, I promise I'm not crying. I might have eaten a snack.
And hey, Sam Long taking home the last in-the-money slot for the professional men. So Sam, the final paycheck earner out on the course today, coming home in 15th place, his Ironman World Championship debut. Again, I do agree. I think he had hoped for more. I think a lot of people expected more. This is a guy with a reasonable social media following and a lot of fans. I think he would have hoped for more, but he's somebody that's going to take the lessons learned here today and carry them into the future. Again, another young athlete we'll see a lot from in the future.
For sure, and an accomplished athlete that's done very well, won a couple Ironmans, got third place, the Ironman 70.3 World Championships. He's a star rising, and it's fun to see the new the next threat of American athletes and international athletes. As we come back to Daniella Ryf, man, I guess every time I look at this, I forget how many darn hills there are. I mean, we tell it, we see it on paper.
It's relentless. It's never ending.
It does not stop. And I think we pointed out that, sure, you get that little slight downhill at the end. Maybe feels a little bit easier. But realistically, this is a brutal course, deserving of its venue as Ironman World Championship. Very great selection here, and just kudos to, I'd say, even way back, Paula Newby-Fraser, Paul Huddle, Rock Fry, those that discovered this town back in the 90s and they started coming here, and it was discovered by other people. But from a triathlon standpoint, they said, hey, you guys got to do a triathlon here. And really explosion from 2010 to now.
And first time we've gotten to see Annie Haug for any bit of time. Again, our drone shot catching footage of Annie Haug. She is chasing hard to try to catch Kat Matthews. That charge had stalled a little bit back at 19 miles, still had 2 minutes, 10 seconds in arrears to Kat Matthews. Coming up on mile 20.4, Kat Matthews still not through that timing, Matt. Annie Haug looks good, but again, the stride, the turnover rate has slowed a little bit. She's still lovely to watch as she runs, but that stride rate has slowed pretty considerably from what we saw in the opening miles of this marathon.
I'm glad you called her lovely. I think that the bottom line is we have got the podium of dreams here. I mean, we've got the defending world champion. We've got a 4-time world champion. We've got now some new talent. Some of our new talent. We're actually just brewing and building for another great race this year. And I don't even. I guess I can't even start to speculate who we're going to add in there, who we're going to bring in. That is just thinking this. It's May, and I want to be fit all year. I mean, it still is May. Europe, it hasn't even got hot in Europe yet.
Yep.
It hasn't even got really hot in the USA yet.
Yeah,
So-
well, I mean, and that's one of the interesting things about the timing and location in the calendar year for this event is the ripple effect it's going to have on the rest of the year.
Yeah, and we'll see, because some championship racing coming up next month even here in the U.S. Exciting stuff.
There's this beautiful moment in time when neither foot is touching the ground. We are free of gravity and weight, moving above the doubts, past limits. When we are light, transformed, and hopeful. And if we were to collect all these moments, join them together, well, this is when anything becomes possible. This is when we fly.
Throughout my career, people have doubted my ability, and I've had it even more so when I've come into triathlon. I think this year will be very different. There will be bigger expectations on me. I love the way that I race. With my swim background, I'm almost in the driving seat from the gun. I'm the person that everyone is chasing. I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
What do you think here?
Kat Matthews, 8:12 back. I believe she is improving on her gap to Daniella Ryf. I don't think Daniella Ryf is in any danger, but Kat Matthews with a bit of a resurgence there. And actually that timing split is incorrect because at mile 21.9, according to the tracker, still 10.5 minutes back, but now a full just 2 minutes ahead of Annie Haug. So Annie chipping away at it, but may just run out of room.
And as you see this classic spot of overlap and outbound traffic, seeing inbound traffic, the runners that are heading out to face the hills and the heat can see Daniella Ryf. It's coming home, heading home, soon to be 5-time Ironman world champion. Very exciting stuff. You look through history, the women that have, the men and women, both who have won this many titles, and it is rare air. So obviously Natasha Bodman, who's done 6, Paula Newby-Fraser, who's done 8, and the fellas, Mark and Dave, each with 6. But then when we come in here, Daniella Ryf really going up in that. I didn't even mention Chrissy Wellington, who took out 4 titles, but some impressive people in her company now that she's going to say 5 Ironman world titles to my credit. And still going, because 34 years old and obviously still her winning ways. She's got the chance to do it again this year, later, next year. I mean, unlimited here. Potential. So Kat Matthews, gosh, she did come alive. Like, is she chiseling that lead down? Is she getting caught? I'll say this: she's back in a good flow. She's back in a good rhythm.
Yep.
Leaning forward into the run, great extension, pushing it. She's handling it.
Again, she's not going to be catching Daniella Ryf, but this resurgence may help her to hold off Annie Haug. I think when we got to not even the halfway point of the marathon, we had said Kat Matthews, no shame, she's still going to end up on the podium, but Annie Haug's going to catch her, and boy, has she been tough all the way.
Yeah, absolutely tough. And so the German 2019 Ironman world champion here in great position to, I don't know, have the fastest run of the day, perhaps also to take away a podium again, get back into this elite level, world-class racing. My folks were just in that spot where, you know, realistically, it started to feel like we were never going to get back to a race like this.
Yep.
And we're back. So great stuff.
We are back as we look at Daniella Ryf making her way through the closing Ks here. She's got just about 2.5 miles to go, well inside that 5K. She's in the downhill section, what we're calling here at the Ironman World Championship here in St. George, the ow, 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 ow section, because every footfall on this downhill has got to be beating up her quads. We saw the state of our professional men as they crossed the finish line, quite a few of them making a quick trip into the medical tent to get looked after a really hard-fought day. This can't feel good for Daniella, but I got to tell you, it's got to feel pretty amazing at the same time.
There you go, Daniella Ryf, just getting work done, getting some polite applause there from some casual fans. You get some screams later, get some people that go over the top. But she always has been someone to just get the work done and stay out of the fanfare, stay out of the business. Has a tight team, a nice small Ohana that sticks around her and takes care of her, and she just really, I think, you know, it's not to say she doesn't love the limelight, but you know what, she's just a nice kind of, in that way, low-key world champ.
She doesn't thrive on the limelight, right? You see athletes that love the spotlight, they love the media, they've got a huge social media presence. Daniella is just a quiet, consummate professional, goes about the job, does the work. And to your point, we don't know a lot about Daniella outside of what she shares, which isn't a whole lot about her personal life. We know she went back to school, completed some education during the pandemic, giving herself some potential opportunities for what comes after her life of professional racing. We know she left her longtime coach, Brett Sutton, and has taken over coaching herself, which is a bold move, and some have questioned it over the last couple of years because her performances haven't been as dominant until today.
Kat Matthews, this I'll say, is one tough cookie. I can't even believe how awesome she has been riding the wave, right? She's just been, you can see a little suffer, leaning into it, a little suffer, lean into it. And I think that it comes as zero surprise. We knew she was coming here to be a serious threat for the podium, first, second, third. She's doing just that. But I just think she's awesome. Like, wow, what a great, great show today from the athlete representing Great Britain.
And this woman, the German, our defending world champion, Anna Haug, she's put up a battle. Again, that battle has stalled a little bit. Kat Matthews putting up a good fight. So Anna Haug safely going to land on the podium, again, barring some sort of meltdown disaster of magnificent proportions. Annie Haug safely on the podium, but Kat Matthews doing a fantastic job of holding her off. But neither of them a match for this woman, Daniella Ryf.
No, she was on form today, and I love the way Mark Allen said it, is she just kind of gradually started putting time, just hurting them on the bike, just getting away. It was, of course, one big move that then just became a gradual finishing off across the course of that bike leg.
A steamroll.
It's just like a slow and painful steamroll when you look down and suddenly you're 8 minutes off the mark. But she executed, and it's always satisfying to see greatness, and she's just back in that great form and great execution.
And back at Kat Matthews, finishing off the last uphill section for her, grinding up this really, really brutal hill, the end in sight for Kat Matthews. Again, what a performance from her. I think she's going to be absolutely buzzed with her performance here today. Some people had tapped her on the shoulder and said, hey, you could win this thing. And I think that was an exciting prospect for her, but I think she was also realistic. Hey, I've never, competed in a world championship event. Your expectations are your predictions. I'm just going to go out there and show what I can do. And right now it's good for second place. She's 10 minutes, 18 seconds back through mile 22.9. We'll see. And there's Annie Haug at 12:19. So still a 2-minute gap between Kat Matthews and Annie Haug.
It's a lot of time. And this is that long, gradual downhill we watched earlier as Braden Curry tried desperately to hold off Lionel Sanders. Now Daniella Ryf can kind of just be in the space to either stay in the zone or start to absorb a little bit of that outside energy. In the meantime, we're going to throw a little outside energy to all you by way of Matt Lieto, who's out there on the streets.
Do we want to go like on that side of the sidewalk? Wherever you want. Go. Well, guys, we do, as you said, have kind of a battle. We're more two athletes keeping each other pretty darn honest out there with Kat Matthews and Annie Haug. And we're going to have going to see them. I do think we see we see the moto come around the corner right now. But guys, I don't know if you're as surprised as I am, or impressed, I should say, as I am with Kat and her ability to fight back. I mean, when you start losing that much time, and especially the amount of time she lost, I think she's lost 7 minutes to Annie at this point. But to hold it, especially up that hill, and we'll see what happens on this downhill. But there's no doubt she's a fighter. Obviously, we know, she's a captain in the military, and she's a tough cookie, and she is showing it here. With the way she looked the first few miles of this run, I would have thought she would have been kind of a gradual burnout where she would have lost more energy, but she definitely proved that thought wrong and is rolling very, very well here at the end. A very, very tough athlete. But Annie Haug isn't going to give up. I mean, we saw what Lionel Sanders did to Braden Curry. Now, Braden Curry certainly was in a worse spot. Kat is doing well, but man, people would argue that Annie Haug has more of gas to be able to give at the end of the race. So we can't say it's over yet. 2 minutes is a lot of time. But you know when 2 minutes isn't a lot of time? When you have 3 miles to go in a marathon and an Ironman. We all know you can walk pretty darn quickly, and it comes those times can fall real quick. So we see Kat, and she's still feeling it. Guys, every once in a while we get a little bit of a breeze out here on course, but all in all, it is so hot, and it is just getting hotter. And being out, comparing it, it feels like that Kona heat, even though it's dry, it is absolutely brutal. So these athletes are giving it their all. And Kat Matthews coming through this last aid station, getting a lot of help from our volunteers, which is crucial to the success there. A little smile at the end. Oh, man, the life that she has in her face and in those legs is a totally different story than even the first 5 miles of this run. Really, really impressed, guys, with the way she's made this comeback.
Yeah, that's right. We'll try and stay with you, Matt, because obviously 2 minutes isn't that much time for us to go away and come back to see Annie Haug, because I'd love to get your comparison. We're comparing like to like, but I'd like to see that. And I'll ask you this. We weren't surprised, but we did see her dip. We saw Kat really kind of go red. She went dark, and then she came back. Do you think that's something she's developed just real quickly over the last couple of years? She's still pretty new to the distance.
Yeah, I mean, that's the hard part. I think in Ironman, I think that's where we talk about the veterans having the advantage, is knowing that you go to that dark place and you feel it coming, you can get out of it, and the things that you do to get out of it. And you can do all the prep in the world and have all the science behind you, but when you get into that dark place that your body and your mind will put you in at the end of the Ironman, for most people it takes a lot of experience. But Kat, obviously, and what she's done at the prior stages of her life, she's learned to be pretty tough and to talk herself through tough situations. And super, super impressive to me that she's been able to, I talk about Lionel Sanders being able to eat the pain. She eats the pain, and she has a poker face. You can see it on Lionel's face pretty easy, but Kat is not letting you know when she's struggling. I keep looking over my shoulder because we know she's coming pretty soon, Annie Haug, and it is, to me, it's reminiscent of Rinny. I'd hate to say it's better, but just it's so different watching Annie run. She's magical on her feet, and to get herself into third place of trying to defend that world championship title is certainly a feat, but she's she's put in her effort to try to move all the way to the top of the podium. We could see her coming underneath this tree here. You could see the difference in her running style than anybody else that's come through at this point. It is perfection. And let's not forget that she's a fair distance under her legs today, guys. 112 miles and most of a marathon, and she looks like she's just started a 5K fun run. Not having so much fun now, but she will in about 20 minutes. Annie Haug looking fantastic, but yeah, just not enough real estate for Kat Matthews today. And I can't tell you how awesome it's been, guys, being out here on course, watching these athletes battle it out. I was watching on TV that sprint finish in the men's. Absolutely amazing racing today. They really did justice to this World Championship.
Oh, that's great, Matt. We're going to head down to the finish line because our world champion, Daniella Ryf, is making her way there in short order. She's got about a mile to go. Annie Haug, again, charging hard, trying to catch Kat Matthews. Not going to make it happen. She looked like she was going to do it for the first half marathon, but then we saw Kat in that never quit attitude, and she's actually gotten a little bit of time back on Annie Haug as we take a look here at Daniella Ryf making her way into town, starting to get the applause, the cheers, the smile on her face. She can go home and tell her godson she is the athlete who is still good at Ironman racing. He took a little crack at her saying, this is my godmother. She used to be good at triathlon. Daniella Ryf, absolutely still good at triathlon.
That would be the understatement and a well-appreciated statement of the day. We are very close to crowning Daniella Ryf, a 5-time Ironman world champion. In this moment for the men's race, we were in a sprint finish, second and third. The fellas were able to come in hot. Now we're cutting back to Kat Matthews as we close it out here in these final few paces here to get to the finish line. Great and exciting stuff here today. This women's chase, Kat Matthews, Great Britain, trying to continue to chase down Daniella Ryf. And looking at these motorbikes rolling on, trying to keep up with this fast running, aren't they?
Yeah, I'll say.
The pursuit of excellence may look different for everyone, but the demands are the same. Dedication, hard work, and striving for greater health. It's something we understand at Intermountain Healthcare, because we share your commitment to it.
Whether it's on the road or in the pool, your activity has high demands. Rooted in sweat and grounded in science, we understand your unique fueling needs. That is why we created formulas just for you, endurance athletes, helping you replace what you're losing and keeping you fueled. And there's nowhere we'd rather be than with you along this journey, because together we are formulated for farther. From the creators of Gatorade, Gatorade Endurance, formulated for you, formulated for farther.
As we look at Annie Haug currently running in third place, certainly clear of fourth place with an eye on second place, but she's just not going to get there. That gap between Kat Matthews in second place and Annie Haug in third place has held steady at 2 minutes. If anything, it is actually getting slightly larger with a surging Kat Matthews. I think bolstered by the prospect of the finish line here. She is definitely putting in a surge. Annie Haug kind of run out of steam in the pursuit.
Yeah, it really, I think what happens when you get these big and valiant charges from behind is you really lay it out there, and you've got so much in you. So you reference a Heather Fuhr or a Lori Bowden or you know, Marinda Carfrae, these women that have come in their World Championship wins and just run their way through every bit of the field. At some point, it's just very exhausting. And sometimes you come up and you mean
Ironman is hard?
I think so. I think even in this case, the mental toll where you say, all right, I'm going to put out this effort. They tell you you're 15 minutes down, and you already have to bite that off right when you leave transition, and then you have to just continue to shoulder that burden all day long. Right now, Kat is being pulled to the finish where almost Annie Haug is kind of being told, yep, not enough. I mean, sure, you took back 12 minutes to this woman, but not enough.
Not enough, but safely in third for Annie Haug, and great performance from her. Great swing at trying to defend. Not that I have any experience in the matter, but it's not easy to defend a world championship title, something that this woman knows a thing or two about. Back on top after a couple of years away, a couple of years of, I'll say, some wobbles out on the race course, but the smile says it all. Daniella Ryf back as your Ironman world champion here in St. George, Utah.
Still hot enough to take a cup of water as she comes in, but great stuff. Yeah, 2018 was the last time she won the Ironman World Championship 4 years ago, so a big dry spell at the top for our one-time undefeated athlete here, Daniella Ryf. Wow, Switzerland is proud, Ironman is proud, and I know she's proud of herself most importantly as she comes around here. And it comes down to, sure, you prove it to those people, the family, but you're really proving it to yourself each time you get on the start line. Can I do it? And can I do it better than anyone else? These questions, you ask them at the start line. Then you come up here and answer them.
Absolutely, and I think the question gets louder and louder for someone like Daniella, who has missed it for a few years. And I think that doubt gets bigger and bigger in your head, but boy, did she deliver today.
She sure did, just sneaking in here under 3 o'clock as on the time of day. 8 hours and 34 minutes right now, a smoking fast time for an incredibly hot and challenging day out here in St. George, Utah, wrapping around this MDOT statue, which remains in that location all year round. So, folks, it is not just for today. But how about that for excitement?
Wow. We don't often see that from Daniella. I will say, like, the emotion we see from her always somewhat subdued. This is the most emotion I've seen out of Daniella Ryf ever, and I've watched her for a lot of years.
I love it, and there you go.
There's anger behind that emotion. Yes, there's joy and celebration, but she just flashed the 5. Yeah, I did it. I'm a 5-time Ironman world champion. People counted her out, but she certainly did not count herself out, and what a performance.
Well, I tell you what, only Paula Newby-Fraser and Natasha Badman have more titles. She's now in 3rd place, and look, making it all about her, she overcame the lowest of lows, right? The doubts of herself and everyone around. She came back and is on top. And you can see it, a little bit of anger, but a lot of joy, a lot of everything at the finish line here today for Daniella Ryf. Congratulations from everyone at Ironman to this 5-time champ.
Unofficial time, 8:34:59 for Daniella Ryf, your Ironman world champion.
And breaking 3 hours for that marathon, by the way, just to put a little icing on the cake, 2:59:36. Wow, we're going to get to hear from her at the Hyper Ice Recovery Zone and Mike Riley.
Some exciting finishes come through, but when you came through, a lot let loose for you, didn't it? 5 times, what a sweet feeling.
Oh yeah, 2.5 years of wait, and now I'm so happy. It was so brutal. The last 10K, I just wanted to land the floor, and to come to this finish with this crowd, with my best team here, and just really hard last month. I'm just so stoked to bring it together today, and what a day.
You did. You had a tremendous day. And Daniella, out of the water, you went on that bike and you went after it right away. You set the standard for this entire women's race.
Well, yeah, I mean, the swim was tough. I actually screwed up a bit again, but I think it brings me luck if I'm not leading in after the swim. And then on the bike, Kat was pushing, I was pushing, and it was actually really fun. I thought even on the bike, even if I'm not going to win, I had fun today, and that's really important. So when I was on the bike, I just enjoyed it, and I mean, yeah, in the end, I could also put some power in there, which is, of course, even more fun. But yeah, thanks again. So the crowd was just amazing. I don't think I could have made it to the finish otherwise.
Well, no doubt your theme now is have fun and win. Now you go home and tell your godchild, I'm an Iron champion again.
Yeah, I guess I'm still okay. I'm still good. I'm still good. I'm going to tell him.
One more time, everybody. Ironman World Champion Daniella Ryf.
What a great and heartfelt interview. I love hearing how hard it was and how uplifting St. George was for her, how she really believes with her team and with their support, she was able to get that done. Excellent race here for Daniella, and that truly is an understatement. Really exceptional.
Yeah, you have to be happy for her. I think the doubt that she's had to endure at some level, obviously she continued to believe in herself, but when you've had difficult performances like that, it starts to eat away at you, but she is absolutely, no doubt, on top of the world right now.
That's right, and now two more competitors coming across the line. That's third place, so up the road of Annie Haug. We did already see Kat Matthews ripping around this same curve, so we're going to see both of these women at the finish incredibly close for all three, but certainly incredibly close for second and third. Wow, what a show. Incredibly meeting the expectations throughout. We knew it was going to be great. This was on point.
Yeah, what a great performance on debut for second place, Kat Matthews, and then what a battle for third place, Annie Haug. Again, people put her on the podium, but not a lot of people picking her for the win because of the nature of this course, the difficulty on the bike course. Annie Haug, known for her tremendous run, not possibly for her bike strength, but again, she mitigated the gaps on the bike. At one point, we saw her going backwards, and she was able to minimize those gaps. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough, but she will find her way onto the podium.
And if I'm looking at the tracker, I'm actually not seeing Kat Matthews in front of her anymore. I'm really hoping that we can get some information here because I thought for sure we actually saw video footage of Kat Matthews come around, but what the tracker is showing that we have Annie Haug here, and so I'm just going to have to go with the tracker at this point. I thought we saw Kat Matthews come around that same curve, Dee Dee, or my
I don't disagree with you. I don't know if there's a chip malfunction there.
There she is. Yep. Back on.
Okay, back on. Yep. So it will be Kat Matthews. The tracker gave us a little fright there that we weren't doing our jobs and keeping our eyes open, but Kat Matthews making her way here to the, we'll call it the M. roundabout.
And there she is.
And enjoying what will be, no doubt, a huge celebration. What a great accomplishment for this rookie on debut to the Ironman World Championship event. She's a two-time Ironman champion from last year, but putting it together on a big stage, there is no bigger stage.
Big congratulations are going out to this woman who made it a heck of a battle. As you saw, she was the one that made Daniella Ryf have fun on the bike and have to put down some big power. I love the style. I love that a gal that can run this fast and can compete this well also really just aggressively tackles the bike against the best of the best. So kudos to Kat Matthews. Can't wait to see more from her as she rolls on through and is going to grab second place. There is Anna Haug grabbing some water here, and clearly you can see she's a bit further out than I was anticipating. About 3 minutes behind from the last check at 25 miles.
Great day of racing all around. A lot of tremendous race dynamics going on. And if we look back beyond Sky Munch at mile 24.2, holding down fourth place ahead of, it was Lisa Norden, it is now Ruth Astle. So Ruth Astle has moved her way into 5th place back at mile 23, Lisa Norden. Lisa Norden's pace has slowed pretty considerably. She is in danger right now. Fenella Langridge charging hard at Ruth Astle. She's got quite a bit of real estate to make up, at Lisa Norden. She's got quite a bit of real estate to move ahead of Lisa, but that's how things are shaking out back in the women's race. Those women all inside of 10 kilometers to go. Not many kilometers to go for this woman, Kat Matthews. What a day for her.
And taking a look at all that breeze that you're getting right there, now the wind really is kicking up and playing. And unfortunately for Kat, she lost her hat right in the aid station. Great place to lose it. That's totally endorsed, legit, even if it were on purpose. But you saw that blow off with the wind. She now gets to enjoy a little bit more of that southern Utah sunshine as she rolls on home, the 2nd place finisher today at this beautiful Intermountain Healthcare Ironman World Championship presented by Utah Sports Commission. Kat Matthews. I tell you what, I feel like I should say Katrina Matthews because that's what the book says, and I like that name as well. This is quite a show.
Yeah, what a show for Kat Matthews. Again, starting to see the celebration come across her face. Still maybe a little bit of a wince trying to get there, but there's the smile coming across the face. The glasses go up. She makes the final turn onto the black carpet we have here in St. George to enjoy her finish line celebration. Our runner-up, our vice champion here at the Intermountain Healthcare 2021 Ironman World Championship presented by Utah Sports Commission. It is Kat Matthews, 2nd place here on the day. Congratulations, Kat Matthews. What a day.
You can see again the emotion as she comes across the line. It's got to be everything it felt like it was going to be for Kat. 2nd place, exhausted and satisfied there at the finish line.
A good thing we have the flower border there to protect her so she didn't veer off the finish podium there. The legs obviously in a world of hurt, but the joy overwhelming the pain here at the finish line for Kat Matthews. Unofficially 8:43.49 with just over 3 hours in her marathon split, 3 hours 57 seconds. Tremendous performance, Kat Matthews.
There you go, getting to greet her husband there at the finish line. And what a show. Essentially a minute and 20 seconds slower for the marathon than Daniella Ryf, which amounts to just losing by 9 minutes, just under. So a very close race and a nice embrace amongst competitors here with Ryf and Matthews.
And we'll expect the likes of Anna Haug to come within about 3 minutes' time. She will round out our women's podium here, the top 3 performers at the Ironman World Championship. It's hard to defend. She came up a little bit short today, but still a tremendous performance for Anna Haug.
Yeah, great overhead shot here as we watch her come on home. Super close. The split at 25 miles was 3 minutes. Should be real similar, but gosh, Dee, just take a look at those times. 8:45 and change right now, and we've got 2 women already across on a hot day with a lot of elevation gain on the bike and run, and so tough conditions to go this fast.
Absolutely. I had said pre-race I thought it would be hard for many women to get under 9 hours. I thought we'd see the podium under 9 hours. I didn't think beyond that we would see many under 9 hours. And actually, in retrospect, I may be right because I don't think anybody outside of the top 3. Sky Munch 20 minutes back, so she will not be breaking that 9-hour barrier. Just goes to speak to the difficulty of this course, and I hate to say it, not that tough on the bike other than the elevation. Had the wind been more severe on the bike, I think it would have been even worse. And could you imagine, we're seeing quite a bit of carnage behind the finish line here as it is, and I think had the wind been up on the bike, we would have seen it even worse. Annie Haug, what a fight, what a battle. Gave it all she had a great swim, really solid bike, just came up a little bit short in defending her title here today.
Fantastic effort, and hopefully she's pleased to come onto the podium. Although champions always want to remain champions, I'll say this: it was a great show. Going to be the fastest run of the day. Another sub-3, few minutes under, and we'll know exactly. But starting approximately 15 minutes down, and here she comes. It's going to be real close to what Ryf and Matthews ran. But what a show, Dee Dee. For the German athlete who came here as definitely a favorite, although we had a few. But I'll say this, the 39-year-old German has delivered, once again, elite Ironman racing.
And a bit of a muted smile there from Annie Haug. Got to be just a little disappointed not to be able to defend, but proud of the effort in attempting to do so.
That's right, and we can see her come across and take her accolades and reach over for a beverage and a quick embrace with the second and first place finishers, and then that's what everybody wants to do. Sit down at the finish line.
Just let me sit down.
No more
Unofficially 8:47.03 with a marathon split of 2:56 even. Great performance from Annie Haug. Not enough for the win, but good enough for the podium. Shaking her head. She looks pretty well spent.
That's right. I haven't seen a smile just yet, but you know it's in there. And 12 minutes is what separated first, second, and third, all within 12 minutes. What a great show. They had us guessing all day long, but I think realistically, when we did see Daniella Ryf start to push like that, it was lights out.
Here, a tremendous performance for second place, and it looked like from the filming, you were pushing it all day long.
I just speechless. I cannot understand how my brain and body was able to push like that against. I'm just so glad Daniella's back. Yes. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was pushing a lot all the way through.
Well, it's not often that second place is good. First place is back, but you've got to want that first place one day. That's the way you're starting to form your career. It's amazing.
My first world champs to come second to Daniella Ryf, now 8 times world champion. I'm happy.
Yeah, and you know, it's interesting. We were watching you on the run. You kept pushing, pushing, and pushing. Were you afraid you were going to get caught by Annie?
Of course. I think I hit about 15K and accepted that third place was the best I was going to do, which, again, incredible. However, I just found my legs. I started the run. I've never felt so bad coming onto the run, and somehow managed the first 20K, found my legs. And actually, about 3K to go, my calf went, like, actually a proper cramp spasm, and I was like, no. About, you know, I was suddenly not going to be able to finish the race, so pulled it right back, and I just can't believe that able to finish. I think I paced it, honestly, I think I paced it perfectly.
You did pace it perfectly, and you know what? You were a pick for so many people to be on this podium, and you made it come true. Kat Matthews from Great Britain, second place, Ironman World Championship. Congratulations.
Great stuff today, and let's summarize the results of this Intermountain Healthcare Ironman World Championship presented by Utah Sports Commission. Folks, this just in, Daniella Ryf, a now 5-time Ironman World Champion, taking the title in 8:34.59. Kat Matthews from Great Britain, second place, 8:43.49. And closing out the podium representing Germany, Annie Haug, 8:47.03. We do get to zip back down and get more action, including a podium celebration and all of the wrap-up. Folks, what a day. And Didi, look at that. That just says it right there. That's the beauty and the difficulty of St. George.
Absolutely. I think the athletes are going to look back on some of these scenics and say, wow, we raced an Ironman there. We're pretty rad. This is one tough course, through everything at these athletes all day long. Chilly water temperatures, high air temperatures as the day moved on, and a challenging course.
Andy,
here we have Mike Riley down with Annie Haug.
I've got third place here, Annie Haug. Annie, we're down on the ground because we know you gave it everything you had today.
Yeah, definitely. It was ridiculous hard, especially the second loop on the run. I was like, really digging deep. Yeah, it was ridiculous hard. And well done to Daniella. She showed how class she is, and Kath Matthews, amazing race. So I'm super happy with my third place. And yeah.
Well, you look fantastic out there, and I tell you what, every step of the way, we're looking at a world champion, and it's something when you race, you see, you have that desire to get to that finish line no matter what.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's always the goal in the Ironman, first goal is to see the finish line, and second goal is to do as best as possible. So I managed both today, and yeah, I gave everything was in the tank today, and it was enough for third place, and I'm super happy, and well done to everyone.
So did the St. George crowd out there help you get through with all the cheering?
Yeah, definitely. It was amazing, especially on the run course. They really pushed me, and there were so many spectators pushing my name, and it definitely helps to get me to the finish line. And thanks to everyone. What a great host here in St. George, and amazing race.
Well, Annie, we can't wait to see where you're racing the rest of the year. Good luck. Have a great year. Annie Haug, everybody, third place at the Ironman World Championships.
I have to say, Michael, I don't know what's more impressive, her third place finish or the fact that she can get her legs in that position after racing an Ironman. I'm not sure I would have the mobility in my quads to bend my knees that way as we look back. Fourth place, Skye Moench. She has been fighting all day long, picked up a couple of spots here on the marathon. What a day for Skye.
Fantastic, a great effort across the board, and this woman getting to be the first American at her first ever Ironman World Championship. She missed 2019 due to that really bad bike crash that she took after winning the European Championship that year in Germany. So she was really on a rise, and then got set back, and then of course started the rise again, and then the pandemic. So it's neat to see her, and it's nice to see new talent, new threats in our American quiver of athletes. Right, Didi, and just a great gal, really down to earth as well.
Yeah, just a hard working pro again. Doesn't like embrace a lot of fanfare. Just gets the job done. We know she shows up to start lines prepared. We know how strong and steady she is, coming up just off the podium. But again, another rookie here, another World Championship rookie, and to come in fourth place, I think she's got to be proud. The face doesn't say it yet. I saw someone try to give her a high five. There was a faint effort at a smile there. I think she just needs to get herself to the finish line to enjoy and soak in her level of achievement today. Setting up her bib there, so it looks all nice. They know her name. We know the purple power. We know it's you coming across, Skye. No need to fix that bib, but tremendous performance from Skye today. Super aggressive on the bike, really tried to make a go for it. Just stronger athletes on the day, but she's run really steady and strong, and a super great all-around performance from Skye Moench.
That's right, Didi, that's right. And here she is, just going to be under 8 hours, which is, under 9 hours, which is awesome and notable. And as we get her across the line, we're going to cut right over to the men's podium here at the finish line.
Gil Hoffman with the flowers. Third place, Braden Curry. And second, out of Windsor in Canada, he went 7:54:03. Welcome 34-year-old Lionel Sanders.
Representing the USA, representing Utah, Skye Moench. Fourth place at our Intermountain Half Ironman World Championship. Skye, you are an Ironman.
All right, there's Andrew with the medal for Lionel. Gil with the flowers. Let's bring up your 2021 Intermountain Healthcare Ironman World Champion for the men. He swam 49:40. He rode 4:18:42. Capped it off with a 2:38:01 marathon. Total day of 7:49:16. Your champion, Christian Blummenfelt from Norway. Medal. Gil with the flowers. Looking good, guys. Put them up in the air. There we go. There's our champion. Now feel free to grab the liquid, athletic fluid, and do with it what you will.
Now that's what I'm talking about, Braden Curry, out of the medical tent and then guzzling an Athletic Brewing
Gotta
beer
rehydrate.
right there. That is because he's Kiwi and he was born to drink. Well done, my friend. But no, that's awesome. Like, it really does show he dug deep. He went to the bottom of the barrel, was incapacitated. He's back, ready to celebrate. What a show. One of my favorite podiums, just watching this one play out, Didi, to see kind of the promise of the new talent, Christian Blummenfelt, to see Lionel realize again that Ironman potential that he's sort of left latent for a while, and then to see Braden Curry just go for it from really the outside of the race to the end. I mean, he was a wire-to-wire almost win.
And here we have our men's top 10. In 10th place, Ben Hoffman, United States. 9th place, David McNamee, Great Britain. Sam Laidlow out of France in 8th place. Daniel Bakkegaard out of Denmark, 7th place. Leon Chevalier from France in 6th place. Florian Engert, the German, in 5th place. 4th place, the American Chris Leiferman, and then, of course, our men's podium.
There you go. And as you bounce back to that second 10, we've got an impressive show. Kyle Smith, Mount Trapman, Matt Hansen, Sebastian Kinley, Sam Long, Andy Potts, Boris Stein. Wow, what a show. Top 20 here. And as you said, top 15 taking home the big greenbacks here from this event. And I'm excited that, look, we got to come back to something we love to do as well, Didi, sit here and really just be a front row spectator to the best of the best in the hardest endurance single day event in the world. And we got to see this right up front, Didi, so good to be back.
And one of the most challenging venues I think we could have scripted for a World Championship event. Again, historic being here in St. George, Utah. And so much gratitude to our host community here for putting on such a spectacular event and such a great challenge for our athletes today.
And how about that town? I mean, folks, if you haven't been here, check it out as we watch Ruth Astle come across, an age group champion, now coming across the line in 5th. What a show. A wonderful kit. By the way, we mentioned this before, but some good color pop there for the British athlete with a great smile. She came in featured as well in our Fighting Chance videos, and here we have her coming across the finish line. A stellar show. Pro debut at the Ironman World Championship.
Yeah, another rookie. So impressive so far amongst our top 5. 3 Ironman World Championship rookies rounding out the top 5. Just goes to show what's to come.
And let's bring up our top 3 female professionals. Go ahead, Paul.
As we welcome from Great Britain, Ruth Astle in her first Ironman World Championship as a professional athlete. 5th place today. Ruth, you are an Ironman.
For the female top 3. In 3rd place with a time of 8:47 on the 3. She hails from Germany. Welcome 39-year-old Andy Hall. All right, 3rd place, Danielle from Germany coming on up. To receive her medal from Andrew Messick, Natalie Larson, St. George City of St. George, presenting the flowers. In second place, from Great Britain, their total day was 8 hours, 43, 49 seconds. Let's welcome 31-year-old Kat Matthews. Her championship medal from Amanda. Natalie Larson with the flowers. Presentation. Beautiful. She swam 54.42, rode 4:37.46, capped it off with a 2:59.36 run, total day of 8:34.59. She is your 2021 Intermountain Healthcare Ironman World Champion for the females. Welcome from Switzerland, Daniella Ryf. Top three, everyone! Annie, Kat, Daniella Ryf, your champion!
That's it. That's the podium here for the 2021 Intermountain Healthcare Ironman World Championship presented by Utah Sports Commission 2021. Yes, we're making up for lost time. And guess what? These women did it in style. Daniella Ryf, Kat Matthews, and Anna Haug. Incredible show. We want to make sure everyone stays around because we are definitely going to recap this, show some highlights from the show the men and the women put on. So just be sure to stick around for sure for that as these women toast their successes.
See that thing John Morant has? That's a hypervolt. That thing he uses to warm up and stay loose before he throws it down. That thing Tony Finau uses on course between shots. Ooh, that's money. That thing Robin and I use before and after we're on the bike so we can ride harder tomorrow. That thing Erlen Holland uses before smashing it into the back of the net. That thing that's for everyone. The Hypervolt from Hyper Ice. Give your body the daily relief it's been asking for.
I think, Michael, my favorite moment on the day has to go to Daniella Ryf and that emotion that she showed at the finish line. We've seen her win a bazillion times before, but I don't think we've ever seen that degree of emotion. The journey, the doubt, not only from others, but likely from herself, and to pull it back on the world's biggest stage again here, to me, that's got to be top moment.
Great moment. I wouldn't disagree there. Impressive to see that. Yes, sometimes she finishes and it's kind of like, yep, I expected that. This was a very dramatic display of emotion. If I were going to add to that, one of the things I thought was just unbelievable was yet another sprint finish at Ironman. I loved seeing Lionel Sanders pull around to the left in that long lead up, both men looking over their shoulder. That was just an epic battle that I enjoyed listening to you call it out and say, Lionel's got this, and really just still being kind of on the edge of my seat. To me, that was exciting because I do feel like when it came to Christian Blummenfelt, that one in my mind was as much of a foregone conclusion as there can be in Ironman racing. It's never a done deal, but I just felt like he was too good in his debut, and he's been too good at this sport to not sort of. So that didn't surprise me, but I loved seeing that sprint finish, Didi. That was really fun.
Again, in Ironman racing, we don't see those nearly often enough. I think the racers would rather not have those, yes. But what an epic finish to round out our men's podium on the day.
That's right. And I tell you what, Didi, it's always a pleasure sitting aside by your side here while we watch these races. But today, no different. As we came back to World Championship racing, it has been a long time. You may just be wondering, can I have one more look? Absolutely. Let's see how it went down today for this race. We started early 6:15 a.m. Sand Hollow Reservoir and the Roca Swim. Didi, it was going to be one cold water start here into this single lap around this reservoir, and the men beat each other up to be first. The guy who managed to take that position was Danish athlete Daniel Ryf, but it took a while. He put the pressure on, he got away, and what he really achieved there was he got the breakaway. 5 men, and they left behind the likes of Blummenfelt, Sanders, Long, Werf, everyone with that break. So that was truly impressive on the men's side. They hit solid ground, and they said, it is our time to shine. As far as the bike, once they got out on that full gas bike course, it was really firework after firework after firework. We saw early moves, late moves. Bacon, you can see Bacongard here really going for it. You can see that they knew that the talent behind them was looming and ever present. They didn't seem to fuss around too much. They got right after it, didn't they? And even folks like Sebastian Kienle, he was in there trying his best. Nobody could really keep up with these top 4, Didi.
Again, the men we call the Uber bikers, they never really made that move. They maybe closed the gap down, but the likes of Cameron Werf never saw the front of this race during the bike due to the strength of this lead group of 5 men.
That's right, and you can see the German and Garrett. You can see here as we come back to Laidlow and the athletes, all 5 of which came off together. We had 2 Kiwis, we had a Dane, we had a German and a Frenchman, but everybody says the real race begins on that Hoka Run course. And Braden Curry said, I am out of here. I'm going to drop everyone around me. I'm going to take this race. I'm going to run with it. While Chris Leiferman was steady throughout and sort of sneaking into position, it was all Blummenfelt from an early stage. He took control.
It was. He set his sights on the lead. He overtook Braden Curry and never looked back, as if he was born to do it. And what a celebration at the finish line for this rookie on debut here at the Ironman World Championship, and is only his second Ironman of all time. What a day for Christian Blummenfelt.
That's right. Taking out that title in style, and he had a nice gap that he could celebrate. But behind him, there was no such luxury. Lionel Sanders, even with the flag in hand and high-fiving, still taking one more look. He took second place again at the Ironman World Championship, representing Canada in fine form with the man from New Zealand who was out front all day long, Braden Curry, taking that 3rd and final podium spot. Disappointed, but happy. You got to say both.
Such a celebration, but also a degree of disappointment to come that close to second place, just to give it up right there in the closing steps of this incredibly epic race.
Lionel was there to embrace the podium, all celebrating their accomplishments today, and everyone around the world happy to be back at World Championship Racing. This is incredible stuff as we look to the podium. And our tree, we get to call in our other two amazing stars here, our co-hosts that were out on the beat all day sweating. And you can see these two guys worked a lot harder than we did, Didi. Greg Welch and Matt Lieto, you guys were awesome. What did you guys think? Can you guys give me a favorite moment, or is that going to take too long? I mean, a favorite moment for each of you? What do you think?
Well, first of all, Michael and Didi, it wasn't me doing the sweating. It was old man Matt Lieto over here out on the motorbike. He did all the hard work today, so well done to you, mate. Your reporting was excellent. But look, Michael, I think my favorite moment today, had to be, Christian Blummenfelt being an Olympic champion and an Ironman world champion in back-to-back years. This is just amazing. It's a rare feat. Only Jan Frodeno's ever done it. Then on the women's side, I'm just so happy to see that Daniella Ryf is back right in the race where she should be. And when you're a champion such as she is, you always know a way to come back. And she fought like a dog today. And out there, she just decimated those women, and it was amazing. Okay, so Matt?
Yeah, I mean, Greg, it was so fun. I'm so happy. A little hot, but I'm very happy that we were able to be out there and be able to get that kind of insight and see things as they happen. So for me, my favorite part was just being able to watch and, interact a little bit with those guys going up Gunlock when you could see on the faces the course starting to catch up with some of them. And then the ones that paced it well, felt good and ready to go. And it was fun. And it's so hard to get past Christian. I mean, as you said, nobody's done this before. And talking to him before the race, he said, well, Olympic gold medal, world champion. Again, Ironman world champion, triathlon is complete.
That's right. And don't forget about Lionel Sanders. I mean, what an incredible comeback. I mean, we saw in Oceanside, just a few months back, actually just a month and a half back, that final finish when he outsprinted, Rudy von Berg, and that was just amazing. He's gone and done it again today to Braden Curry, who was like a caged lion, being down there in New Zealand, cooped up there for a couple of years and just came out, gave it everything. He was super strong on the bike today, so give it up for Braden and Lionel as well.
Yeah, I mean, if you had to pick a fight of two
warriors,
the biggest warriors and hearts in the sport, I mean, Braden races with his heart on his shoulder, and Lionel certainly does the same. But that was insane. I mean, I was out there, and we were rushing to get our phones up so I could watch the live stream because I started hearing chatter that it was coming down. But both of those guys were fighting to the absolute end. I mean, it doesn't. I've never seen that. I've never been able to call a race that ended that quickly. It's unreal.
Yeah, that was awesome, guys. So Mike, Didi, and also, you have never, ever seen a most beautiful watch like the World Championship Breitling watch.
We have collaborated with Breitling to create a limited edition Breitling Endurance Pro Ironman World Championship watch, made in honor of the 2021 Ironman World Championship. The Sunrise M-Dot and Ironman World Championship etching on the case will ensure your momentous experience is only ever a glance away. Designed to be both a lightweight watch for athletes and a casual everyday sports chronograph, the Endurance Pro perfectly blends high precision with a vibrant and colorful design. It is the ultimate athleisure watch. It can be found online at ironmanstore.com.
Great stuff, and it's always fun to see those two side by side, our co-hosts out there on the beat in the mix, I'll say. But here's the story. The men's race, hotly contested, very close sprint finish, and super exciting. The women's race, maybe a little bit more spread out, but equally exciting. We never knew. There was a moment when I thought it didn't go the way I had it in my mind. I want you guys to know that we're going to summarize that as well. And everybody that's here, we're going to bid you adieu later because this is coming up, Didi, and I want you to see this action, the 1-2 punches throughout, because it's exciting stuff. I know you would agree with me on that one.
Yeah, it's our Cliff's Notes version of the women's race coming up in just a second.
net is the name of the game moving forward. And you're right, Fenella Langridge, wow, adversity overcame it, kind of proving anything is possible when the mindset is right. I loved when we saw Daniella Ryf and she was going back and forth, and we thought, okay, now they've got company. Now they're going to ride together. And then Daniella Ryf just sort of said, nope. I'll see you later. And I tell you what better way to remember than to look at these pictures that we captured earlier today. Here's how it played out en route to the finish line. Right there, Sand Hollow. Didi, it got off just like you called it right away. Haley Chura said, come follow me.
Yeah, nobody was able to come follow her. Haley Chura getting away, being chased by Fenella Langridge and Lisa Norden. That pair giving gap to a chase pack of 6 that included Daniella Ryf as well as some of our other contenders on the day. No one was a match for Haley Chura in the water, however. She absolutely dominated the swim here today.
She sure did, and the contenders all behind. Haley Chura had an incredible show there on the swim, and of course kept a game fight on the bike, but realistically it was a matter of time before our major players got out and got after it on this full gas bike course. And here's how it looked. There she is, Haley Chura, looking very color coordinated and beautiful, getting on the bike. And then as we got going, we saw, here's that moment, Fenella Langridge came out of the water and got stuck. Could not get the wetsuit down. What a painful moment as the rest of the field continued to motor through T2.
Again,
T1.
she only lost one spot there and had a comfortable gap to the chasers, and it was Haley Chura through the opening miles, but it didn't take long for Daniella to move to the front of this race. And it was a group of 4 for a little while with Kat Matthews and Lisa Norden, Daniella Ryf, and I forget who was the 4th one in that group, but the 4 became 2, and then it was 1 Daniella Ryf all on her own into T2. Never a doubt, just steady and strong. We looked at her run form, thought, is this Daniella? But it took a couple of miles, and it was the form. She just kept ticking over like a metronome, looked strong all day.
Lisa Norden looked strong all day. You saw a glimpse of her running out of T2. And Kat Matthews, wow, she came here, said, you know what, I'm not used to this Ironman World Championship business, but I'm happy to give it a fight. She fought all day, kept us guessing, will she catch Ryf? Will she get caught by Haug? We didn't know all day long, but realistically, these women all did their own thing. They put their best foot forward. Matthews was able to stay in that second place spot as Ryf came back in exalted, incredible, happy moments. Look at her go.
Again, my favorite moment of the day, just because she is such a quiet competitor. We don't often see that kind of emotion from Daniella Ryf back in dominance. And of course, the surprise of Kat Matthews, astounded to take second place on debut here at the Ironman World Championship.
That's right. She did it in style. She stayed ahead of Anna Haug, the defending Ironman world champ from Germany, who said it was so hot. It was so hard. She was able to finish in 3rd place. An incredible show and a great run, 2:56. I'd say she nailed it. And we're back here to tell you this. We are full on again into Ironman World Championship commentary. Guys, these are my 2 boys over here. Hey, we're back. It had been, what they say, 30 months since we got to do this together. It was a long dry spell. I didn't really miss you 2. I missed Didi.
I miss Greg. That's the only one I missed.
The 3 Musketeers will get back together.
Just kidding.
We've got October 6th and October 8th to get back together again. But, Matt, I think favourite moments for me today in the women's race was, it was great to see the top 3. I actually called the top 3 there today, but what I'm going to say is it was a great debut by Kat Matthews at World Championship level. Very happy for Daniella Ryf to get a form back and claim her 5th world title at Ironman distance. Now she's got 5 and 5 Ironman 70.3s as well. And Annie Haug, I just think she was overpowered today by the bike course. It's a very, very tough course, a World Championship level course on a level playing field.
Yeah, and those 2 women up front really pushed the pace, right? Like, actually being out on course, Annie seemed to be as aggressive as she could and, like, got rid of some really strong cyclists late in the bike ride. But if Kat Matthews is letting a wheel go, then things have gotten really hard, right?
Yeah.
So I think those 2 women really separated and put pressure on Annie. And for me, my favorite part of the day I I'd like to say I plan all these things, but I was lucky enough to catch those two athletes right when Daniella, going over Red Hills Parkway, got a tiny little gap. And she got a gap, Kat got back, and then when it went, it was 45 seconds in like 2 miles. It was crazy.
Yeah, just after Gunlock, she started making a big surge toward the wall, and then after the wall, it was pretty much all over when she descended back into town through Snow Canyon Parkway again. Going out for the last 20-mile loop there was amazing to see the gap just open up. Was Lila just dropped the hammer and just said, if I'm going to win this race, I've got to get back to the old Daniella and take it to them. Just burn their legs out for the run, and that's exactly what she did, because when you look on paper, you know, it will tell you that Kat Matthews and Annie Haug can run very similar times, probably give the edge to Annie Haug, but today wasn't the case because the legs were taken from the bike ride.
Yeah, and she's an aggressor, right? Like looking at the swim, watching that swim group, you had most of the favorites, and of course the athletes don't know who's there, but they know there's a group. And Daniella, she could sit in the back of that group, but she was at the front pushing the pace all day. She wanted to make it as hard for those athletes as possible and make them not forget that she's here to win a world championship, because I think a lot of them forgot that she was the one they had to beat.
Yep. Yeah, so I think that when you look at Sky Munch, that, you know, to that point there, Matt, I mean, Sky went out. Her strategy was to have a strong ride, but I think that she bit a little bit, you know, off the, you know, more than she could chew in the first part of it, and that came back to bite her in the second part. However, she ended up having a pretty good run and, you know, held on for a top 5 there today, so that was great on her part.
Yeah, absolutely. You could see that she was putting that effort in, but you could tell, like, to me, it seemed like the front of the women's race just had a lot of gut. Like, they would get to that. You could tell they were hot and overheating, but they did what they needed to do, and they settled in, and they knew that they had to prepare for that second half. And seeing Kat come back and run really well, and see Sky come back and run really well, staying in 4th place, and Lisa Norden having her back on top, and someone that, you know, seeing her healthy. It was great watching those women race.
Yeah, it really was. And, hey, just before we wrap down here at the hot corner, you know, on behalf of Matt and I, we just wanted to say to all the mums out there tomorrow, happy Mother's Day. There's a lot of mums out here at St. George right now running around in the World Championship. We know they're going to be sore tomorrow. So husbands and boyfriends out there and partners, make sure you look after your ladies and shout them a massage, maybe here in St. George or back home or wherever you are. Have a great Mother's Day, everyone. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Greg. Matt, amazing. And in all truth, I really did miss you guys. It's a pleasure working with you, always all through the humor and the fun. I want to say this, folks that are looking for their competitor to come across the line, stay with us. Go to the Facebook page for Ironman. Ironman Facebook page, you're going to see a finish line cam. You can stay with us all day long. Today, it was a triumphant return to racing at the Intermountain Healthcare Ironman World Championship presented by Utah Sports Commission. On behalf of Dee Dee Griesbauer, I'm Michael Lovato. We want you to stay safe, have fun, and enjoy as we say goodbye from St. George.